good. The button didn't work. Hi. Welcome. We're here. Zach was enjoying a nice little sip of his drink. How is everyone? How are we doing? Welcome to the second anniversary of the Cold Topic Podcast. I have with me tonight, Zach. How are you
Yes, I'm doing all right. I forgot to turn on my noise gate, so I'm going to break the audio
doing?
immediately.
Break the audio barrier. Yeah, today we're gonna be celebrating 2 years of doing this. It's been a whole two
Hello?
years. Hello.
Am I still audible?
You're still audible.
Okay, cool. That's all I needed.
It's about 2 years of Cold Topic. We're gonna celebrate that tonight. We had some stuff planned for the future that we'll be
Yes.
doing next weekend. It'll be fun. There'll be some awards and some hot or nots, and it's gonna be a blasty. You know, that's what the kids call it. A whole
Yes.
blasty from the pasty, and a blasty through your asty.
The
Anyways,
best kind of blasty.
the best, the best. Anyway, Sax, what have you been up to in the last month?
Well, I've recently learned that we might be able to breathe out of our butts, so that's pretty fun.
It's good to know. Next week, never go Cuba David.
I don't know. I've been sick for 2 weeks. So I watched a bunch of movies and not a whole lot else, honestly. I did finish streaming, I think 2 nights ago. We did finish The Walking Dead Season 2. We have finished that game. And that was an experience that has occurred. And I also did Stacking Mal Eternal. We finished the 1980s. We have now read every anime from like 1920 to 1980. Nope, 1990.
That's a
Because we finished the 80s, so we've made it to the
7 years
90s now.
That's a lot.
It truly is the worst show I make, but boy, is it not the most fun thing I do.
Hey, as long as it's fun for you, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
You gotta find some really, really, really stupid anime.
I mean, I would assume so with 70 years of content. You know, there's got to be some dumb shit in there.
There's some dumb shit, dude. I think the winner was the plot of, I want to say, Transformers Victory.
Okay.
Last night, we only did 1 year, and dear God, was that awful.
Transformers sounds like an interesting one, yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was called Transformers, and I want to say Victory. Yeah, here we go. Transformers Victory. And what really got me was that the main villain's name was Deathsaurus.
Oh, like Sethorath, but with death.
Yeah, I was like, are you kidding me, Transformers? Deathsaurus? Oh. And also, as we have progressed through the 80s, I have to say that the Isekai and Moe booms were nothing compared to the Super Robo boom. As we got through 1989, as we got through 1989, we were still encountering super robot anime.
People like robots. Robots were hot in the 80s, bro.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, but the super robo boom started in the 70s.
Star Wars.
So yeah, no, the people can complain about isekai all they want, but oh my god, the super robot boom. I understand where the like vitriolic hatred for that came from, because dear god, it is unending.
I prefer Isekai over a robot any day, though.
Oh yeah, no, sure. Well, I think I'll say it depends on the anime or the It depends. Yeah, I should say it depends on the anime. I should turn a light on.
He's gone. We lost Zach. He now belongs to the Mushroom Kingdom. That one has a mustache back there. They all have mustaches. Interesting.
Oh, that's not turning on actually. What?
Did you try
Did
rubbing?
it get unplugged?
Did you try rubbing the tip? Sex jokes. Classic. So while you're doing that, what I've been up to in the last month, I quit my job. So that was fun. So I've been at home for the last 3 weeks, which has been a lot of ups and downs, a lot of interesting things to happen while being at home. You know, you think that taking a longer vacation for work would be good for you. No, it's really not. But other than that, I've been watching a lot of fucking shit. I've watched a lot of Marvel stuff, actually. I watched all of X-Men, like the original X-Men animated series. I watched the entire Fantastic Four animated series from the 90s. I watched the Avengers one from the 90s, which is probably the worst one out of those three that I watched. And I watched all of.
Okay, my ring light doesn't want to work.
Did I watch Resident Evil? I did not. I skipped over that. I went to go watch it. Funnily enough, I went to go turn it on, and then I got 30 seconds in. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing this, and I turned it off. Yeah, so I attempted it, but I did not.
If my ring light's broken, I'm gonna be pissed off.
It's probably just something.
Because it will not turn on, and I am hitting the buttons. So I'm gonna have to like give it a better look over when the podcast is over.
Yeah, so I watched a lot of that stuff. I played a couple games. I launched a new podcast, which lasted one episode, so that was fun.
It only lasted one episode? What happened?
I didn't want to do a second one.
Ah,
yeah,
delightful. Was it really a podcast then? How many episodes do you need to be a podcast?
I don't know, but we have one out. Maybe I'll come back to it. I don't know. It's been a weird week this week. This week has been just.
Well, pitch it. What's it about? Give us the lowdown.
It's about things. It's basically it's gonna be about news related stuff and it's stuff I don't talk about on this podcast. Basically, you know.
Oh, I see.
You know,
understand.
Stuff like that, you know. Just so I don't know. It was something for me to do while I was out of work, and then I did it, and then I didn't go back to it. So yeah, that was fun. Streamed a couple times. So yeah. Played some Pokemon.
What?
Yeah, played
Pokemon.
Some Pokemon. We played
Pokemon.
Crash Bandicoot until I accidentally deleted my save, and then we didn't play Crash Bandicoot because I was like, I'm not doing all that over again.
Okay.
Understandable. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. What's up, Mac Tier?
Hey, Max here. What's going on? We don't have these like '90s cartoons on the docket. Why aren't we talking about those?
I don't really have a lot to say about it. I have more to say about X-Men '97, but I want to save that for when I actually until next year, when the continuation comes out. So.
Okay.
Yeah. And our docket's pretty full tonight.
Okay.
Yeah, I looked at it. I'm like, it's gonna be a long boy regardless. Cause I almost got to add Miss Marvel to it. So.
Right. Yeah. No, can't forget that.
But yeah. So yeah, that's about all I've been up to in the last month.
Okay then.
It was fun.
Watching some cartoons and then playing some games you're not talking about.
Because I haven't finished.
Making a podcast you ain't coming back to.
Yeah, I did start Ghost of Tsushima, and
okay,
and Stray, both of which I haven't finished yet.
Okay.
So that's why I don't want to talk about them.
Gotcha. Are you planning on finishing them, or?
Eventually, yeah.
Okay.
I started playing them because my PS5 is in my room right now, and my lovely air conditioner that was in here broke. So I've been lugging my AC back and forth between the two rooms, and some days I'm like, I don't want to do that. So So sometimes I just hang out in my bedroom and play games or watch TV.
But you know what? That's the best life, though.
Yeah. And I was almost to the point where I was like, I should just move my bed in one. I should just move everything in one room. But I was like, nah, that's gonna be a lot of work. Like too.
Okay
much.
then.
Yeah. So I didn't do that. Considered it though, but.
Hmm.
Yeah. Mostly because one of my monitors is mounted, so I'd either have to remount it or buy a whole new fucking mount system.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't, after you have 3 monitors, you can't go back to 2. It's like, it's not the same.
I'm not sure I need 3 monitors. I don't think I have anything to use 3 monitors for.
You know what? It's always good to have the third mon.
I need a 3 monitor, a third monitor, very rarely. This is the most boring conversation we could have. Can we please move on?
All right, let's move on to the first topic.
The anniversary, and we are going in with the energy of a fish that has decided to crawl up on shore to kill itself.
Hell yeah. We're doing good. We're doing good. All right, let's move on to the first topic. The Avengers Revisited. Because
you gave this such a glowing review the first time.
Yeah, so this is going to be another glowing review for the second time. Because I replayed this entire game and all the DLC that's come out since. Because since then we've had 2 Hawkeyes come out.
That's what we need, 2 Hawkeyes, everyone's favorite character.
Black Panther, the Mighty Thor, and Spider-Man. Let's go play Power Wash Simulator. We'll definitely do that soon again. Yeah, so I want to start with Spider-Man because Spider-Man was the most annoying one because Spider-Man was only on PlayStation. I played this on my PC through Game Pass because it was free and I didn't want to buy it again. Even though I probably could have just loaded up my Xbox and played it on there, but it's a lot of work. So Spider-Man, I had to download the entire game. Luckily, it was free on PS Plus or whatever. And then they don't give you really any new missions. It's just kind of like, hey, here's Spider-Man, go do normal missions. And Spider-Man is the worst character in the game because he plays like ass. So, yeah. Fuck this game for making Spider-Man my least favorite character to play as in this game. The original story, the story stuff is still good. I will say that. The Black Panther stuff's good. The Hawkeye stuffs are both good. Like both of the Hawkeyes, their stories are actually cool and they actually like develop more like what happened in the main story stuff. I'm not gonna talk about the main story because we already talked about that. This is basically like a DLC review almost. But everything after, there's like no point to play.
Not fully sure we did talk about the main story. I think you just mentioned AIM and then you went off on a tangent.
Yeah, it's basically the plot points of this game are AIM's like, I'm gonna blow up the world and blame it on the Avengers, and they're like, okay, and then they blow it up and blame it on the Avengers. And that's like the whole thing, and it's like Miss Marvel's got to get all the Avengers together. And they're all like, it's my fault. Oh, Cap's dead. It's my fault. Where is everyone? That's the whole. That's the plot.
You didn't really sell me on this story that's supposed to be great.
It's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's actually pretty good. It's one of those like I don't want to. Like, it's a thing like it's a game that like it's free to play basically right now. So just go play it and experience it yourself. You can beat it in like 10 hours, maybe.
Okay.
It's really not.
I won't.
Yeah, if you play all the DLC, it's probably about 16 hours. But yeah, the K Bishop stuff, her DLC is pretty fun. It has all to do with like finding out where Hawkeye actually went and what happens to him. Hawkeye actually goes to the future, which leads to his DLC, which actually has to do with like the future where the Kree actually invade Earth and destroy it and stuff like that. Maestro is Maestro, whatever his name, like Evil Hulk.
Maestro.
Like, yeah, Maestro.
Maestro.
Yeah. He is the like final boss of the Hawkeye stuff, which is he's actually.
There it is. absolutely no way that Hawkeye can take Maestro.
No, the Avengers are there.
Which Avengers? Because even then it's getting weird. It's getting debatable.
Everyone you see in the picture besides Black Panther.
Okay, then. Sure.
Yeah, it's actually it's
no,
the hardest
hold
boss
on.
fight.
Everyone we see in this picture except Black Panther, realistically, the only two relevant characters in this picture are Iron Man and Thor. Everyone else, compared to Maestro, is toilet paper. Like, he would flatten them in a second.
So they don't really beat him. They kind of just stop him.
If the answer is run away, I'll accept that.
It's more like they just need something that he has, and they but that DLC is fun too. And then the Black Panther stuff is all about Claw and like Wakanda, and it's pretty cool. The only complaint I have is that there's one part where they're like, go talk to this person, and they don't tell you where the fuck the person is. So I had to like run around and like figure out. It took me, no lie, probably like 30 to 40 minutes to find this one fucking person, because it's not marked on your HUD. It's not, the person's not marked. You just got to talk to fucking everyone until you find it, and I hate shit like that. That's my only complaint about the DLC.
Did they give you directions, like in-universe directions, like it's on 6th and 38th Street?
No, they're just like, go talk to this person. I'm like, okay.
Had you encountered the person before?
No.
Okay, so
it was like a random NPC.
Was the person like stand out in their design? Like you look at them and you're like, oh, that's clearly a person.
Nope.
Oh, so it was a badly made quest.
It was to start a quest too. So I'm like, what the fuck?
It sounds like a badly made quest.
That's my only complaint about all three of the DLCs is that one thing. Other than that, like the story's fine, and like those the two Hawkeyes play vastly different besides obviously the bow stuff. They both have different specials and different techniques that they can do, and different bow stuff that they can do too, which is pretty cool. Black Panther plays pretty fun too. The Jane Foster stuff has like the same kind of thing as Spider-Man, where she's kind of just inserted and they're like, yeah, go do some quests, but she has like a couple like specific to her, but there's no story to it, if that makes sense. So it didn't really feel like an actual DLC thing, more as like a character that was just kind of thrown into the game. I don't see them doing any more with this game, honestly, because I don't think people play it. Because just for funsies, one night I was like, I'm going to try to play some multiplayer with people. And I sat in the lobby for about 10 minutes. And nobody came.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is playing it.
No, I definitely don't think so.
You're the only person that has played it in a year.
Probably. So, I'm going to rate just the DLCs because I've already rated the game. The 3 DLCs that I did play, I'm going to give them a solid 7 because they're good. The story's good. Just that one quest thing. Spider-Man's the worst character in the game, and I hate saying that.
Understandable.
And it wasn't worth it to download it on my PS5 just to play like the Spider-Man stuff, to not actually have anything Spider-Man in there. So I basically played like a couple missions of Spider-Man and said fuck this and uninstalled it. He can't even crawl on fucking walls. I assume it's a
movement issue, right?
Yeah, and he moves like ass. He can't crawl on walls. Like
he can't crawl on walls. He's called the wall crawler.
Yeah, he cannot crawl on walls in that game.
What the hell?
They like completely fucking botched Spider-Man somehow. And it's have you tried the Spider-Man game on the Wii? No.
Web of Shadows? I've played Web of Shadows.
Is it Web of Shadows? Maybe I played a couple of those. Is that that's the one with all the symbiotes, right? Web of Shadows?
Yeah, Web of
Shadows. I
played
Edge of Time. I played that one.
No. Isn't that the one with Negative Man?
Negative Man is the newest one, isn't it?
No.
No, that's
Question mark.
Anyways, yeah. Well, anyways playing like the Spider-Man game on PS4, then playing this is like a fucking like like you can't compare the two, because like Spider-Man on PS4 and like the Miles Morales game are like top tier compared to like anything that Marvel's Avengers decided to shit out for just PlayStation. It was
Did Negative Man turn it off?
What?
His like color inversion?
I think so.
Does he eat?
I don't know. Maybe.
How does he get food? What does Negative Man eat? he can't like walk into a Walmart looking like Negative Man.
I mean, maybe.
You imagine that? Hi, I'm the supervillain Negative Man. I'd like to buy a carton of milk, please.
What Spider-Man game was it where you fought Deadpool? Which one? I know which one. What was that one? I want to say that was Edge of Time. Or like one of those in the era where Beanox was just shitting out Spider-Man games. I think it was Beanox. Yeah, because I know they did like the Amazing Spider-Man games and a couple other ones. But those games were like
no,
fun
no,
to
no,
play.
no. I'm not thinking of Negative
No,
Man.
Edge of Time was the one where they go into different like realities and shit. Because that one had Spider-Man Noir and shit. That game's really good. I want to play that game again.
Who's that fucking Marvel character I was thinking of then?
Purple
Mr. Negative. I was thinking of Mr. Negative.
Oh,
I was
he's in the
thinking of
newer.
Mr.
Yeah, he's in the newer.
I was thinking of it. Negative Man is a member of the Doom Patrol in DC.
Shattered
He's
Dimensions,
actually a
yeah.
pretty cool character. I was thinking of Mr. Negative.
Yeah, it probably was Shattered Dimensions. I guess I know there was a fight with Deadpool in one of them. I just can't remember. I played this game so long ago. I remember I just bought them all on 360 and just played them like all like within a week. Yeah,
This is on track to being the worst episode of the podcast in history. Please talk about Marvel's The Avengers.
Anyways, yeah. DLC 7.
Gotcha. Okay, ready to move on?
Yeah, let's move on. All right. Miss Marvel. Now, Sack, you like Miss Marvel, don't you?
I like Camilla Khan as a character, yes.
Yes. What are your favorite attributes?
They've done some really stupid things with her during like Civil War II, though, so.
Fair enough. Miss Marvel, the show, is one of those things that kind of like it starts off good.
They did some really stupid shit during everyone with Civil War II. I'm pretty sure Hawkeye kills the Incredible Hulk in that, so take that for what you will, though. Nobody liked Civil War II, all right? Let's give her a break for Civil War II,
That's the one where it's like
please.
Captain Marvel and Iron Man, right?
Yeah, it was like Captain Marvel, and she was like in charge, and Camilla Khan looks up to Carol Danvers, so, you know, that was a whole thing, but then she ends up betraying her, but not before Carol Danvers turns into like a space Nazi, and then they have like, I might be mixing up my Marvel crossover events, because they did like 5 of them all at the same time, immediately on top of each other, but then like
that's when they were
like,
doing Secret Wars, right?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
at the same time they were doing it, yeah.
Like, fuck it.
So I don't even. So forgive me if I can't fucking track what the fuck happened in Marvel Comics for a few years, honestly. Yeah, and then they had like somebody who could like predict crimes in the future. So Hawkeye kills the Hulk. Like successfully, I think. It's like the stupidest thing ever. Nobody liked Civil War 2. Everybody liked Civil War. Nobody liked Civil War 2.
I actually forgot about Civil War 2 until you just mentioned it, actually.
Oh, you made the correct decision then. Yeah, continue to forget about Civil War. Everyone forget about Civil War 2, please.
Okay. I don't know too much about Miss Marvel. I didn't really before the show. But I did
she's awesome.
I did like her characterization in this. Like the only really thing I've seen her in was the Marvel game and a couple episodes here and there of like the newer Avengers show that I just watched again. But I think this show is actually a good example of what they're kind of like trying to do with like a lot of the stuff in the MCU now. Like they're obviously trying to go more cosmic and more grandiose in that scale. And
they're also leaning into like the all new, all different Marvel movement that Miss Marvel basically kickstarted. You could say that Miles Morales predates her, but Miles Morales was Marvel Ultimate, and wasn't the same. And that was before they like merged all of the universes and stuff. So really, and he was around for like a solid 10 years before all new, all different Marvel really started. He was just like grandfathered in, which is why there was never such a big backlash against Miles Morales as opposed to the other like all new, all different characters.
That makes sense.
But yeah, so it was really helped kickstarted by Miss Marvel. So I guess you could blame her for that because that also caused like a massive decline in comic sales, even though Camilla's comic herself sold super well. It had like 7 reprintings, which is as much as like Civil War, and it was the top-selling comic on Marvel database for like digital comic sales, like the #1 comic.
It's pretty nutty.
Yeah, no, yeah. Camilla Khan is a very popular character, even if they fucked her up a bit in the recent years. But they fucked everyone up in the recent years, so I don't know.
Yeah.
What do you do about it?
I stopped reading the comics.
You know what? Yeah, same.
That's fair. Like we have so many years of comics to go back to that are good that it's like, why read this?
Yeah, why read the latest garbage? Yeah.
I'm being sold like fucking newspaper. I mean, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I mean,
Oh,
Marvel
yeah,
does
that
have that
definitely
subscription
contributes to
service
it.
now. Yeah, they have Marvel Unlimited.
It's
Yeah.
that there's like there's obviously like the backlash against the woke culture. There's a decline in comic art, the decline in comic storytelling, the intentional deconstruction over like longer standing characters. The fact that if you were like chilling, this is a bit more of a Marvel problem than a DC problem on this specific case, but they replaced like their entire cast with fucking randos during the height of the MCU boom. So if you were to like go, well, be like, man, I'm really into this Thor guy, I'm gonna go check out a Thor comic, and then you switch over and it's fucking Jane Foster or some shit, and then
Yeah.
you're like, okay, well, I really like Iron Man, and Robert Downey Jr. kills it. Let's go check out an Iron Man comic. Riri Williams, who the fuck is that person? Okay, what about the Incredible Osmodeus Cho? Well, what about X-Men? That's on X-23. They like.
I mean,
okay, fine. Vision. They can't have done anything with Vision, right? He's a robot. Who the fuck is Viv?
Yeah,
That was like every character.
Yeah. Who's Viv?
What the fuck is happening? Who are these people? It was terrible cross promotion. They replaced all of their cast with other characters.
Well, like 2015 was like weird because like they had that whole like don't do any like Fantastic Four and like X-Men shit. Like during
Yeah.
that like I Pullman or whatever, it's like we gotta stop doing this. So like Fox was like blah, 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 blah. And like that was like that was why they did like shit like fucking they really like focus on the Inhumans and shit like that. And
They
like
invented the Inhumans.
yeah, so like it was yeah, it was a weird
I
time.
heard that Camilla was originally supposed to be a mutant
She was
instead of an Inhuman.
She was originally supposed to be mutant. That is correct. Spoilers for Miss Marvel. They make her mutant in the show.
I have heard. I'm okay with it.
I'm okay with it too. I'm 100% okay with that.
I'm okay with. What I'm less okay with is completely changing her powers.
That
Because
is
her powers are a big part of her character. So, like, what? That'd be like changing the Thing's powers.
I mean that's understandable. Like understandable
Which they did
complaint.
once, but they may just gave him a stupider powers,
Yeah.
and nobody liked it. So,
I don't remember that. That's probably for the best.
yeah. Normally, if it sounds really stupid on paper and it happened in a comic book, you probably aren't remembering it for a reason.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. They do change her powers. She has like these hard light abilities now, which is I think visually more interesting to look at than stretchy powers. And like we already have Reed Richard that does that, so I mean, it makes sense
Right.
visually.
Here's where I say something controversial.
Go for it.
No one gives a fuck about Reed Richards. Reed Richards has not been relevant since the 70s.
I like Reed. I like the Council of
There's
Reeds.
a small minutia of Marvel fans that actually care about Reed Richards.
I
but
like evil Reed Richards.
Is no one's favorite character.
Also, Watchmen sequels, prequels, and such do they? Yeah, I've never really liked Watchmen. That's probably a controversial take, but I've never really thought.
Watchmen's good. That is a controversial take.
But yeah,
It's
I
one of
think-
like the best regarded comics of all time. I had a friend who had to read it in college, like for a class,
Oh, really?
for like his English class. Yeah.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh yeah, Pache's Reed Richards who.
Come on. Yeah, but I think changing that stuff is like it's very minuscule to me at least because I wasn't really attached to her powers and like her character.
Okay,
as
what
much.
if they changed Reed Richards' powers?
I mean, to what?
Hard light constructs.
That wouldn't make sense.
What if they turn him into fucking Green Lantern?
Well, her powers aren't Green Lantern-y. That's why I think I like them. They're more like they do the same thing that her stretching abilities does and make like little platforms for her to jump on and do shit with. So that's why I'm like not really like super offended by it because she still has the same powers. They just look different. You know what I mean?
100% does not have the same powers. Miss Marvel's ability is to share mass through time.
I can share mass through time if you know what I'm saying. What if they change Harry Potter doesn't have powers. Okay, don't get me started on Harry Potter. We're not gonna do that tonight. I will go on a rant for 4 hours.
No, it's ridiculous. Now, I've heard people say that they like changed her powers because they were worried about Reed Richards, and the idea of that fucking offends me because it's criminally stupid. But it also doesn't hold a lot of water because there's like Iron Man and War Machine, and they're doing some bullshit with like Riri Williams now. And they have like Captain America, and then they have Bucky, and they have the same powers. Like, they fucking did Thor: Love and Thunder. So they brought like Jane Foster in, so they have Thor and Jane Foster. Like, they have a bunch of characters with like the same power set. So that doesn't really hold any amount of water. Everyone involved with Doctor Strange. So that doesn't really hold water about, oh, their powers are too similar. The reason that I have heard posited once before, I've only heard one person say this, but it actually sounds more likely, is that because they were doing a Marvel TV studio kind of thing for like a limited miniseries run, they were worried that their CG couldn't hold up for 6 episodes on her actual power set, and that's why they changed her. And I think that's actually a more plausible reason for why they changed her. But what I will have to say, there's no Beta Ray Bill in the MCU, correct?
He was kind of shown in Ragnarok.
Of course he was.
Yeah.
But yeah. So the reason I have heard that I think is probably most likely is they were worried they couldn't actually use her real powers in a TV show. But if you can't use the character in a TV show, don't make a fucking TV show, you dipshits.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Padre. Like, they wanted something more like a spectacle, you know, because like stretching stuff and making stuff bigger is like cool, but like that's what a penis does, and nobody watches porn all the time.
That's objectively not true.
Oh. Anyways, where was I on Miss Marvel? Yeah. But yeah, it's a solid show though. It's like it was a good palate cleanser after watching like Obi-Wan, I guess, which was like, you know, it was a nice Star Wars show. Then you go into like a nice little high school drama type thing, and then, you know, it has some time travel in it and some cosmic-y stuff, and it's fun to watch.
Okay.
You know,
I wasn't expecting the word time travel to come up.
There is a time travel episode, yes.
Okay.
Yes, there is, which makes 100% sense to the plot and stuff that's going on in the show.
I'm sure. It's fine. It's a Marvel story. It's fine. You don't gotta explain the time travel.
If it does make you feel better, she doesn't dig in at the end of the series.
Like for realsies?
Like for realsies, yes, she does. Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, I guess, but like a major component about her, because like her introduction to her powers is she literally turned into Carol Danvers. In the comics, she just straight up turned into Carol Danvers.
We can do that. It's a good show, yeah. I give it a solid 7.5. It's definitely a watch. It's fun. 6 episodes. Some people really liked it. People didn't like it because they were like, why do I gotta watch people from another country? Stuff like that.
Like the most least viewed Marvel show or anything, I think.
Yeah, people got really like weird about the whole like partition stuff that was in it. Like, I was like, that's actually like
know what that is.
Important history stuff. So I'm like, that's actually pretty cool that they showed that, because like no one really ever talks about that shit. That happened in like the early 1900s and shit. So it was like when Britain and like Palestine and stuff were like trying to like split off and all this blah blah blah.
I'm unfamiliar actually.
Yeah, it's actually like it was actually pretty cool to have them add that into the show as like something that was kind of like a plot element. Yeah, 7.5. Go watch it. Miss Marvel, different powers, all new, all different. Marvel, Miss Marvel.
Should not have changed her powers. They should not have changed her powers. If it looks like shit, it looks like shit. If you have to do a TV show, which they need to stop doing anyway, if you have to do a TV show, just use her real powers, and if it looks like shit, it happens.
Fair enough, made. The Batman is a very good movie.
I also don't see, this is going to sound controversial, the reason for Miss Marvel to exist in the MCU as it currently functions. Because Miss Marvel was intended to be a sort of like Spider-Man of the new age, but the issue with that is that they have like relatively like high school young Spider-Man in the MCU right now. So she seems like a redundant character. Like, she made sense when she appeared in the comics, especially because she was a comic. But as the MCU is like a collective, she doesn't... It seems early for Miss Marvel to appear, is what I was going to say.
Young Avengers.
Like, it seems too early to bring her in right now. I would have brought her in more in like a Phase 5 kind of thing.
Young Avengers.
Like, after they do more with Spider-Man than No Way Home, once we see what's up with him, then it seems more appropriate to bring in Ms. Marvel. But the MCU has a terrible management of its timeline, so there you go.
they kind of...
Are we forgetting the Black Widow movie came out after she died? So.
To be fair, that movie was supposed to come out before Endgame and Infinity War, but it was just like pushed back to hell and back.
Well, maybe it should have. Maybe it should have pushed back Endgame instead.
And then it was pushed back even more because of COVID. Like a whole year. That's the problem with Black Widow.
I guess.
They
really botched that. I have not seen the Black Widow movie, by the way.
This is a good segue into our next topic, which is...
Is it? Yes.
Literally every single MCU movie.
Not literally every MCU movie.
Basically.
Every MCU movie from Phase 1 to Phase 3 and one from Phase 4.
The Infinity Saga plus one more.
Plus one extra movie, yes. I watched... I got sick for 2 weeks and ended up laying up in bed and just watching a bunch of movies. So I watched the MCU's, like, 3 phases.
Which was fun because I got to experience Sack watching them by checking in on what he was watching on the Disney Plus. And I was like, what is he doing? It was good.
Like, oh my god!
Yeah, I was like, oh my god, did he watch all of them? He did.
I did. I had to go to other sources to find 4 of them. But I watched
Spider-Man
them anyway.
And the Incredible Hulk and...
Correct. Yeah, the Spider-Man's and the Incredible Hulk. Yes.
That makes sense, yeah.
I took little bits of notes after finishing all of them. And I will read those notes as we go film by film. I don't know if you want to like delve into all of the films. I'm okay with that, but this is going to be the rest of the podcast, basically.
Yeah, welcome to the 2-year anniversary special. Part 1 of 2. Because Sack is using my Disney Plus, that's why.
Yes, I am borrowing it, and I am borrowing it, yes. And they've brought in, I was surprised to find out that, by the way, that they're, just as an addendum, bringing in Daredevil. I'm surprised to bringing in Daredevil, is what I'm saying.
Daredevil.
To the MCU?
Oh, yeah.
From, like, the Netflix shows.
Daredevil.
Yeah.
Daredevil was good. I love that show. It's a good show.
I was not a fan. And apparently it's also been removed from Netflix, so I can't watch it. So, even if I wanted to rewatch it, I wouldn't.
It's on Disney Plus.
It is. The profile I'm using has an age gate on it.
Does it really?
Yeah, it does.
Oh, I'll have to fix that. I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it tells you every time you sign into it.
Oh, okay. I had no idea. Yeah, the old Daredevil movie is not terrible. It's just Elektra's terrible in that movie, though. I think they nailed Kingpin with the guy that plays Kingpin in that movie, but
in the like 2003 one, he was great.
Yeah, he's really good. I don't hate that movie.
Is he dead? I think he's dead.
Yeah,
now.
he died. Yeah, Michael Clark Duncan. Yeah, he died in like 2017 or something like that. Maybe before that. That's a solid movie. But let's talk about Iron Man.
Wasn't he?
He
I
was
don't
in
want
the
to
Green
say
Mile.
this. Huh?
He was in the Green Mile, yes.
Thank you. I didn't want to say it.
I knew what you were
because
thinking. I knew exactly what you were thinking.
I was like, he was in Green Mile, right? Yeah, he was great in that movie.
I'm tired, boss.
Okay, yeah, I made little notes about all of the MCU films after I finished them. I did it during the credits, or shortly after the credits. They get longer as they go.
The credits or the movies?
The notes I made on them get longer as they go. The Endgame one is colossal.
I can only imagine. There's a lot of stuff in that movie, and it's 3 hours long.
My note on Iron Man was a bit long, good foreshadowing, good callbacks, decent writing, shaky fight scenes. Oh, I removed a lot of like early Marvel issues because I was incorrect about something. A lot of the early films up in like phase 1 had really shitty audio mixing.
Yes.
I didn't remember this happening, but as I was going through them, I was like, this fucking sucks. And I noticed that they all mentioned like IMAX Plus, and I'm like, oh, are they using theatrical mixing for the streaming shows, and that's what's wrong with these? But I don't think that's true. I think the mixing just sucks on all of these. I remember very distinctly, Iron Man 1 had fucking terrible mixing, and I think it was a problem consistently through almost all of them up till like the end of phase 1.
Yeah,
and, like,
they use all the
phase
IMAX
2 was just
formats.
absolute shitty mixing. Like it's like they'll be talking like a normal volume, and then there'll be an explosion, and your eardrums will explode out of you'll just be spraying blood out of your face.
Yeah, phase 1's fun.
Yeah.
phase one was fun.
Anyway, yes, Iron Man. A bit long, good foreshadowing, good callbacks, decent writing, shaky fight scenes.
Good callbacks.
Yes, you could argue it's foreshadowing or like setups, but yeah, Iron Man 1, they do this pretty frequently. They'll like set something up at the start of the movie, and then it'll have a payoff towards the end of the movie. That's just a mark of good writing, by the way. People talk about like MCU's like, oh, it's fan service because they're doing callbacks. That's just called good writing, dude. That's just good writing. When you set something up in an earlier film / entry in your series or earlier in the movie, and then it comes back later to affect the plot in a meaningful way, that's called good writing.
Thank you, Zach.
You're supposed to be doing that. If your shit doesn't call back to something you set up earlier, you're fucking up.
Clip that. No, good point though. Yeah, Iron Man does do what it's supposed to do as a launch for like a whole universe. It does exactly that. Like it has the setup. You know, it's a good like, hey, like this is the world you're gonna be in for the next 45 years because these movies are gonna go on forever, and I'm fine with that.
I appreciate the character arc for Tony Stark in this movie also. This is also, it feels weirdly enough like the more grounded of the MCU movies. Possibly, I would argue, the most grounded of the MCU films. Because there's a very heavy focus on like the military and like terrorism, whereas they get a lot wonkier in the later films. I'm okay with the wonkiness, don't get me wrong. But I do appreciate the grounded tone of this film.
Yeah, it's very.
Now Zach really needs to watch Resident Evil. I would probably hate it.
You probably would. Everyone does. I don't think the only people that have said that Resident Evil was good was IGN, and that's when I'm like, no.
Mama Sack liked it.
Did she?
Yeah, but she doesn't have standards, and I don't trust her opinions on things. So.
You heard her here first, folks. No standards, no trust.
But yeah, this is definitely the most grounded of the films. I like Tony Stark's arc. It just it drags in places, I think, is my big problem with this movie.
Yeah, it does. It does tend to drag a little bit, but yeah,
drags a little, shaky mixing.
I'm trying my best with IGN.
But it's decent. It's worse than I remember. actually. This was always one of my favorite MCU movies. Now it's like I find it to be more like it's towards the like upper middle, but it's like upper middle now, I would say. This is no longer like I would say top 5 anymore for me.
That's fair. That's fair, yeah.
It's still a good film though. Like it holds up. Like even though it's way worse than I remember, it's still good. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. All right, I think anything to add to Iron Man? What are your thoughts on? You know what? We'll make this a whole talk. What are your thoughts on Iron Man?
I haven't watched it in a good while. I was gonna do a complete MCU rewatch as well, but you beat me to it. The last time I watched Iron Man, I had like the same opinions as you did. Like it's still a good movie, but it's not as good as like the first time. Like I remember I saw this in theaters. Like I'm old, okay? I saw this in 2008 in the fucking theater, like going nutty. Like I was like, oh, an Iron Man movie? Like Iron Man's been like a B-lister for God knows how long. And I remember walking out of the theater being like, this is 100 times better than fucking Spider-Man 3.
Oh, another thing about it, Robert Downey Jr. I think we need to talk about this. Robert Downey Jr. fucking kills it.
He really does.
I hear that he like changed the character in the comics to how he portrays him in this. Like he doesn't necessarily act as like comic Tony Stark at the time, but Tony Stark has become this now. Yeah. And I'm okay with that because the sheer level of charisma he brings to this role is outstanding.
Yeah, comics and like the animated stuff that they done, like Avengers Earth Mightiest Heroes and Avengers Assemble is like basically like him. Like it's Robert Downey Jr.'s Tony Stark. Like the quips, like the attitude, like everything, like his sense of responsibility that he kind of gets like later, like after the Avengers and stuff like that, like stuff that you do see like in Iron Man 3 and all that.
Tony Stark is the best character in the MCU.
Yeah, it's a shame he's gone.
Yes, apparently he left because he thought people would be sick of seeing him. You don't know your audience,
yeah,
Mr. Robert Downey Jr.
I'm sure we'll see him again.
Nobody was sick of you.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him again. I had the opposite reaction. In 2008, I was 6, and Spider-Man 3 was great, and I fell asleep during Iron Man. Fair enough.
I watched Iron Man the first time on FX, like the channel on TV. Yeah. I just like put it on. I missed like the opening scene, and I'm like, I'll watch this, and I finished it. And I'm like, that was great. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's a fun movie. Mm-hmm. And it's the only time you see Terrence Howard in the MCU.
When I was first watching the MCU movies, I feel like this might just be because I wasn't like on the down low. I feel like there was not an MCU, and I thought I was just watching random superhero movies that happened to be linked together before the concept of like the MCU was like fully finalized. Yeah. Like I was just like, oh, an Iron Man 2, I'll check that out. Thor, same universe, sure, why not? Captain America, all right. And then when it became Avengers, that's when I feel like the MCU.
That's when it really started.
You know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Like the MCU
I was just like watching them as they came out.
Yeah,
I was just watching them as they came out. Didn't even know it was like a thing.
Yeah, because like one of the things they got a lot better at was like connecting everything. Like after Avengers, like you know, other characters from movies would show up in other people's movies, which is really nice. Like say what you want about like Dark World, but like the best part of that movie, which we'll get to later anyways, but the best part is when Chris Evans just like randomly just shows up like when Loki transforms into him. Like that's one of my.
I actually think that was one of the worst cameos.
Really, I liked it. I love it because it's just out of nowhere, you know, and you get to see that shitty Captain America's costume again. So.
No, I think what for as far as like cameos go, I think what they do with like later Spider-Man is probably much better.
Fair enough.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Is that all for Iron Man?
I liked Spider-Man 3. I have not watched it in years, but I never really got the hate for Spider-Man 3. I always enjoyed that film. Was it the worst of the 3? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. 2 is hands down the best one, yeah. 3 is good until about halfway through the movie. Yeah. Like 3 is it's like Arad was just like, you know what, we're gonna change the second half of this movie, and that's when the movie kind of like goes down. Like it's not that like I don't think Topher Grace is good as Eddie Brock, like, but it was more like the way they portrayed Venom and everything after that was like, and they just like, I don't know,
I really liked the while we're talking Spider-Man 3 real quick, the one moment of that movie that like sticks out to me the hardest is the subway fight. I know everyone was gonna assume I was going with some Bully Maguire meme, but no, the subway fight always stuck in my head. They try and replicate it with Black Panther, and it comes out way shittier. But yeah, like that, like the sheer like.
That's a
like
good fight,
ferocity of like the trains going by at high speeds and like getting rubbed into it, and oh, it's brutal. I love it.
Yeah, no, like I said, like the first half of the movie is great. Like I said, that first half of that movie is like chef's kiss, but after that, like after Eddie gets the Venom costume, like that's when it starts really deteriorating in quality.
Yeah,
it's still not the worst Spider-Man movie though. It's definitely not the worst one.
No, one would imagine.
Yeah.
All right, we good to move on?
Amazing Spider-Man 2. Yes, we are.
Yes.
Next movie.
We understood. Okay.
The Incredible Hulk.
Is it on?
Yeah.
The Incredible Hulk. I watched this movie for the first time. I never watched it before. I watched the movie Hulk that came out like 2 years earlier, and I thought it was okay. I've never been a Hulk fan. I've never really liked Hulk.
Came out in 2003.
Whatever. I don't give. Who gives a shit? It felt like it just came out.
Another movie is on theaters.
And then they're like, "The Incredible Hulk is here," and I'm like, I don't. If you just made this, I don't give a shit about the Incredible Hulk. I never really liked the Hulk as a character at any point in my entire life. So I actually watched this for the first time ever. We managed to do it as part of my like watch parties that I do on Tuesdays. I managed to get it on the queue. Before we moved into another series, just so I could finish my MCU thing, because this is unavailable everywhere, I think.
It's on HBO Max. That's the only place you can stream it.
Okay, well, they can piss right off with that, so...
Weirdly enough, it's on HBO Max, yeah.
Yeah, apparently there's some, like, controversy with, like, Universal or something. Like, it's, like, dual-owned, and that's why Disney doesn't have the rights to it, but anyway, I don't care. So I watched this the first time ever. And my note on this is boring, overly frequent action scenes, no chemistry by the main leads, terrible villains. The only thing that does work is a really well done transformation sequence when Hulk's strapped to a gurney.
That's like the only time you see that too in any movie.
It's really good. Like, you see, like, the bones, like, popping out and breaking, and then, like, the muscles re-knitting themselves. It's really cool. It's the only thing in the entire movie worth watching, and I bet you can find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
So.
I also agree with that. Like, this is probably, like, the most boring one of them. And, which is a shame, because I do like the Hulk. Like, he's one of the characters I do enjoy.
Yes.
Just because of the dual personality Jekyll and Hyde situation he's got going on. Which they don't explore in this movie. It's more like I need to get rid of him. I need to get rid of the Hulk. The entire movie. They don't
explore what makes. I understand what makes Hulk work for some people. They do not explore it in any of the MCU movies. The closest they get is they like touch on it on Ragnarok, but even then they don't put the attention into it.
No, I agree. They have the Hulk is like just one of those characters that's just, I don't know, they just can't, they still haven't got right yet. Maybe they'll do a better job in She-Hulk. We'll see.
She-Hulk is also a comic character I really like. I hear they are keeping the fourth wall breaks, which is great.
Yeah, they confirmed that in the last trailer, yeah.
Yes. Yep. So I've seen some people complain about it. They're like, oh, they're just ripping off Dead Hulk. She-Hulk did it first.
Yeah, She-Hulk did do it.
She-Hulk did it before Deadpool was even created.
That is fact. That is, Google it. It's worth a Google.
It is, yes. Sensational She-Hulk. Anyway, this movie is terrible. Like, everything about this movie sucks.
Correct.
Nothing works. It like starts weirdly like in media res because I assume I feel like they did that thing where they're like, look, we know you watched that last Hulk movie. It's fine. Mm-hmm. You know the Hulk. It's the Hulk. Whatever. Now we're in like where'd they go? Brazil? I think.
Yeah. So this movie like weirdly kind of like ends or starts where the 2003 Hulk movie ends, because Eric Bana's Hulk goes to Brazil at the end of that movie, and then this movie starts with Edward Norton in Brazil. So a lot of people were confused when this movie came out. They're like, is this like a sequel? Like, because it kind of it's like a spiritual successor because it
it's
is
not
both
a sequel.
yeah.
They're just they did a shorthand basically.
Yeah, which I mean, like if you've already seen the origin, why explain it again? Which is something they kind of still do. Yeah, no, 2003 Hulk, they're both bad. But they did the same thing with Spider-Man, like with not explaining the origin, which it was perfect when they introduced him to the MCU. Because I'm like, we've seen it twice now. We don't need to see it again. We know it. They're doing the same thing with Fantastic Four, I guess. Kevin Feige already confirmed they're like, we're just gonna skip the origin. I'm like,
That's fine.
That's fine.
I'm fine with that.
I'm like, I'm totally fine with that. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
We've seen it twice. So they that's where they kind of established like you don't need really an origin to like see something. It to be because the guy, yeah, that's true, yeah. That's a good movie though. But yeah, this movie is just boring, and I also hate the Hulk's design in this movie.
It's like uniquely terrible though. Like there is literally no chemistry between the main leads. I do not believe them for a second. And Abomination is quite possibly the worst villain in the entire MCU.
Oh, well, I don't know. Malekith is pretty bad.
The fact that you needed to bring up Malekith, though, tells you something. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong, yeah.
The fact that the only pull you had was Malekith.
I didn't have to think about it, though. I just right there. Yeah, no. This is another movie where they set up shit that never pays off either.
There is, like, a scene in this movie where, like, the main villain, I don't even remember the guy's name and I don't give a shit, I'm just gonna call him Abomination,
Emil Blonsky.
is, like, charging... Huh?
Emil. Blonsky.
Emil?
Yeah, Emil Blonsky, yeah. His name.
Sure. So anyway, Abomination is, like, charging the Hulk, and he's, like, shooting at him, and he's doing fucking nothing, and the Hulk, like, goes to punch, and he, like, dodges back, and then you see, like, the, like, Colonel be like, he's doing it, and it's like, he's doing what? He's making no progress. He's surviving.
Yeah, exactly. He's doing it. He's surviving against the goddamn Hulk.
He's not dying.
He's doing the one thing we gave him the super soldier serum to do. Survive. And stall long enough for those Tony Stark trucks to get there and take down the Hulk.
Just not survive. He's like, not die. He's doing it. He's not
doing
dying.
it. But then he gets kicked into a fucking tree. Which is still one of my favorite effects to this day.
Oh,
yeah.
I saw that. I'm like, okay, that guy's dead.
When he fucking ragdolls, it's so good. Because, like, if the Hulk kicked you like that, you would fucking ragdoll like that. So I'm like...
You would be dead.
You'd be like a cloud of blood. Just mist.
Like, you have to deal with the fact that the Hulk has kicked you. You have to deal with that impact, right? And wasn't the Hulk, like, ripping tanks apart in that fight?
Yes, he was,
So you have to deal with a kick, right? And legs are more muscular than arms. You have to deal with a kick from someone who can kick a fucking tank, impacting your body, sending you flying backward like 20 feet into a fucking tree, and then you have to deal with the impact of you just hit the tree! He's fucking dead, alright? The rest of this movie didn't happen. Abomination is a corpse.
Yeah, basically. Good shit.
Anyway, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
And then at the end, he's like strangling him with a chain that I do not understand where this chain came from. Abomination just gets a flail at the end, and it doesn't even make sense.
It's part of the...
You know those giant Hulk-sized, like, fucking...
Nunchucks, yeah.
Yeah, those giant Hulk-sized flails they leave lying around cities.
That whole ending fight is a fucking
need to fight each other.
The whole fight scene's a mess. The only good part about that is the only time in the MCU we've seen the thunderclap. That's the only good thing about that. But they're bringing
strangling Abomination, and then like the fucking I want to say Betty or something comes up, and he's like, "Don't do it, Hulk. Don't kill him." And I'm like, "What?"
He's a bad guy.
Why did we not kill? He just wrecked half the city for no fucking reason. Why would we not kill him? You have a way to contain him? What the fuck are you talking about? You dumb bitch.
Yeah, I hate both the look of Hulk and Abomination in both these movies. Oh. But they do fix both of them, so good on them for fixing Abomination and the Hulk.
Anyway, this movie is terrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
It's not better or worse than what I watched previously, however, because I've never seen it before.
That's fair.
And I feel justified in having not.
So, I mean, I'm sure this goes without saying, but I've seen every single one of these movies in theaters.
One would assume.
Yeah. But this is the only one I walked out, I'm like, I don't know about that one.
The only one?
Oh, okay, maybe not the only one. Definitely Thor 2.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely Thor 2. The only good part, we'll get to that. We'll get it.
Yeah, we'll get to Thor 2.
Yeah, we'll get to, yeah. No, next
This
movie.
is the whole podcast, by the way. Welcome to the MCU topic.
It took us 2 years, but we finally got here. All right, next movie.
Yes. Moving on, yes. This really is the culmination of every previous podcast. Iron Man 2. When I watched this movie the first time, I thought it was fucking boring. To my surprise, it's actually way better than I remembered.
Shout out
Like,
to Elon
way
Musk
better.
for being in this movie.
Huh?
Said shout out to Elon Musk for being in this movie for 0.2 seconds and DJAM.
Oh yeah, he is in this movie. My note for this is weird pacing. It felt like two movies. Decent characterization, decent fight scenes.
No demon in a bottle.
What?
When Tony Stark goes on a alcoholic bender in the comics, they like kind of do it, and then they're like, nah.
Oh, okay.
They show him drunk.
This movie kind of feels stapled together because they do like the whole like war drone thing, and it's just like in the middle they like catch like I want to say his name is like Whiplash or something. They like catch him, and then he ends up like working on drones, and that could have been like two movies. It feels like the movie like finishes one plot line and then stops and then starts a different plot line.
I want my bird.
Yes,
And
he never gets his bird.
He never does get that bird.
He never gets that bird. Yeah, he gets a different bird then. Yeah, the movie's actually decent. I like what they do with Tony in this one. What that is, I didn't take notes on, so I couldn't tell you. But I remember liking what they did with Tony in this one.
So Tony gets sick from the arc reactor.
Oh yeah, yes, that's right. He's dying, and then he like refuses to tell Pepper, and then he like elects her. And this is also the movie that introduces Black Widow, and also is the movie where I discover that we will talk about this as we get going, because this is going to come up in Thor. So I want to address this specific thing more in Thor. But I remember when I was watching the MCU movies, I always had a thought in my head like, what the fuck is the point of Black Widow or Hawkeye? They always seemed so superfluous. And we're going to talk about Black Widow in this specific case, and we'll talk more about this when we get to Thor, because that's when they introduce Hawkeye. What I have discovered rewatching these films is that Black Widow is one of the most useful of all of the Avengers.
Yeah.
Like, she accomplishes more in these movies than I remembered, and it is a significant amount of things, and more to that, I think that she might actually have accomplished more than Thor does as far as the crossover films do.
Yeah. No,
Like, I think she might functionally be more useful than Thor.
That's yeah, nailed it. Like, she actually...
Which is weird, because whenever they do a Thor, like a scene that should be a Thor scene, they do a Hulk scene instead, and I don't understand it, because one, Thor's a better developed character in the MCU, and two, Thor is, like, canonically stronger than the Hulk, both in the comics and in the MCU, because they fight twice in the MCU, and Thor beats his ass both times? So I don't know why they're like, we got the Hulk, and it's like, what? No, you have Thor! Are you fucking stupid?
Yeah, but nobody.
So I don't know why they always give like Thor scenes to Hulk, but they do.
It's not fun. It's not fun to say we have a Thor as it is fun to say we have a Hulk. You know.
It's true, I guess. I'm just. But yeah, that's another thing. We'll talk more about this in Thor. But yeah, Thor fights Hulk twice and he beats his ass twice. Like he's 100% win rate against Hulk.
He does, except for that one punch. One punch.
One punch?
We'll get to that.
Okay, we'll get to you. Yeah, remember to bring that up because I'm not remembering what you're talking about.
I always bring.
Oh, you mean in the hangar in Avengers?
Yeah, yeah, and in the subway place or whatever, the train station. Like when they're doing the fight or whatever. And he just like.
Oh yeah, but that's like a sucker punch.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah. I wasn't counting that. I mean, technically Thor lost in Ragnarok, but that was because right before he was about to finish Hulk off, he got like electroshocked in the neck.
Yeah, I count that as a
So that
win.
doesn't.
Yeah, I count that as a win.
Huh?
That's a W. That's 100%.
That's a win for Thor.
Yeah.
He literally cheated, and you could say that technically the Avengers fight against Thor and Hulk was a DNF, but Hulk ran away. So if that's not a fucking win, I don't know what is.
He's got 2 W's under his belt.
Yeah, no, he's 100% win rate against Hulk.
Iron Man 2.
Yeah, Iron Man 2. I don't have a lot to say about it. I remember not liking Whiplash as a character. He's okay, actually. He's pretty decent. I like his motivation. The actor was better than I gave him credit for when I watched it the first time.
Mickey Rourke
it's a decent
hates
movie.
this
It's not.
movie.
Huh?
Mickey Rourke hates this movie. He talks shit about this movie in Marvel Studios all the time.
Oh, was he the one that did Whiplash?
Yes.
That's why he didn't come back. Should have got that MCU movie. MCU money. No, it's actually a decent movie. It's no Iron Man 1, but it was a lot better than I remembered. I remember this movie being insufferable, but no, I think it's because I can appreciate what they were doing with Tony's character a lot more in this film.
Yeah. And that's kind of an arc they keep going to throughout the rest of the movies. Like,
I would argue, as we'll get to it, repeated instead of keep going.
that's true too, yeah. Don't fix what ain't broke.
Yeah. No. Maybe do something. Anyway. Yeah. That's really all I have to say about Iron Man 2.
Yeah, I do appreciate John Cheadle stepping in for Terrence Howard. I think Don Cheadle's 100% a better actor, and he can also do math correctly. We're not gonna go into that, but there's if you Google Terrence Howard and math on YouTube, it's the funniest thing in the world. I'm just gonna leave it at that. But
Okay.
Yeah, Don Cheadle is a way better actor as War Machine, I think, and I think War Machine has been a fun character throughout the rest of the movies as well. I don't think Terrence Howard would have been quite as fun to watch on screen as Don Cheadle has been. So it's a good.
Yeah.
They did
They
kind
have a
of
different character dynamic in Iron Man 2 than they did in Iron Man 1.
yeah,
Also.
which is better, I think. Yeah, I think they have better chemistry on screen than him and Terrence Howard did. So. In Iron
Man 1 it was playful for most of the film, but in Iron Man 2 it's more like War Machine just feels like done with his shit until the end, and then it gets a little more playful. Like, his Iron Man 1 relationship with War Machine is a lot more similar to his relationship with him in every other film. Iron Man 2 is actually sort of the outlier.
Yeah. The only complaint I have is that they didn't commit to the Demon in the Bottle like storyline where Tony just becomes a fucking drunk. And I can understand that they can't really show that in a PG-13 type setting with children, but I wish they kind of leaned into it a little bit more. That's my only big complaint about it.
Oh, this movie does something. Tony Stark creates world peace in this movie, and then they forget about that in every subsequent movie.
That is true.
Yeah, it's shows up in the opening blurb where they show like magazine prints, and it's like Tony Stark created, and then he like mentions it in like his opening monologue. He's like, "Hey, I created world peace." So I don't know if that's still canon, because they mention war constantly in all of the later Avengers movies, like all of the later MCU movies, but like they never cite a single fucking war that's happening. So my only assumption is war has happened, Tony Stark fixed the problem, and now there's just rampant like super villain terrorism, and that like that's the world's problem. And if like that's the world's problem, fuck off. Iron Man did a great job. What are you talking about?
10 out of 10.
He made world peace. What do you want from him?
That's true. Yeah. We can only have so much.
By the way, the simple fact of making world peace makes Tony Stark, I don't have a listing for this, Tony Stark is the most useful Avenger. By Iron Man 2. Straight up. Just is. And you don't even need the other movies, and he'll continue to be the most useful Avenger. But you don't need the other movies. He did it by Iron Man 2, and then he just stayed in the lead the entire time.
And that ends our MCU recap right there.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. Next movie.
Yeah, next movie.
Thor.
This movie was a lot better than I remember. I remember this movie being super boring. It was actually decent. The main mixing issue with this one is like sometimes they'll be whispering and you can't hear them, and then they'll be talking at normal volume, and then an explosion will happen or a music cue will happen. It'll blow your eardrums out.
Yeah, that's just all the first phase movies, really.
Yeah, it's a bit slow paced. Good characterization. Darcy is so annoying is one of my notes.
She gets better.
And she just gets less annoying.
Yeah.
And Loki is a great antagonist, and then I put it in parentheses, best in the MCU? Yes, by the way, after having watched it, yes, Loki is the best. Loki in the original Thor movie, and not in any of the other movies, is the best antagonist in the MCU. Because he is the only... He's also like the most complex one, because he wants the approval of his father, and he is tired of living in his brother's shadow. But in this movie, and this is not a sense you get in any of the other movies, he does love and care for his father and for Thor, and the like trickery and the situations he sets up specifically in this movie are specifically designed just to gain their like respect and approval. This is disregarded in every later movie, and I could argue even as far early as the original The Avengers movie, they fucked up Loki's characterization. But in this movie, Loki is unquestionably the greatest antagonist in the MCU.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh, but every time they go to Asgard, it's super fucking boring.
Yeah. That's why they eventually blow it up. We're done with this shit.
Every time they go to Asgard, I tuned out. I'm like, I don't give a shit about any of this.
I'm sick of Asgard.
But yeah, Thor, like, fish out of water, like, screwing around in, like, modern day, that's fun. The whole, like, arc about Thor learning to be worthy throughout it, very, very good character work. Possibly the best in the entire franchise. I would not fault anyone for saying this is their favorite MCU film, honestly. Honestly, if you had to pick a favorite MCU film, Thor, not my pick, is a solid choice, to be fair.
No, it's honestly one of the better origin stories, just because it has all those dynamics too, and it's a really good on the writers and Kenneth Branagh, who directed this movie, to pick like the whole like becoming worthy again like arc. I think if they did anything else, this movie would have been not great, just because it shows like him, like, you know, he's the god, like, but then he becomes like almost like a normal person, and to like get back to where he was at the start of the movie, he has to like learn about who he is and like what he wants to become. Like
he basically has to become. Like, it's not just, like, what he wants to become. It's, like, he learns to be a king, which is, like, because it started us off with him almost becoming king.
You will never be
king.
And
it's like, you're fucking terrible at this. Yeah. Get out of here. And then, like, the process of becoming worthy was, like, also learning what it makes to be a king, learning to be, sacrifices and stuff like that, because he, like, tries to sacrifice himself at the end of the film. And, like, that's what does it. Mm-hmm. So.
The worst part about this movie is his dyed eyebrows, for whatever reason, that never come back.
I did not notice that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably for the best.
Yeah, they dyed his eyebrows blonde for some fucking reason. And it's so hard to take your eyes off it. I remember noticing it in the theater too. I'm like, why are his eyebrows so blonde for like no reason? And also, they should have committed to the fucking helmet, because it was in the beginning of the movie. He could have just worn it, and we would have just had helmet.
They should not have committed to the
helmet. I like the helmet, okay? The helmet makes the character for me.
It's so stupid.
It is stupid, yeah. I mean, every time they kind of bring it back, it's like, okay, cool. It's like a little shout out. And like they kind of had it for like a couple seconds in like Thor: Love and Thunder. He's like, I can't fucking breathe in the thing. I'm like, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. We forgot to talk about this in The Incredible Hulk. They're fucking cowards. Because they showed purple pants and they offered to put them on Bruce Banner twice in the movie, and he never puts on the purple pants. You're fucking cowards, Marvel. Put him in the purple pants or don't show them. No one would even be thinking about the purple pants if you didn't bring them up twice in the same movie.
So, fun fact about that. Kevin Feige wanted the purple pants, but the director was like, absolutely not. That was so he wanted it. He wanted the Purple Panther. The director's like, we're not doing that. Like,
if they just didn't show them, it wouldn't even be a problem. But the fact that they showed them twice brings attention to the fact that they're not wearing them.
are we at the part where people started circle jerking superhero movies hard yet? Because I remember when people still saying superhero movies were at the bottom of the barrel. Not until Avengers.
I would say Avengers. Yeah.
Avengers is really when it was like, that's when the circle jerking started really hard. Like, I was already super into it by this point, because I remember like the tease at the end of the movie when like Loki's like looking at the Tesseract. Like, that was like when I was like, okay, like they're leading up to something now. Like, this is like, I can kind of see where this is going. So like this is the movie like where the hype really started.
For me, my thing was that I liked Iron Man, and I thought every movie after Iron Man was not very good. So I was actually losing the hype at this point.
I hated that movie when I was, Avengers? Avengers was like peak hype in 2012 for me. Like, that is all I thought about that entire first half of that year was watching the Avengers. Like, I was 20, right? No, I was 21. My daughter had just been born 7 months ago. And, like, I love my daughter. But the only thing...
And you're like, I'm naming you the Avengers.
Like, the only thing I could think about from January until May 2nd or 3rd of that year was the fucking Avengers. Like, literally, like the fucking Super Bowl trailer. I remember, like watching the Super Bowl. I believe the Patriots actually played that year. And obviously I'm from New England, so I'm going to watch... like the Patriots because I have to or whatever. But like I remember watching the Super Bowl specifically so I could see the new trailer for Avengers. Like it was like peak hype for that movie like that year. Like for just God, it was that like the magic came back again like a couple times like with Infinity War and stuff. But she's second to Avengers. She knows that. She knows. Like she knows. It was like that year was like Avengers and Skyrim. Because Skyrim had just came out, like, that November, like, that previous November. So, like, it was nothing but Skyrim and, like, waiting to watch the Avengers. That was
Well, one of those things is better than the other.
Well, one of those things is dead.
Which one?
You decide.
Oh.
I was trying to phase out of the camera, but it's kind of hard. Such a wide angle.
Anyway, Thor. Don't let me overtalk it. It's far from my favorite MCU film, but yeah, it was a lot better than I remembered.
It's solid. It's a movie. That,
solid is a great way to describe this film.
It's solid. Yeah. Like it's a good. It has its purpose to explain who Thor is and set up like what's about to happen in Avengers.
Yes.
Yep. It does its job. I'm very upset Kenneth Branagh never came back because I actually love Kenneth Branagh as an actor and director. But whatever. We got Alan. We got Alan Taylor. Yeah, it did. Next one.
Moving on to a movie that was exactly as good as I remember.
Captain America. The first
Captain
Avenger.
America, the first Avenger. I remember watching this movie and thinking it was boring and terrible. And guess what? This movie is still boring and terrible.
Captain America versus Captain Canuck. I watched
that. There is a Captain Canada, I believe. Yes.
This is Captain Britain.
Yeah, this movie still sucks. This movie still sucks. My notes were flat characters, sound effects too loud. That's a really big problem with this movie.
This was one of the worst.
A sound of a gunshot sounds like a real gunshot. It's like, hey!
Yeah, I think Louis Leterrier did this one, and thank God he never came back.
For sound mixing?
Yeah.
Oh God, it's so
No, not for mixing, the
loud.
director, yeah.
Oh God, it's so loud. The characters are flat. No one has an arc in this entire movie. Steve Rogers is the same character at the start as at the end. The long, boring action scenes, they just go on forever, and nothing's visually interesting happening with them. It's long and boring in general. And Hydra makes for crappy villains. And I am sticking with that. Hydra are real shit villains in this film. I don't even fully know what they wanted to accomplish. If it was explained, I didn't care enough to pay attention.
That's fair.
Yeah, this movie sucks.
Yeah, it's definitely not the weakest of Phase 1, but is the second weakest one of Phase 1. Hulk in the place.
I think I disagree.
I think...
I disagree. I had to look up if I disagreed or not, because I will rank these from worst to best once we are done with this. I disagree.
Are we doing
I think
a live
this is...
tier list tonight?
We will. I believe this movie is slightly worse than The Incredible Hulk. Slightly worse
I'll get
than The Incredible.
I'll get the tier list going. Hold on.
There is at least one thing in The Incredible Hulk that puts it over this, and that is that transformation scene. This movie doesn't have anything like that.
That's true.
So at the very least, there is one thing more positive about this move, about The Incredible Hulk, than there is this movie.
Come on, Skinny Steve.
Who?
Skinny Steve, man.
No idea. Anyway, this movie sucks.
I do like this more than Incredible Hulk, though.
That's fair. I feel like it's a close race at the bare minimum. Like, even I'll say at the very least, even though I would put Very Incredible Hulk over this, it's close. They're both very bad.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the weaker ones, but it also does what it needs to do. So that's why it's like, okay.
I mean, it establishes Steve Rogers as a character and as a person, I guess.
Oh wait, we need all three phases. That's right.
If our goal is to just, I have them ranked overall, not by phase.
Oh, like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'll do by phase also if you want. I could probably do them, but no, I have them. I have all 24 films I watched ranked by.
We'll just
generally.
We'll just general this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, Captain Canada thing.
Actually good to move on.
Okay.
We might need to, for the first time ever, take a break mid-topic at one point, though.
Yeah. I've already chugged like 3 waters, so yeah, probably 2.
I chugged a water.
We'll take a break. We'll take a break per phase.
Okay. If required.
Yeah.
Good idea.
It's a good jumping off point, you know.
Yes.
All right. Next movie, The Avengers.
The Avengers. This movie is worse than I remember. Oh no, never mind. This movie is as good as I remembered. I thought it was worse than I remember, but no, it's about as good as I remembered. Let's see. My notes are exciting fights, good group arc, Avengers play well off of each other, awkward mixing. Thor does nothing notably helpful.
Sure he does. He falls in that thing.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention Hawkeye appears in Thor and then...
Hold on, we lost Sack for a second. Whoa. Okay. Hold on. Rewind to the Thor Hawkeye stuff.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention in Thor, Hawkeye appears in Thor and then does not shoot Thor in that movie. And that's the only thing he does in that movie is he doesn't shoot Thor.
Yeah, but he goes to grab instead of a sniper rifle, he does grab a bow.
He does grab a bow, indeed. Yes, that is a shot that happens. Anyway, yeah, Thor does nothing notably helpful. Hawkeye is detrimental. He spends half the movie mind-controlled by fucking Loki. Black Widow is surprisingly instrumental. Loki is much flatter character than in Thor. I think I probably stopped making notes of this because that's just true for Loki after Thor in general. Is they really screw Loki up after the original Thor movie. Chitauri are not explained at all. This is a consistent problem. I still don't know what a Chitauri is, by the way. I just know they're the weird alien army things that Thanos occasionally sends at people. I still have no fucking clue what one is.
That's literally
they do
just
not
what they
at
are.
Any point explain this.
That's literally just what they are, though. They're literally just like an army for Thanos. That's all you need to know.
Why did Thanos give Loki the Mind Stone just so he could get the Space Stone?
That is explained, isn't it?
No.
Oh, I know it's not, yeah.
Here, have the Mind Stone. Go give me the Space Stone. It seems so fucking stupid. He already had one of the stones and he just gives it away and then ends up with no stones.
It's like that SpongeBob. Here you go. Here, take it.
I saw that and I'm like, wait a minute. Hold up.
Wait a second.
And final note, best end credit scene. They eat shawarma.
That is still like a top tier end credit scene for a lot of people. So
The best. They don't even talk. It's just.
that was filmed 3 days before premiere too. 3 days before the movie premiered, they filmed that scene.
Because I hear the shawarma thing was an improv line.
Yeah.
From Robert Downey Jr. That's probably why they filmed it so late. It was great. I love that it was added. It's still probably the best end credit scene.
It's still one of the most like quoted things too, like in different media too. Like even in the Avengers show I just watched, like they mentioned shawarma like 2 or 3 times over like 4 seasons.
Yeah. No, this is just a good movie. It's just a good, fun time. It's nothing great. They don't do anything, like, excellent. But, like, a big point about this is, like, the fight scenes in this are a lot more dynamic and a lot more interesting than any of the previous films, looking at this. And the Avengers bounce so well off of each other. Yeah, especially. This also sets up...
Nothing is more epic than watching Iron Man shoot the shit into Cap's shield than that fight scene on the bridge. I still fucking gush over that. Still to this day, I gush over it.
Yeah, great group dynamic. They don't necessarily like work well together at times, but that's also like helps add to them as a group. And then when they come together at the end, it becomes a lot more satisfying. This starts the long train of Black Widow being one of the most important characters in the film franchise. She is the one that closes the portal. Mm-hmm. At the end of the film, and Hawkeye gets into a fight with Black Widow and loses. Hawkeye and Black Widow have 3 fights throughout the course of the MCU. Hawkeye loses all of them.
He does.
Say what you will about the MCU, it is very consistent on what character can kick what character's ass.
Yeah.
The only time I feel like it goes off the rails is in Civil War, but in the defense of Civil War, when Iron Man loses, he is fighting both Bucky and Steve simultaneously, and he's not exactly packing like his biggest weapons at the time.
Yeah.
So I feel like the one time it feels like, how did that happen in Civil War is basically explained just in lieu of he wasn't going as hard as he could, and it was a 2-on-1 fight in an enclosed area.
Yeah, his least favorite type of area.
Yeah, it really is like the perfect setup for. I will give that movie credit for that. It is a perfect setup in which Steve Rogers could theoretically maybe beat Iron Man in a fight.
That's fair.
Like, if there had to be a setup for it, that would be the setup. But anyway, yeah, this is just a fun movie. Good characters, good action, nice fight scenes. Nothing great, doesn't do anything, like, super dynamic. No real... It's more like the group has an arc than any individual character. And now is a great time to talk about Hawkeye and how Hawkeye does not do anything at any point in the MCU. Hawkeye is... at most, at best, useless, and at worst, actively detrimental to the team.
Yeah, like he normally is.
He does technically accomplish 2 things, which we will talk about in Avengers 2, but the fact that we have to wait all the way to Avengers 2, and it was the only 2 things he ever did, does not speak well of Hawkeye.
He does a lot more in his own show. I'll say that.
What I was hoping, because I remember your review of the Hawkeye show was that it was more of a Kate Bishop show. Part of me was hoping that if I watched the Hawkeye show, what I wanted, and I'm sure this isn't true, but what I wanted was Hawkeye is also useless in that entire show, because I thought it would be so hilarious if Hawkeye fails to do anything of consequence in his own damn show.
You got 4 ads? I didn't... Oh, yeah, those fucking pre-rolls now, yeah.
I've been getting like 4 or 5, yeah.
Emoting was certainly emoting with power.
You can turn those down if you want to.
Oh, can you? I'll have to figure that out later.
Yeah, I have mine set to the minimum.
Yeah, no, Avengers, like I said, the hype was real for this movie. like when it came out for me at least, and I know a whole bunch of people. And I remember I saw this movie 3 times that weekend. I saw it on Thursday because that was when they started doing those like Thursday midnight showings was for Avengers, and I remember seeing it Thursday, Friday, and then that Sunday. And I still think it's it's the one of the better ones before Infinity War. Out of 2, it's hard to say. I don't know. It's a good team up movie, but they just progressively like after. We'll get to it. I'll get to this.
We'll get to it because I'm going to disagree with everything you've just said as we get to it.
It also has my favorite Bruce Hulk scene in it too, though. So.
Where he's like, "I'm always angry."
That'll always be my favorite Hulk out scene. Like, I don't know if they can top that, honestly. Like that, the only thing that would have topped it if they went with the original plan for Infinity War, where he hulks out of the Hulkbuster armor. Like that would probably have been the scene that would have topped it, but they didn't do that.
I think I actually like the transformation in the Incredible Hulk film better.
I think visually it looks better and it's more grotesque, and it like would be how he would transform. But I think it looks better in a fight scenario as how he did it.
It's kind of a cool moment, but if we're comparing to like other Hulk out scenes, it's not one of my favorites. I remember really liking it when I was like a kid, but now like rewatching it, I'm like, you know what? Actually, that's kind of stupid. That's kind of dumb.
They kind of
actually like the one in Ragnarok better, also, where he just falls the fuck out of a plane.
I wouldn't consider that a Hulk out moment though, because you don't see it.
It was a Hulk out moment. They also have the same moment in Incredible Hulk, which is something I didn't notice and didn't realize until right now.
Oh, because there was a direct callback to that. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. We're going. Woo!
He just fucking hits the bridge. And just
It's so realistic, too, because Hulk only comes out if he's angry or, like, 5 seconds away from fucking dying. So, in no scenario would he ever be able to hit the ground in Hulk form. It would always be after the impact.
That's fair, yeah. Top tier Hulk moment for me, though.
Anyway, this is just a good movie. It's nothing too extravagant there, and honestly, I would say surprisingly, I found a lot of other MCU movies better. Maybe several of ones you're gonna be surprised by, but it's still an enjoyable film. Like years later, when this was coming out, I was, we went through it. I was kind of souring actually on the MCU because I liked Iron Man, and then I didn't like Iron Man 2, Thor, or Captain America. When I first watched them. So when this movie came, so I was like, I'm not feeling these superhero films. And then this movie came out, and I'm like, wait, they're putting them all in one movie? Well, I gotta watch that. And then this is basically the movie that won me over.
Yeah, it did that for a lot of people. That's why it was so fucking successful. Because it was the first time you've ever seen characters from like other movies really like come in and do what they did, and they actually, you know what I mean though.
That feels very wrong, what you just said there, but...
Fair enough. We did have Jimmy Neutron and Timmy Turner come together before this, but it wasn't...
I feel like I'm sure it has happened multiple times before. That feels like a very incorrect statement.
I can't think of anything that's more successful than this one.
More successful?
Yes.
You're 100% correct.
Yes.
This is one of the best-selling movies of all time.
Still. Actually, no, Endgame is.
That feels like a slam dunk, though. It's like, okay, but more successful? I'm like, okay, sure, fine. Yeah, like the 8th best-selling movie of all time. There's nothing more successful than this, sure.
Yeah, it
that
worked.
Happened earlier.
It worked perfectly, but also this is my least favorite cap suit to date. And I think they did that purposely.
Okay with it. I forgot that they changed. Honestly, Captain America's outfits are so goddamn boring, I don't even realize they changed them half the time.
His best one is Endgame, hands down.
One thing I actually appreciate about the Iron Man suits is they change every movie, but they don't even bring attention to it after a while.
they really don't, yeah.
Like, whatever, I got a new one. And it's a very subtle hint of characterization that they perform throughout the entire series. What I have to say is that these movies, actually, all of them flow so much better together than I thought they did.
They do. That's why.
Like,
it's
if you
good to
watch them
them.
in sequence, you'll probably appreciate them more than if you watch them individually.
Yeah, you do. Like 100%. Like I remember watching all of them right before Endgame. Like watching like everything up to Captain Marvel was right before. Was it that was? Yeah, Captain Marvel was before Endgame.
Yes. Excuse me.
Because I watched everything up to Infinity War. Then I watched
Infinity
Marvel.
War. I think then Ant-Man and the Wasp, then Captain Marvel.
That's right. Yeah, I always forget about Ant-Man.
Then Endgame.
Yeah. But yeah, watching all of them and then going to watch Endgame that night. When Endgame came out, they did a 26-hour like movie marathon where it was like all the MCU movies. It was like AMC. It was like I think it was like $60, and I almost went to go do that, but I was like, nah, I'm just gonna do this at home. And I ended up watching all of them at home, which was probably good because I could take bathroom breaks and
you could actually watch them because 26 hours is too long to sit in a theater.
It really was, yeah. But we almost did it. But they do flow very well. Like the next time I watch them, I'm gonna watch them chronologically, which is a little bit of a different viewing experience, I've heard. So
they do until Phase 3.
Yeah.
As we will get to, I have issues with Phase 3.
Fair enough. All right, are we taking a break now, or do you want to...
I'm good with taking a break just because I got to pee.
Okay, I do too. So we'll be back right after these messages from our sponsor, which today is G Fuel. If you buy any G Fuel flavor from their website, you can use promo code COLDTOPIC and get 10% off your order.
Is that was like a real ad read? Is that real?
No, that's not real. It was good though, right? It was good, right?
It sounded like that sounded like a real ad read. Yeah, I was like, is that real? Is that? You know, you can actually add ads during the break, though, right?
Yeah. Zero carbs, zero sugar.
And then I think it resets the ad timer.
Oh, I'm gonna do that. So while we're on break, I'm gonna run an ad, so we don't have that again. So don't go anywhere and don't touch it out, because when we get back, we're gonna go into Phase 2.
Yes.
We love you.
The best phase.
Debatable.
All right. You know, one thing I will point out about this is that if we do a first anniversary Cold Topic Podcast Awards, because of this topic, all of these movies will be eligible for worst and best movie of the year next year.
Fun.
Okay. I'm good to move.
All right. Okay, next movie, which is Iron Man 3.
This movie's better than I remembered.
I still don't like this movie.
This movie's actually way better than I remember. My notes are good character work, especially with Tony. Nice to see Tony work without the suit for once. Forgettable main villain. Final action scene was too long and boring. Boy, can I agree with the statement forgettable main villain. I forgot who the main villain was.
Aldrich Killian.
Yeah. Mandarin. Yeah. I remember.
I hate the real Mandarin.
Took me a second, though.
Hashtag not my Mandarin.
It took me a second. I was like, who the hell was the villain of this? And then yeah, like Pepper gets like weird regeneration powers at the end there. Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
really
but like yeah, I think what really kind of sells us is that it like goes back to like a thing that like Tony says to Peter in Homecoming, which is if you're nothing without the suit, you're nothing with it. And this movie really is like a way for him to like preemptively put his money where his mouth is, because he does not have his Iron Man suit for the vast majority of this film, and he still makes it work at the end.
Yeah. That's the only good thing about this movie.
I disagree. I think they do a really good with like Tony's character arc. Like you see him in the early parts of this film trying to improve himself, but like not fully take the step. And then towards the end, you know, also you get to see him deal with like the PTSD, like post Avengers, and like driving like Pepper up the wall. And at the end, he does take the leap, and he's like, "Okay, I'm done. No more of this Iron Man shit." There you go.
Until
they do a lot. Yeah. Until you could say until, and with all of these movies though is the problem.
Yeah.
And I will wait till we get to Civil War. But yeah, no. Honestly, they do a lot with Tony here, and I really appreciate it. This movie was I did not like this movie at all. This is probably one of my least favorite like MCU films when I watched it the first time, and this movie is way better than I gave it credit for.
It's still my least favorite category.
I'm a sucker for a good character arc. What can I say?
I do.
It's also there's also that
character.
really like dramatic moment where like the house is coming down, tumbling over the cliff, and like he's like drowning. I don't know how. You know what? I don't know what I was thinking as a kid. This movie's fucking good. It's a good movie.
The characters.
I'm a hold to it.
But they fuck up the Mandarin, they fuck up Extremis, and like the whole Tony getting rid of his armors has nothing to do by the time Age of Ultron rolls around. Because you're like, okay, cool, he's like done doing it, but then he's back doing it. So it, like,
okay,
there's literally like no payoff with that. You know what I mean? Like, sure, he gets the surgery, so he's not bound to the suit and the arc reactor anymore, which is cool. Like that makes sense, but it goes nowhere with that after. Like, if he would have retired and they had to bring him back for like Age of Ultron, that would have made sense. But he's kind of he's just in the beginning of Age of Ultron, you know what I mean? So
no,
yeah,
I understand that complaint, but he gets brought back more out of necessity than anything.
Yeah.
Like, and even in this movie, he struggles with letting go of being Iron Man. Like, so even if he does come back in the later ones, I feel like that's justified just because he kind of has to come back.
One of the major complaints I've heard about third one is Tony seems like an idiot. Why do you give out his address out? He's emotionally stable, that's why. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Because people fucking know where his address is anyway. You could, because people were like, why aren't you doing anything, Tony? People are dying. And he's like, he's going through this fucking PTSD issue. And he's like, you know what? People want me to fucking do something. I created world peace in Iron Man 2. Sure. All right. Here we go. Yeah. All right. I'll do something. Come fight me, Mandarin. Let's fucking do it. He didn't know he's going to get shot with a missile.
Yeah. That was the other thing. Like, not committing to the actual Mandarin also was like the biggest.
I'm okay with that because I don't give a shit about the Mandarin.
I like him.
I don't give a two shits about the Mandarin.
To be fair, they do a perfect job introducing him in Shang-Chi, so.
Okay, alright. But I want you to remember this Mandarin complaint for fucking Camilla Khan then. Because they fucked up Camilla Khan.
Ah. It's like when celebrities get doxxed.
It doesn't hold water, does it?
Yeah, that's fair. But, I mean, the last time I rewatched this movie, I did like it a little bit more than seeing it in theaters. Because, like, the hype for this movie was big after Avengers, and it was kind of a huge letdown, I think. But there is a bigger letdown coming up, though, so...
Yeah, Maid has a good point. I would be shocked if you could not just look up Tony Stark's home address in the Avengers universe.
I don't have any attachments to the Mandarin. Fair enough.
You just type it in and be like, da-da-da!
I did have some attachments to the Mandarin because my first experience with Iron Man was the 90s cartoon where the Mandarin was, like, the villain of that show. So, like, I wanted to see, like, the Mandarin, you know what I mean? But we didn't get that. So I think that's personally why I was let down. And casting Ben Kingsley for that role was like, oh, fuck yeah. And then that twist, well, air quotes on that twist, was one of the worst still to this day. I still hate it. I
remember that they're setting up the Mandarin still, though, aren't they? Don't they do something with the Mandarin actor?
Yeah, he's in, he's in Shang-Chi. Ben Kingsley.
Yeah, so you might still get him. I felt like the end of this movie actually set up that, no, we actually are going that route. We're just fucking with you this time.
Yeah, like, they do that, but it was, like, kind of like, don't tease me with that, you know what I mean?
No, I got you. It's similar
like
to my Purple Pants thing.
Yeah, like, he would have been the perfect end cap to the Iron Man trilogy. Like, having, like, Iron Man's best-known villain, like, be in the movie. They're like, no, it's gonna be Aldrich Killian. I'm like, I don't care. Like,
I would say to that though, it sounds like a major part of this is like a sort of like emotional attachment to a previously established characters, and them not necessarily executing it in a way you would have like wanted or seen perhaps a better route they could have gone to, which is totally acceptable for like an emotional reason to not like the movie. Yeah. So I think that feeling of not being a fan of it for that point is a completely valid reason.
Thank you.
but I think it falls apart on a critical level.
No, it does. It definitely does.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. Yeah, emotions plays a lot of roles in some of my movie likings and stuff like that, and I know that.
It does for everyone.
Okay.
So
and
it's fine.
I've come to terms with that. It's like people are like, I don't like Ghostbusters Afterlife. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what you like. What up, Miss Wu? How you doing?
I miss Wu.
But no, I yeah, that's 100%. Yeah, it's yeah. I mean, that's what it is with a lot of these like movies for me at least. It's an emotional attachment and like things that I would rather have seen and like. But I mean, it does.
That's why I didn't like Civil War when I watched it the first time. I was like, this ain't my comic Civil War.
That was one of the things that they started doing a little bit better. Like, yeah, they wanted to follow like the comics and like give you these like events, but they started doing it different, and they didn't hold attachments to like they had the idea from the comics, but they went with what would have worked in the MCU and like what it was doing. So I think that's something that they started doing better, like especially with like the Thanos stuff and like the Infinity War and like Endgame and stuff. Like they didn't give you what you got in the comimics, but they had like
they didn't give you Infinity Gauntlet. Yeah,
they gave you what their telling of that story would have been. So
well, they definitely. I mean, they did something similar in this movie though, where they swerved with the Mandarin. But in that regard, I will say it does kind of feel like a sort of like a fake out, so I can understand how that can like come off as feeling sort of like cheap and like you're being cheated.
Oh, it was the worst.
Because it's sort of like an advertisement for one thing and then they swerve.
The whole theater booed. Like it was a unanimous boo. It was the best.
Yeah. But yeah, no, honestly, I will also say that there is probably a sort of like a difference in like the way I partake in media is different now that I've gotten more heavily into like critiques and criticism than when I watched these the first time. So when I watched these the first time, I was just like some dumb kid just watching a bunch of movies. But now I like specifically look for like how the writing is executed, like shot composition, what they're doing with the characters, like
audio,
alliteration, things like that. And I have more of an appreciation for the craft of writing than I used to. So it a lot of ways like partaking in media has become more of a cerebral experience than necessarily a pure emotional one. Not to say that I don't get excited when fucking when Hulk grabs Loki and slams him 5 times into the floor, but
see, I try to do it. I try to do it as best critically as I can, but sometimes I let my emotions get to me.
No, that's fine. That's fine. And honestly, I recommend that because it's a better way to watch movies for your own personal. Because really the second you get that critical switch actually flipped, it becomes impossible to turn it off, and you're just like, well, this is really dumb what I'm watching.
That's why I like after like a few viewings of like certain movies, like that's why like things like Eternals has like changed over time because I've seen it multiple times now. And like I have that, I like get rid of that like fan lens and I start looking at it critically. Like this movie isn't as good as I thought it was the first time.
Yes.
Yeah. So I try my best.
Yeah, Iron Man. Oh, I'm sorry.
I tried my best. No, that's all.
Yeah.
I tried my best. Ghostbusters.
Anyway, yeah, this movie's way better than I remembered. Surprisingly enough, I remember not liking it, and again, a part of it also might have just been like coming off of the Avengers and being like, "Huh, is this what we're doing?" Okay.
I think if I gave it a rewatch now, I would have a different opinion.
It's so terrestrial and pedestrian compared to, because like it starts off with like the exciting action scenes, and then he spends like a good like fucking 40 minutes fucking around in a city without a suit on.
Yeah.
And we just came off of like New York's attacking by aliens. We have gods shooting mind powers at each other. Oh, we have Hulk ripping through a helicarrier because he can't fucking pick up a hammer. Oh. And then you have Tony being like, I need a screwdriver to fix my broken Iron Man suit.
I mean, you're not wrong. It was a nice palate cleanser, I'll say. Yes. After the Avengers. Which
it was like, okay, it actually, now that you mentioned the word palate cleanser, it actually works great as that. It's like, okay, now I know everyone was up here, now let's take it down. Let's take it down. We're going to take it way down.
And that's something they kept doing, too. Like, after in a team-up movie, they, like Ant-Man's a perfect palate cleanser after Age of Ultron. Like after coming off the high of that movie and then watching that movie, it was nice. And like Far From Home is like the same thing with like Endgame. Like it's a nice palate cleanser. Like it takes you back down to earth, which is really nice.
To be fair, Endgame has Far From Home would be a crazy stakes in any of the other movies. Like if we compare that to like an Iron Man 1, an Iron Man 3, or an Ant-Man, Far From Home has the stakes of like a more middle phase stakes. The only reason Far From Home feels like it's lower stakes is because everything is lower stakes than Endgame.
That's true, yeah. That was a really hard movie to.
They could have put Age of Ultron before after Endgame. It would feel like they reduced the stakes.
That's fair. That's fair. All right, we done with Iron Man 3?
I'm good with Iron Man 3.
All
yeah.
Right. I'll give it a rewatch.
It's worth it. It's worth it.
Okay.
Thor: Dark World. I remember being middle of the row on this movie when I watched it in theaters. I brought a girl to see it. And rewatching this, I have to say that this movie is, I was in the middle of this. This is the best. No, I'm fucking with you. This might be the worst MCU movie.
It is. It definitely is. Hands down, unanimous decision on everyone's account. Like, this is the worst one, yeah.
This might be the worst one. My notes for this was almost unwatchable. Mm-hmm. I legitimately tuned out midway through. Nothing about it is interesting. It's weirdly paced. Why does the main villain want to kill everyone?
Why is the like color tone in this movie so weird? That's another thing too. Like this movie is odd color tone in some scenes.
I forgot about this movie while watching the movie. Like while watching this movie, I was forgetting about it.
This is the one movie on an MCU like rewatch I debate about skipping every time, but I just watch it anyways.
You need it because they have the Aether, which is apparently like the Reality Stone or some shit.
Yeah. But this is the movie that during an MCU rewatch I will be making dinner or doing something else while just listening to it in the background. It's a much better listening experience than it is a watching experience sometimes.
I think I was like, I remember like watching it, and I was like, okay, I've been watching this movie for an hour. I might need to take a break or something. And I go to pause, and I've only been watching the movie for a half hour.
Yeah, this movie fucking drags.
Like, oh my gosh. Second being smart to show lady something, because in my case, the date wouldn't want me to pick the movie. Right, love, we're going to watch Guy for Biomechanical Armor. That could be a fun watch, though.
Yeah, you never know. You never know when it comes to, like, date movies. I've had some weird date movies, and they've either been super hits or super misses.
I'm sorry I ever thought this movie was like a 5 out of 10.
My go-to...
This is unbearable.
My go-to movie for date night now is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. It's a banger each time, every time.
Yeah. Okay, I'm willing to move on.
Okay.
I wish I had more to say about Thor: Dark World, but
there's really not much. Well, I've never dated anybody, so I'm in the good. Fair enough. I will say that nothing good comes from this movie except for the collector at the end and the Aether. That's about it.
The collector.
I love Benicio del Toro is like the best part of like almost every movie that he's in. Like when he's in this like the last Jedi.
Scene.
Oh, yes, that's what we forgot to put on this. Well, I'll save it for. I completely forgot about the last Star Wars trilogy, but we'll put it on.
Oh right, yeah. Oh shit, we won't ever do it then, because every time you say we'll save it to next time, as having it recently went through all the podcasts again, we never do it next time.
Fair enough.
If you do not make a note in Discord right now, it is never going to happen.
We'll do it. We'll do it during before Smash or Pass. Spend my high school days alone.
No. We got to do Smash or Pass. Or Smash or Pass is going to be long enough as it is.
Fair enough. I'll save it till the next podcast.
Make a note. Like actually type it in the Discord,
yeah,
and then we'll remember it enough to get to it next time.
You know what? I won't type it, but I will write it down here.
That should be our new standard. Is whenever we forget something, we make an actual physical note.
Yeah, That's why I got all these sticky pads. I literally have 100.
I skimmed through pieces of the podcast for the Cold Topic Awards. I didn't watch the entire things over. That would be
Ludicrous.
days of content. Yeah.
Let's see.
Excuse me.
All right, next one.
Next one.
Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
I did not like this movie when I watched it the first time. I thought it was super boring, and I did not give a shit about anything that was happening. On a rewatch, I will say this movie is much better than I gave it credit for, and now I actually, having rewatched it, I understand why people like this movie now.
This is still one of my favorite ones to this day.
And I understand that. Before I rewatched it, I'm like, I don't get it. This movie was crap. But having rewatched it, no, this is a solid movie. Actually, I will give this a positive rating right now. Captain America: and the Winter Soldier is good, and I was wrong. The music cues are too loud. Shaky cam makes following fight scenes a bit hard to follow. Decent intrigue plot. Exciting action scenes. Finally explains Hydra. Oh yeah, that's right. They explain what the fuck Hydra's about in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a sort of like this was sort of like an action thriller, honestly. And I feel like I was approaching it like a superhero movie the first time, and I'm like, what the fuck is this bullshit? But it's like as an action thriller, as a sort of like goofy, over the top, like sort of 90s Jason Bourne type kind of thing. Jason Bourne wasn't in the 90s, and this isn't like Jason Bourne. Shut up. Don't think about it. As a sort of like 90s like action movie kind of thing, though. This actually works decently well. Hydra infiltrating, S.H.I.E.L.D. is a sort of interesting concept, but it creates massive this is the problem with fucking the Captain America movies. Every time they do anything with him, they like break their universe. Because now there's like a huge question of like, well, if S.H.I.E.L.D.'s dissolved, where are they getting all of these resources for these later films? I have no idea.
Tony Stark. Tony Stark. That's where they get all of it.
Tony Stark is solely funding the entirety of the Avengers?
Yes, they do. They actually state that at I believe at the end of Age of Ultron when they get to the new facility.
But S.H.I.E.L.D.'s still operating as far from home.
Underground.
And in space.
They kind of go more into that in phase 4.
Do they? Okay, yeah. So they explain it. I just have to wait 20 films, is what you're saying?
Kind of.
Perfect. Anyway, yeah, they kind of undermine everything they did with S.H.I.E.L.D. in this film, but that's okay. As a movie itself, this one's actually pretty decent. And we also get a Black Widow versus Winter Soldier fight, and we see that Black Widow can go a few rounds with a super soldier, so that's fun.
She can.
She didn't win.
In the streets and in the sheets.
Survival counts as winning.
Yeah.
This also, I believe, is the movie that gives her more characterization.
Yeah. She had a solid arc in this movie, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I would. They also delve a little bit into Nick Fury. He doesn't necessarily have an arc, but they do something interesting with him. So, yeah.
No,
I was wrong. This is a good movie.
Yeah, this is a top tier MCU movie, at least just because it's so different too.
Understand? Yeah, understandable. Yeah, this is a good time.
And this is also the movie that showed that Joe and Anthony Russo could do more than just like comedies, like things too, because they were doing like Community and like not Parks and Rec, holy shit, fucking Arrested Development at like around this time, and then like they were a good grab to like do this movie, then spearhead the next movie and the Avengers movies.
Yes. I will say one thing that undermines this movie isn't this movie's fault. No one gives a shit about Bucky. He was barely a character in the first Captain America movie, but that's the fault of the first Captain America movie, not this movie.
Yeah,
they worked with what they had.
One of the biggest things that Joe Johnston didn't do correctly in the first movie, which was 100% not developed.
Number one, everything.
Yeah. Like Bucky should have been more of a character in that movie to like set up, because they obviously knew they were gonna bring him back for Winter Soldier, so they should have set him up a little bit more as a bigger character.
very much do not think that the MCU was planned out as well as people think it was.
It definitely was in the beginning, no. But I mean, like, if you're gonna do Bucky in a movie, like, obviously he's gonna come back as Winter Soldier at some point.
I would actually go so far as to say that they did not even plan out Thanos very well. Because there are a lot of hints and like things that they say to foreshadow Infinity War and Endgame that makes it seem like they were totally planning to do Infinity Gauntlet and then they pivoted at the exact last moment.
Yeah. I mean, it was still like one of the things too, like they didn't know that it was necessarily going to work out in phase 1. And then after like the success of like Avengers and Iron Man 3, because those are both billion-dollar movies, they were like, okay, we really need to start like planning on where this is actually going, and that's something that they're doing better now. Like
okay,
yeah, like Kevin Feige's like, we have a 10-year plan right now.
Okay, I was gonna say, please say better. Yeah, because even in like phase 2, the movie Infinity War was not the movie they set up previously. Like they were not building to Infinity War; they were building to a different movie, and they clearly pivoted at the last second.
Yeah. Well, that was because they brought better writers in for it too. Like, I remember like the first draft for like Infinity War was done right after Age of Ultron, and then I can't remember the name of the guys that redid it, but they rewrote the entire movie after like they're like, yeah, roosters are gonna do it, because originally it was supposed to be Joss Whedon that was gonna come back and do the last 2 Avengers movies, and they ended up.
Thank God they didn't go with him. I don't have a problem with Joss Whedon, but no. Not for the finale.
After Age of Ultron, I had a huge problem with Joss Whedon. Like, he nailed Avengers like perfectly, but we'll get to that when we get to Age of Ultron.
Oh, we'll get to Age of Ultron. Yeah.
I want the dumb yellow spandex X-Men. Me too. Give Thor his fucking horn helmet.
They did that in one of the movies.
What?
In one of the very early X-Men movies.
No, they didn't.
I mean, it wasn't like spandex, but they did that in like one of like X1, X2.
No, they did that in First Class. Where they have
did
like,
that in First Class. I knew it was one of them. They did that, yeah.
Which I've already talked about that on my other podcast, but First Class is still the best X-Men movie today. Because I will rewatch every single X-Men movie up to that.
I mean, I'm just going off memory, but from memory, I'd agree with that. Yeah, First Class is good.
Matthew Vaughn nails First Class. Like, that is like the perfect characterization of all like the original X-Men. They wear actual like team uniforms, and it doesn't suck.
The worst part about that is there's 2 bad parts I have about that, and it's entirely character related. And this is me talking about this is me pulling a John and being like, oh, they fucked up these comic characters I liked. They fucking like kill Emma Frost.
They don't kill her in First Class. See, they kill her when Bryan Singer comes back. I'm not gonna get on a rant about this, but.
Oh no, they kill her in the Wolverine movie, right? Or the Origins Wolverine movie. She does at some point.
She's in that movie, yes. So the X-Men,
and she's like nothing a character in First Class anyway.
The X-Men timeline is like fucking. She's a huge character in First Class, actually, yeah. But they
she is not. She's like background muscle in that movie.
She does stuff. No, they off-screen kill her, Azazel, and the other guy that's in that group too. Like, they're just like Mystique in Days of Future Past like finds like a pamphlet in Trask's office that's like just shows like dead mutants, and they're like all 3 of them, and then I'm like, come on. I'm not gonna get into the X-Men movies.
She's such a waste of a character. Also,
not to do a plug, but if you want,
Frost is awesome.
Yeah, not to plug, but if you want to hear me talk about these X-Men movies, I did that in my podcast.
Yes. Well, we're still on like Marvel talk technically, so this is fine. But also they killed Darwin.
Yes.
They did not have a very comic accurate version of Darwin, because comic accurate version of Darwin, the guy's like, adapt to this, and he like swallows it, and if it was comic accurate Darwin would be like,
okay,
done.
Yeah.
We're talking about the guy, like, Darwin in the comics got hit with an insta-death attack, and he adapted to become death.
Like, I am now death.
And they're like, what? They're like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I will say to Darwin, Darwin has one of the best powers just to explore. Can I talk about my love of Darwin's power?
Yes, we can.
In general, because it's fucking great. Because Darwin's ability is to adapt to survive, and I love that Darwin's power doesn't necessarily mean he adapts to win the fight. He just adapts so he doesn't die in the fight. And sometimes he's like, I'm gonna win this fight, and Darwin's power is like, are you though?
You're
really?
just gonna adapt to it.
And like during World War Hulk. Hulk comes in to attack the Avengers compound, and Darwin goes to fight him. And you'd think Darwin can adapt to anything. So theoretically, Darwin could win a fight with Hulk if it came down to it. But the thing is, Darwin's power works to adapt him to survive in the shortest path possible. So, sure, Darwin could have evolved to be some, like, gamma ray absorption god who could, like, punch through Hulk without effort. But what Darwin's power actually adapted him to do was it adapted teleportation and it teleported him away.
Makes sense. Jake, thank you for the tier 1 subscription.
I can win this fight, and Darwin's power is like, you could, and you're gone.
Two years of subscribing. Thank you very much, Jake. I appreciate that on the 2-year anniversary of the podcast.
Oh, that shout out. There's also another moment I love in. Can we talk about how fucking fun World War Hulk is, by the way? But there's also another moment. I don't know who this character was. Please tell me if you know who this character is, John. Mm-hmm. In World War Hulk, when Hulk is attacking the Avengers compound, Hulk encounters this girl who explains her power as, I'm basically invulnerable. And Hulk's reply is, okay, great. And he grabs her and he just throws her and says, go be invulnerable in Kansas.
I don't remember who that is, but I remember what you're talking about. Because I was like, okay, that's one way to get rid of that.
Basically hurt me. Great, I don't need to. Goodbye. Woo!
See ya. Like softball pitching people, yeah.
You're like, wait, oh, shit, that's totally a valid plan.
Didn't think about that.
That really did show that Bruce Banner was in control, because he didn't be like, oh yeah, watch me. He was like, oh yeah, okay, don't need to.
Don't need to beat you if I can throw you.
Not here to specifically win a fight against you.
Just the Avengers and Sentry. Right.
Illuminati.
That's true, yeah.
He was fighting the Illuminati, not the Avengers.
Naughty. All right, next.
Anyway, yeah, if you find out, please tell me who that fucking girl is, because I'm not saying.
Somebody Google that.
It's such a smart way to fight someone who can't be injured.
Just whip him away. All right.
Oh yeah. Anyway, next one.
Guardians.
Yeah, Guardians of the Galaxy. I fucking loved this movie when I watched it the first time.
Same.
And this movie is way worse than I remembered it being.
It does not hold up like it did in the beginning. I'll say that, yeah.
Yes, and I will say that despite it being way worse than I remember, this movie is still pretty damn good. Let's see. My notes are: ending fight sequence was too long. Oh God, was it? Yeah, holy shit. Yeah, they get on like the ship of like Ronan, and then all while Ronan's attacking, that just goes on for fucking ever, dude. Up until like when Ronan steps out with the power gem. That just takes that takes so long. Good group dynamic, obviously.
Yeah.
Character relations rushed. Yeah, that's a problem with this movie for surezies. It feels like they're like they do this like found family thing, which is totally valid, but it also feels like most of the film the characters don't like each other and fucking hate each other, and then out of nowhere they're a found family. It feels very not well paced out. Definitely needed more moments with the groups interacting just in general, and I know I said good group dynamic, but that just means how they play off of each other. Them coming together at the end kind of feels a little out of nowhere when you like watch through it the whole thing. Great world building. Enough said. This movie is what kicks into like Marvel Cosmic, and it does an excellent job of doing that. Like establishing the concepts, establishing like the aliens and everything we're going to be dealing with going forward. Excellent job at world building. Very good. Good use of diegetic sound. Obviously, diegetic sound is sound that the characters can hear. We have Peter Quill with his like his cassette player. Excellent job doing that the whole time. Sometimes we have like things playing in the background. Very good job on that. Great soundtrack. Come on, everyone knows that.
Yeah, James Gunn does do a great job of music for all of his projects. Like from Peacemaker to like Suicide Squad to like this one, like even Slither had like good music in it. Like he does a pretty good job.
Good emotional and dramatic scenes, obviously, throughout the entire ones. I really like the scenes with like Drax, especially. Drax is like probably my favorite of the Guardians of the Galaxy, weirdly enough. Followed by like Peter and then Gamora. Never terribly big on Groot or Rocket, but yeah, good emotional scenes with all the characters, especially like the early parts with like Peter's mom dying. Very good. All around. At the end, they like symbolically all have to hold hands as the Infinity Stone, to hold the Infinity Stone, which symbolizes the group coming together in general and willing to sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Very good, very good. Rocket can be a bit annoying. That problem doesn't get fixed in any of the later movies I've discovered. It feels like a movie with a lot of heart. I'm not sure how to explain that other than it feels like care and attention went into this. Probably more than the other movies in a lot of ways. It feels like they really wanted to make this, and I'm glad they did. Ronan's ship was LL animated. This is something that no one else cares about. But Ronan's ship has one of the stupidest designs imaginable, but whoever did the CG on it did fucking great job. It's very subtle, and they did not need to do this, but like it rotates weirdly as it enters the atmosphere and like as it stabilizes. But what gets me, the reason this note was actually added was because when the power of the ship drops, and it's very subtle, and unless you were paying as much attention to this damn ship as I was, you probably wouldn't even notice it. When the power drops, you see the like twisty bits slowly like fall down as the entire ship loses power. It's such a subtle change. It's just a minor drop in them, but you can literally like see them fall down on their twisting axes. Very good on that. Very well done.
Yeah, Phase 2 was definitely a point where they stepped up their CGI game hardcore. Because there was some spotty CGI in Phase 1.
And then we're going to get into a consistent issue with every single Marvel movie from this point on. Why can Ronan, a random Kree dude, use an Infinity Stone if half Celestial Peter Quill can't?
Well, because he has a thing to do it.
No.
He has a hammer.
He has a hammer, but he has to physically grab it with his hand and goes, "Rah, bleh." Whereas if anyone else grabs it, they just disintegrate.
Plot.
Yeah, no. See, this is a consistent issue with the Infinity Stones, which is that there is no consistency to the Infinity Stones.
No.
It is never clear who can or cannot use it. This even becomes like an issue in Endgame where they're like, you can't use it. No one can handle this kind of power. And I'm like, how do we decide who can handle this kind of power? I don't understand how these things work.
I mean,
it's explained in Endgame that they just shit out gamma radiation, so I guess it's whoever can withstand the most gamma radiation. I have no... So are you telling me that fucking... the Kree have an innate gamma radiation resistance? I don't understand how this works.
I mean, maybe. Who knows?
That they fucked up because they don't pay animators probably in exactly what they pay for a shitty CG. Yeah, that is a huge controversy with them. Anyway, this is a good movie. It's a lot worse than I remember. But even so, it's still one of the better MCU films.
No, I agree, yeah. It has a lot of good stuff. It does set up a lot of things. Puts little pieces in place for future movies. It does set up the cosmic stuff very well. The only complaint I have is that Xandar is nowhere to be seen after this. And it's not a complaint about the movie. It's a complaint about the...
I don't know who that is.
Like
so
the
that
planet
probably
they're
goes
on
to tell you...
Like the whole planet.
Huh?
The planet that the Nova Corps is on.
Oh.
Yeah.
It blows up.
Yeah, Thanos has to blow it up to get the Power Stone. That's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, like, we don't see it. That's my biggest complaint.
Does anyone care about Nova at all? I remember when they introduced, like, all new, all different Marvel. They brought out Nova. A lot of people were like, who the fuck it... Nova has not been relevant for you. Like, when they went all new, all different Marvel and the new Nova kid came out, most people were like, I forgot Nova was a thing.
Yeah, because he was in the original, like, Infinity Gauntlet story. And then he kind of, like, disappeared, yeah. It was like, we don't need
Which was in like the 80s, so it was like 30 years before they brought out a new Nova. So like no one cared about that one because no one cared about Nova.
People have been asking about Nova since that movie. Since Guardians of the Galaxy came out, they're like, when's Nova? When's Nova? When are we getting a Nova movie? When is he going to show up? And he still hasn't showed up yet.
And the answer is never.
Yeah, we're never going to get Nova. Nova no more. If you want Nova, go watch the Spider-Man show where he teams up with Nova, Luke Cage, and White Tiger. And Iron Fist. That's about...
No idea who White Tiger is.
White Tiger is a very low-ranking MCU or like Marvel character. Yeah.
I can imagine. Can we briefly talk about how Spider-Man punches so completely under his weight class?
In the MCU or just in general?
No, in the comics.
Okay, yeah.
I think he punches appropriate to his weight class in the MCU. In the comics, Spider-Man is, let's be clear, people are like, oh, Spider-Man's a street level hero. Spider-Man is fucking Avenger level. There is no way around it. And this fucking jackass is beating up, like, burst muggers in the middle of the street.
I don't remember what arc it was.
He was like, well, this ain't gonna happen today.
There was an arc where Peter does state that he does pull his punches a lot.
Oh, no. We know Peter is physically pulling his punches. When Spider-Man fought Wolverine, like a civilian came up to him, and he thought he was fighting Wolverine. This man's fucking skeleton is made of adamantium, and he can regenerate from a fucking blood droplet. When this woman came up behind him, Spider-Man thought it was Wolverine, and he punched her, and her fucking head exploded into blood. During the Superior Spider-Man storyline where Doc Ock was controlling his body, Doc Ock was like, all right, I'm going to fight Scorpion. This is going to be my first supervillain fight as a superhero. And he punched Scorpion in the jaw and ripped his fucking jaw off. And Doc Ock was like, oh my god.
Oh, shit.
At any point in time, Spider-Man could have killed me and it would have been fucking effortless.
Yeah, Spidey don't play around.
I am alive because Spider-Man has decided to not punch me.
I'm alive because he chose me to be alive. That's how good of a superhero Spider-Man is.
Well, Spider-Man also has spider sense, which is the most busted fucking power.
I love it.
Because it's precognition that just alerts him to danger. Any danger it alerts him to.
Except for some random stray bullets sometimes.
Only if it's really shittily written and the person doesn't understand Spider-Man. In fact, Spider-Man isn't invited to Avengers poker night because the Avengers are afraid of Spider-Sense letting him cheat.
I love that.
I love that. I also love that that's not how Spider-Sense works, and it only works if he considers you a threat, and so he wouldn't consider Sense a threat, so he could totally play poker. They still don't want him doing it, though.
Poor Spidey, never invited to poker night.
Yes, it's great. No, it's also worth noting if you like Marvel has like fucking Shonen Jump stat pages for its characters where they rank them. Spider-Man's lifting category is like the same as like Hulk and Thor's. Like Spider-Man is fucking strong as fuck. It is ridiculous.
Yeah, he's
Spider-Man could kill you at any point in time and you couldn't stop him.
Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate.
And this is the guy that's like, oh, a purse smugger. Hang on, ... No purse smuggling. I'm Spider-Man. And then you can like cut to Spider-Man fighting Wolverine and just beating the fucking shit out of him, or punching Hulk into space. And it's like, Spider-Man, my dude.
He's street level hero.
Are you sure you can't just leave this to like Daredevil or Luke Cage? You could be doing so much more with your powers.
Fair enough. Next movie.
Oh yeah. Avengers: Age of Ultron. When I watched this movie the first time, I thought it was so fucking stupid and boring. This movie's really good. I was surprised at how much better I thought this movie was the second go around. My notes are good action scenes, good atmosphere, good character moments. Hawkeye actually does two useful things. These are the only two things Hawkeye does in the entirety of the MCU, so mark them down. He knocks Wanda out, which is an accomplishment because no one else can.
Wanda does get pretty crazy.
And he does recruit her to the Avengers at the end of the film.
Yep.
Those are the only two things Hawkeye does in the entire MCU as of Phase 3. So mark them down. Which I think the fact that they occur in this movie goes to show the quality of this movie, which is it gives everyone something to do, which is something that other movies don't. Vision and Ultron are kind of lame. They do not fix that. Vision's okay in WandaVision from what I've seen of it, honestly, but that they need what? They need like 30 fucking other movies before they fix Vision? Come on. Anyway, Vision and Ultron are kind of lame. Black Widow Hulk dynamic works, even if it I have to say, I was always like, where the hell is this coming from? Rewatching it, they do kind of set it up in like sort of the early Avengers movies and stuff like that. So it's not as out of nowhere as I remembered.
It's not out of nowhere, but I feel like it's too forced.
It's a little forced. I will not deny that, but it does work. They do have chemistry, and I can appreciate that. It's a bit of a shame they never go anywhere with it, but I can understand why they didn't anyway, because she dies.
Spoilers.
Anyway. Excuse me.
Yeah, she becomes tomato soup at some point.
Yeah, no. So this movie is actually shockingly good. I did not remember that. I remember it being terrible, but no, this movie is actually really good. You have like the early Hydra setups where they're like fighting, and they have all the Avengers coming up, and the people constantly from this point onward mocking Captain America's cursing. It's great. It helps develop on Tony's character arcs of pure ass paranoia. Related to the Avengers, which they keep that going throughout all of the other movies, so you understand how Ultron came to be. Even though Ultron kind of powered himself online, so it's not super Tony's fault in this one. But yeah, it also, I feel like we don't give enough credit to like Bruce Banner throughout these movies, but he's always there, like helping Tony out throughout all of, like, they're like the science bros, and that's kind of cool. So yeah, no, just sometimes the dialogue in this film can be a bit clunky, but yeah, no, honestly. Oh, and the Hawkeye character arc where they set him up to die and then they don't anyway. That
and they kill
the
Quicksilver.
movie's not exactly firing on all cylinders, but
okay. So this is my problem with this movie. They try to set up too much in this movie because they set up like the Thor stuff, which is pointless in my opinion. Then he brings up the Infinity Stones, which, I mean, I guess that's where they were going, like, eventually, but it could have been left out of this movie, like, entirely, I think. The Hulkbuster stuff is fun. I do like that. Hulk needs to stop being a villain in every movie. Like, that's something that Joss Whedon did twice, and I was, like, already tired of
He's not in the Avengers. He's not a villain in the... Oh, no, yeah, he did go crazy at one point.
Yeah. He did. So Joss Whedon ended up doing that twice. So nice, we'll do it twice. I hate Ultron.
Which is, I actually would have to say, probably the reason why it's like, I don't have a problem with Joss Whedon, but he should not have been doing the final two Avengers movies.
Yeah.
Because I think Age of Ultron actually works a lot better than I ever gave it credit for.
Yeah.
But if we tried to like bring in like similar themes to like the final two movies, it would not work for a finale.
Yeah, this movie should have been called Weekend of Ultron, not Age of Ultron. Number one. I do like Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. I hate that they killed Quicksilver off.
I think it was the exact correct decision. I find it interesting, actually. It makes sense. Glad you brought it up.
Okay, so I hate that they did it because I would have loved seeing him and Wanda like hang out and be together. But I understand why they did it because eventually it did break Wanda to the point where she's at multiverse madness, which is fine because she ended up being a pretty solid villain. But they should have just killed off Hawkeye.
Oh, they should have killed Hawkeye.
Yeah, they should have killed him.
There is no debate about that. Yeah. But I agree that they should have also killed Quicksilver.
Yeah.
I also, if they had killed two people rather than some fucking rando, we could also explore maybe Tony traumatizing because Hawkeye doesn't fucking do anything.
Yeah.
Hawkeye's goddamn useless from this movie onward. So this could have almost been a Hawkeye movie. But
it kind of was.
We could also explore. No.
Like they go to his farm. You know, you meet his family.
You only think that because this is the only movie that pays any attention to him at all. This is a Tony Bruce Banner film.
Also, shout out to Linda
basically.
Cardellini in this movie because she is fine.
Um,
She's been my Carshub's Velma. I don't give a fuck.
This is a Tony Bruce movie more than anything.
Fair.
But yeah, no, I feel like this movie came out roughly around the same time as like First Class, and I think something that might have happened is they might have sort of had a handshake deal with Disney where because both movies introduced Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch. They both introduced both characters at like roughly the same time.
Days of Future Past, not First Class. Quicksilver was in Days of Future Past. That was when he debuted. And that came out a year before this one.
No?
Yep.
Am I?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking Days of Future Past.
Yes.
No, you're right. You're correct. I was like, huh?
I watched them like 2 weeks ago. So
No. You're right. No, I was thinking because they were both in the past. Yeah, you're correct. Yeah, Days of Future Past, and then what was the other future one that came out after that? That he was really big in.
He was in Apocalypse after that, and then he was barely in Dark Phoenix.
Something like that, yeah. Anyway, yeah, they both came out at roughly the same time, and I wonder if it was a coincidence that like MCU went more into the Wanda direction and X-Men went more into the Quicksilver, or if there was like a back scenes like handshake where it's like you take one, we take the other, because the ownership of those characters is a little bit up for debate.
So
I also think
Disney used them because they're technically Avengers, so they can technically put them in their movies. But there probably was something in the background where they're like, okay, that was like a hugely hot debated topic, like when this movie came out, and like their inclusion in general, like when they showed off like the screen grab, the concept art during the San Diego Comic-Con the year prior, because they're like, well, Quicksilver's in X-Men, so what's going on here? So there had to be some sort of like, okay, like, hey, you can use them, like, but like, we're not going to use Scarlet Witch because we don't understand her powers, type thing. So
no one understands Scarlet Witch's powers.
Not even her.
Not even Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, not even her. They got better at it. So yeah, there had to be something, but like I like this Quicksilver more than the X-Men one. So.
Oh, that is an issue. That is an issue with this movie. And every Marvel movie from this point onward is they will explain a power and it will be wrong. They like explain Scarlet Witch's power in this and it is stupid and incorrect. And it's you don't even have to go to a later movie where it's like, oh, we were going to make her power this, but then we changed it. It doesn't even track in this film.
WandaVision fixes that.
No, they probably don't. They probably just because the explanation for I forget exactly how they explain it, but they like give it like a physics-based explanation for what she's specifically doing, and she's clearly not doing that even in this movie or in WandaVision, where she can just alter reality. Like realistically, her ability in all of the universes is she can alter reality. Period. Like that is what it is. In the MCU and in like actual like Marvel, right? But in this movie, they give like some physics-based, like she can like, oh, she manipulates the atoms or some bullshit. No, she like manipulates molecules, I think is how they describe it.
Something
but
like
no,
that, yeah.
She can just straight up alter reality. She is the Reality Stone in like physical form. Is basically her real power in the MCU. Don't lie to me. Don't like. This is something I wish they would stop doing. I wish they'd stop doing like Star Trek technobabble because it always comes off so stupid.
Yeah, that's something they kind of stopped doing too, especially this phase. They're stopping to like try to like ground these powers in reality because there's no point to do it anymore. Like they're beyond that.
Thank God.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, I think it was an accurate choice because like Evan Peters like kills it as Quicksilver in the X-Men movies, and I feel like inherently like the MCU knew like we're not gonna match this, so like why bother?
But then they stopped doing stuff with them when Bryan Singer takes over.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, they botched it, sure.
Yeah, Quicksilver's good in Days of Future Past, and then destroyed every movie on. To the point where
They
he's
would
like not
be-
even doing anything in Dark Phoenix.
They would be fools to not bring Evan Peters back as Quicksilver, though.
We'll see.
I know he makes a cameo in, like, WandaVision, but he's just, like, some dude in that, like everyone is. Like, straight up, like, bring him, like, maybe do, like, a universe thing or something. Like, bring this man back in, or you... Honestly, I think they should almost probably bring back, like, the whole... I think, how interesting would it be to bring in the entire X-Men cast, really?
I mean, we'll get to that. I'll talk a little bit about that at the end of that. At the end of all this. Well,
anyway, yeah, this movie is underrated and actually good, surprisingly enough. They handle the atmosphere very well. Everyone has something to do, even Hawkeye, who never has anything to do. Should they have killed him? Probably. But, hey, what are you going to do?
I still think this is one of my... This is probably still my top 5 least favorite Marvel movies. Just because it, like... Ultron has been such a viable threat in a lot of the comics, and he keeps coming back, and it just I think they fumbled him so hard in this movie. I think that's more of a Joss Whedon and like a writing team thing, but he's taken out so easily at the end, and I hate that. It's just like 3 beams of whatever, and then he's done, and then Wanda rips out his robot heart, and then Vision just gets rid of the last Ultron bot, and I don't like that at all. Like, they should have set it up where he can come back.
Wanda can kill anyone she fucking wants.
Yeah, well,
and no one can stop her.
I've seen Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
She just rips out his fucking heart. Like, the sheer concept of anyone being able to beat Wanda is fucking ridiculous. Don't forget, in like Endgame, Wanda like walks up to like Thanos, and she, I forget who she was upset about he killed. It was like you killed Vision, and Thanos is like, I don't know who you are, and she's like, well, you're going to, and then she starts ripping him apart molecule by molecule, and the only reason he survived is he ordered his ship to fire on his exact location.
Yep. I
think he might have even like had like the fucking gauntlet at that point. She was just fucking murdering
No, she
him.
did not. He did not have the gauntlet.
He did not have the gauntlet. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, he got it later. But yeah, no, she was fucking. This is after he was like fighting like Thor and stuff. Like she could just straight kill Thanos, no problem, effortlessly.
Yeah, no, she could. She 100% would have taken him out. She was pissed. She was not happy at that point.
Fucking. This is like a consistent thing. This is why I commented like one of my notes was like Hawkeye knocked out Wanda because he is the only one to have ever beaten Wanda at any point in any of these movies.
Yeah, I mean, she technically in Multiverse Madness she wasn't beaten. Like the only reason why she didn't obliterate everyone is because she decided to stop.
She fucking breaks an Infinity Stone. Like, Thanos is like, I used the stones to destroy the stones, and it almost killed me. Whereas Wanda's like, I'm gonna shoot a laser at it, and it's gonna fucking pop.
Yeah.
She is an Infinity Stone all on her own.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna argue that, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to rewatch Age of Ultron, because I've been sour on this movie since it came out.
Well, I also don't give a shit about Ultron, so I don't care that they fuck him up.
Yeah, I do. I've always liked Ultron because he's like one of those villains where it's like he can never truly be beaten as long as there's tech in the world. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, I think that's why I liked him a lot in What If, because they make him a better villain in that show.
Well, one of my notes was that Ultron and Vision are kind of lame in this film. I like their final conversation with each other.
That is a good comment. Yeah, that is.
I think that's a great scene. See, the movie's actually loaded with great scenes like that. That's why I did enjoy this movie. But as a villain, honestly, a lot of the MCU villains are lame, though. Like, if that's where we're drawing the line, though, you have to throw out almost all of these.
That's
because, like, how many of them are really good? 3, maybe?
Yeah, that's fair. The villains are just there for the superheroes to beat them up, you know?
Pretty much, yeah. The superheroes are the focus. They don't really get like a... And the one time they do, I fucking hate it, so...
All right, next movie.
Next movie.
Ant-Man, one of my favorites.
Yes, I thought this movie was incredibly boring the first time, and it is better on a rewatch, but this movie is still not very good.
I love this movie.
okay, it's still not very good.
It's not the best, but I love the heart of this movie, which is the father-daughter dynamic. And that is, again, emotional attachment to this movie because of that.
I understand. However, Ant-Man and the Wasp has better and more frequent father-daughter moments than this movie does.
That's
There
why
are,
I like
3
Ant-Man as a
scenes.
whole. And that's why I think when Quantumanium comes out, it's going to be another top-tier favorite for me.
Quantumania is like, I like posted a thing for like what they're like, this is a roadmap for Phase 5, and I'm like, this all looks terrible. There are only 2 movies on that entire list where I think even have a potential to be decent.
Can't wait for Nier to break John.
Which is Quantumania and what was it, like Guardians 3? I'm like, those could be decent, but like everything else on that list, I'm like, this is a terrible lineup. Yeah, this is not a very good movie. Let's see, my notes are, this whole movie builds to a lackluster heist. The main villain is so forgettable, I didn't even remember his name while watching the movie. It's very true, I could not tell you his name. Every time the movie says anything scientific, it makes no sense. Sorry, who?
Darren Cross.
Wow. My favorite MCU villain. Every time the movie says anything scientific, it makes no sense. This is a major issue. Stop explaining powers that's not how they work, please.
Yeah, that's something they definitely stopped doing, yeah.
Oh, God, yeah. They also do that in Ant-Man and the Wasp, and it's also technically a problem in Ant-Man and the Wasp, but that's just because it's bogged down by the garbage from this film, and not even necessarily a problem with that. Like, they had to live with the mistakes this movie made in that one.
And they had to set up Endgame.
Yeah. Ant-Man's powers are not even consistent with what was stated, but inconsistent scene by scene.
That is 100% accurate, yeah.
His powers don't... It's not even that his powers don't fucking work how they say. They change how they work every time they do anything with them.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah.
PIM particles are undoubtedly the superior technology, but even the failed version can shrink inorganic matter, which is what they say. We can't figure out how to shrink organic matter. So they can shrink inorganic matter because they shrunk the Wasp suit, right? Or not the Wasp suit, the Hornet? What the fuck is this guy's name?
Yellow Jacket.
Yeah, they shrunk the Yellow Jacket suit, so it can shrink inorganic matter. And despite what they say about it conserves the mass, it super fucking doesn't, and we know this. So, like, the sheer, like, military... The whole thing is, like, we can't sell an incomplete product, but, like, the ability to shrink inorganic matter is major, and it changes the weight proportionally, is a massive technological advancement. You could sell that. You do not need PIM particles. If you can shrink a fucking tank to a keychain, which I know that was something that PIM did, but they have the technology to do that, then you could sell that. That's not incomplete. It just doesn't work on people. And let's not forget that the follow is even the failed version can shrink inorganic matter and turn people to goo, seemingly bypassing armor. So the villain claiming the product is half finished without organic shrinking is stupid. So if this can shrink inorganic matter, it's useful. If you shoot someone like Iron Man, imagine Iron Man wearing this full-on Iron Man suit, shoot him with one of the fucking shrinking rays that the villains have, the incomplete version, you have killed Iron Man.
Yep.
Are you kidding me? That's still useful. What are you talking about? It's like, oh, we have an incomplete product. No, bitch, you have an amazing product. Yes, obviously, if you can shrink organic matter, the usefulness goes up even further, right? Mm-hmm. But let's not act like the fact that what you have is not incredibly useful already. Very weak character work. Only Cop, Stepdad, and Pym had any meaningful growth. Everyone else is basically the exact same character as when they started.
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, this movie sucks.
Moving on. I love this movie. Civil War.
Oh boy. Let's start with, I have such a large set of notes on Civil War. John, you need to start us off on this one. How do you feel about Civil War?
Civil War is a movie that I really enjoyed the first time I watched it, but also realized that it does have a lot of flaws. But it does introduce Spider-Man to the MCU.
It does do that, yes.
It does do that.
I did not like this movie when I first watched it. And mostly because I was comparing it to the Civil War comic, which is way, way, way better in every conceivable way. Everything the Civil War comic does is better than what they do in this movie. But I realized that that's not fair, all right? I was basically judging this movie based on how well the comic does something, and I need to judge the movie on how well this movie does something, all right? That's not, it's not fair to the film itself.
That's fair.
To judge it based on what it did not do based on a better version, right? Because this really isn't Civil War as it's presented in the comics. This is the MCU Civil War. This is basically a different storyline. So that's not really, like, similar to, like, Age of Ultron isn't really Age of Ultron. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's more like Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, so this movie fucking sucks. On a rewatch, divorced from the comics, this movie still sucks, okay? All right, here's my notes. Let's be honest. This whole movie is just the adult equivalent of smashing your toys together.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
It's just made to make them fight. The plot is painfully stupid. It's just the Avengers getting blamed for not saving literally everyone. The plot could work if it was shown to be a power play by the governments, but it isn't. Every character needs to become dumber for this movie to work. Scott Lang has no reason to become a fugitive in this film. He just got back with his daughter. He's seeing his daughter more often, right? He's like, I'm gonna move away from the criminal aspects. Why is he he just got out of jail. He's like, I'm never going back to jail. I'm done with that, right? Why the fuck is he in this movie all of a sudden been like, I'm gonna become a fugitive and help Captain America? He would have made more sense as a sort of like Iron Man, Team Iron Man kind of guy in this scenario. It makes no sense that he would be like, fuck it, I'll throw away all of my livelihood that I've managed to accrue since the Ant-Man movie just for this.
The only reason is because Falcon knew who he was, and he was like, I know someone.
Yeah, well, yes, but it's like, what? Does Scott not watch the news and know that he's being asked to do it? Like, they're like, hey, you know this is illegal, right? And he's like, okay.
All right.
What? Is this the same Ant-Man from the movie I just watched like 5 minutes earlier? Are you kidding me? Wanda and Vision make no sense together. They're just like together in this movie because Tony asked her, and they like try to turn that into a relationship that does not function. It's not very well set up. Bucky killing Howard Stark was a decent twist. I give him that. The superhero fight was cool. I'm not made of ice. The superhero fight was cool.
It is cool as shit, yeah.
The superhero fight. Let's be honest. This movie is an excuse to have the superhero fight. That's it. It's like the kind of, like I said, divorced from the comic. Like this is just the adult equivalent of smashing your toys together. That's all this is.
And this came out
we
6
wanted them
months
to
after
fight,
Batman
so we're making them
Superman.
fight. What?
This movie came out 6 months after Batman vs Superman, and completely overshadowed that entire movie.
Which is also a movie about just smashing your toys together, for the record.
Yeah, just
or I should say, ripping off Dark Knight Returns.
Yep. And not doing a good job at it.
No, you're doing a very bad job at it.
Very bad, Martha.
I hear they're going with a 10-year plan for the new rebooted DCEU. Hopefully they can actually pull it out. Because I've always been more of a DC fan than a Marvel fan. And if they can make it work, I would love that. But
Me too, because I'm tired of watching shitty DC movies.
Work.
I'm sick and tired of watching movies that I hate.
Yes. If they can just make it work. Where DCEU is right now is so completely weird and random. Because it's like, you're never sure if you're getting a good movie or a bad movie, because it's at this point. Like, at the very least, they've started making some good movies, but it just feels so fucking weird. It's like a risk every time. Like, Shazam and Aquaman were decent. Wonder Woman was... And like the Suicide Squad was fine, but then like every time they like make a decent movie, it's like, check it out, we've got fucking Harley Quinn or original Suicide Squad, or we got a Justice League. And
I keep on forgetting the Harley Quinn movie was like a thing.
Yeah, I reviewed it on the podcast. Don't watch it. It's better than you think it would be, but that's not a high bar.
Yeah, like every time somebody brings it up, I keep on forgetting like that was an actual movie.
The only ones I would actually recommend would be, I think The Suicide Squad is watchable, but it's probably the worst of the watchable ones, and then Shazam and Aquaman are pretty decent. The two movies
I haven't seen yet.
You have missed the only good ones.
I just like DC has really like soured me, so it's like really hard for me to like be like, I'm gonna watch this movie. Like,
understandable. I will also say I like Man of Steel, but that one a lot of people are like, they either like it or they don't. Like that one's a lot more in the middle for most people.
Man of Steel is like, that was like when when Man of Steel came out, I was like, I have hopes for DC movies, and then they just completely obliterated it.
Yeah, no, yeah. So if they're rebooting it with like a 10-year plan, I'm fine with that. That's fine.
Yeah, they already canceled.
Well, everyone likes the Batman that just came out, and that's DC. So
Peacekeeper versus Black Adam. Who would sell more WrestleMania tickets? Probably Black Adam.
Oh yeah, they're doing like a Shazam movie. Like I hear they're like coming out with like Shazam 2. That movie looks interesting, but they're coming out with a Black Adam movie, and that movie looks terrible. So
it does look pretty bad. I'm still gonna go see it, but.
They're like, we're not nerfing Captain Fate. I'm like, yes, you are. Don't fucking lie to me.
Don't lie to me.
Don't fucking lie to me.
Yeah, Dr. Fate would be strangely OP, and like he would obliterate Black Adam.
I mean, it would be like No, I mean, yeah, actually, no. That would be like the MCU's like, we're not going to nerf Doctor Strange. And you'd just be like, okay, fuck off. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You fucking liars.
Yeah, you gotta nerf characters sometimes.
We're bringing in Molecule Man. He's not getting nerfed. I'm like, okay, then they're not beating him. I mean,
we have Mr. Mixelplex.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be delightful.
Him versus Impossible Man.
To be fair, you could beat Mixelpidalic. You could beat Mixelpidalic without nerfing him. And that is because of the horrifying reality of what Mixelpidalic is, which is that the reveal of, like, you know, if you trick him to say his name backward, he has to go back to the fifth dimension, right?
Yeah.
He's lying about that. He just does it for fun. He can stay if he want. So you could do the explanation for like a non-nerfed Mixelpidalic is he's fucking with you.
I like that. That would be a good movie. It'd be better than Batman vs Superman.
And it's like, well, good job. I guess I'll go back to the fifth dimension now. Goodbye.
See you later.
But like, if he wanted to stay, you're fucked. Like,
you're not wrong. Yeah. It's such a random.
Well, you also couldn't do like an unnerfed Darkseid. You couldn't do a lot of like. This is weird. Without talking about like more about Civil War for a second, like what I find hilarious is that if you compare like the power scales of like DC versus Marvel heroes, like I would almost argue like the average DC hero is probably stronger than the average like Marvel hero by and large. But then you get to like the cosmic entities of like the two series. I think I've made my point. Reverse that entirely. I would argue that the average Marvel, like mainline Marvel character is probably stronger than the average mainline DC character. And then when you get to the cosmic entities, that DC's cosmic entities are way, way stronger than anything Marvel.
Yeah, Darkseid is like incredibly OP.
Darkseid is fucking busted, but that's like all, like you talk about Darkseid's nothing compared to the Endless. But then above all of that, then you have like the one above all, which is way stronger than anything in DC. So
the one, yeah.
Speaking of the Endless, though, Netflix Sandman show. I have not seen it, but I've heard good things.
Very good things about it. I actually might watch it soon.
I think they gender swapped Constantine for some reason. I'm not sure what that's about, but
Weird flex.
yeah, weird decision. But I always feel like, because like when you look at like Marvel versus DC heroes, people are like, oh, Superman's like invincible or anything, but then you like go over to like classic Marvel heroes and it's like Wanda wrote reality with a flick of her finger, and it's like we don't get that in DC.
Yeah. Superman's strong, but like
what would he do to Wanda?
Yeah, his huge weakness is magic. So like literally Doctor Strange, even Thor could take him out like no problem.
Oh yeah. No, like what would he do to Wanda? What would he do to Thor? This is like now obviously there's like street level heroes, but where that gets a little dicey. But you know, theoretically, most street level heroes are street level heroes in Marvel are stronger than street level heroes in DC. Also,
yeah, that's true.
So. And I would also say like Justice League versus Avengers, I'd probably, with modern Avengers, like old Avengers I hear fucking terrible, but like modern Avengers versus like modern Justice League, I'd probably still go with like modern Avengers. But then you get to the cosmic entities and like, yeah, I'd love to see a fucking fight between like Eternity and like Destiny. That would last half a second.
And like the funny thing about that is that they're written basically by the same person, Jim Starlin.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna say like Jack Kirby.
Jack Kirby too. Yeah,
Jack Kirby did a lot of work. He was the one that like came up with the new gods like Darkseid and shit.
Yeah, so like that's what's funny about them. Like him and Thanos, like were done by the same person.
Yeah,
but Darkseid is exponentially stronger than Thanos.
Darkseid would mulch Thanos.
Like that is like
true Darkseid from like I want to say Grant Morrison's like Final Crisis versus Thanos with the Infinity Gauntlet. Thanos would still lose.
Yeah, no, that's one of the death battles that I 100% agree with, because fucking.
Oh, did they do true Darkseid versus Infinity Gauntlet Thanos?
Yep, and they fucking gets obliterated.
What happened? Darkseid just went.
No, he like put them.
And the entire universe exploded, because that's what would happen.
Yeah, no. Basically, by the end, he just puts them in like a death time loop or something like that.
That wouldn't even be necessary. Darkseid's larger than the entire universe. Yeah, he would just like poke him.
He did it for funsies. He just did it for funsies, you know.
Anyway, Civil War. This movie fucking sucks.
But we got Spider-Man.
But we got Spider-Man's cool in this movie. Spider-Man is one of the best parts of this movie.
Yeah, he really is.
But this is just an excuse to make superheroes fight. Is the superhero fighting cool? Absolutely. But like, this is an excuse to make superheroes fight.
Yeah, outside of the airport battle, this movie is kind of like lackluster.
I'll actually say that I talked about a bit about this earlier. Iron Man versus Bucky and Steve at the end, where he's low on power, already injured from the previous fight, in an enclosed hallway, and it's 2-on-1, and he loses. One, I'm okay with that because of all of the disabilities I just said right there, and also because I think that fight is actually kind of decent. And I like the callbacks and the character work on that specific scene, but everything else in this is terrible.
Yeah. No, I mean...
This movie also introduces my favorite thing in the MCU, the Sokovia Accords. I have problems with the Sokovia Accords. Can you guess what those problems are?
That they're non-existent by Infinity War, basically?
They're not existent by literally any other movie after this. They never come up again. Like, they'll, like, mention them offhandedly, but they do not fucking matter. Like, what was it you talked about where it's like they introduce a bunch of shit they don't pay off on? Iron Man 3? That's this entire movie. Nothing in this movie... this is just them slamming their characters together. Like, they don't address the, like, character work barely. It, like, comes up, I think, in 3 sentences in Infinity War. The Sokovia Accords do not matter at any point past this. I think they barely address this in one of the Spider-Man films, but like it's nothing. This movie is nothing. This movie is pointless. If you remove this from continuity, almost nothing would be changed about it.
That's fair.
Like in Infinity War, it's like, hey, aren't you a fugitive? And Captain America's like, yeah, is that gonna be a problem? And then like War Machine's like, no, welcome back.
Well, to be fair, the odds were stacked pretty high, so they were like, we need everyone.
At that point, no, they weren't. An alien spaceship showed up in the middle of, if anything, it had lower stakes than the original Avengers film.
That's fair, yeah. All right, next movie.
Yeah, next movie.
Dr. Strangler.
Yeah, Doctor Strange. I think this movie was about as good as I remember, if I'm remembering correctly. I'm trying to see where I put it. Yeah, this movie was about on par with what I remembered it being. Probably because I watched it more recently than the other ones. I lost my place on my notes. Okay, outstanding visuals.
Mm-hmm. Top tier.
I don't think any arguments from that one, right?
You can't.
Good explanation of magic. It actually makes more sense than most of the science.
Mm-hmm.
Learning about magic at the same time as Doctor Strange is fun and interesting experience.
Mm-hmm.
Weak characters.
Yes.
Super forgettable main villain. Didn't even remember his name while watching it. I'm not talking Dormammu.
Yeah.
I'm talking the actual main central antagonist.
Caecilius.
Sure. Whatever. Awkward pacing. After the training arc, it's just non-stop action scenes. And cool that Strange beat Dormammu with his brain rather than in a big magic fight.
Mm-hmm. I agree on all those points.
Yeah, honestly, I wrote that as more as a review than notes. Honestly, I think that probably just summarizes my feelings about this movie.
Yeah, no, that's pretty accurate.
One callback I want to talk about in this movie that I'm sure like 1,000% of people missed. Okay, maybe not 1,000. I'm going to say 95% of people missed this callback. As Doctor Strange is traveling on the road before he breaks his hand, he is getting reports of different surgeries he can perform. One of those surgeries involves a army colonel who broke his spine in an experimental armor suit. In a brief scene in Iron Man 2, we see Killinger, whatever, the technologies trying to create their own Iron Man suit briefly on a film, and at one point spins around really quick and like seemingly snaps the guy's back in the middle of that armor suit. It is on frame for like 5 seconds, and then like the guy was like, he lives, by the way, he's still alive. I like that callback because I would never have caught that had I not watched these all in a row, because it's like such a small detail to remember. But yeah, they do reference the guy who broke his fucking back in Iron Man 2.
It's funny that you mentioned like, that, because a lot of people thought they were talking about Rhodey, because like Rhodey hurts himself like in Civil War previously to this movie.
Yes.
But a lot of people are also bringing up that exact point too, and it was a huge argument for like the longest time. I don't think it's still like settled, or like that debate has still been settled. But that is cool that you brought that up. Yeah.
Oh, I'm pretty sure it's not Rhodey.
No, it's definitely not Rhodey. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm very confident it was the guy from Iron Man 2.
That's fair.
Because Tony builds Rhodey like weird robot legs.
Yeah.
Like they don't ever bring it up, but you see them all throughout every other movie where he's in from this point on.
Mm-hmm. Even in oops, okay, I accidentally played music by accident. Yeah, even in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, he's still wearing the.
Also, I believe he's shot by Falcon. You implied like he got injured somehow. He was shot.
Yeah, but Vision. Yeah, Vision blows him out of the sky.
Oh, it was Vision, yeah, because Vision was distracted, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think he was aiming for Falcon. Oh, yeah, fun fact about Civil War. Black Widow, consistently being the most useful character, even though she swapped sides, did successfully prevent T'Challa from reaching Captain America in that film.
Yep.
I won't say she won, necessarily, but she slowed him down, and that's an accomplishment, because it is almost impossible to stop T'Challa if he is running at you.
Mm-hmm.
And she beat Hawkeye's ass in that film.
Again.
Hawkeye can't do anything right.
The
reason I think they should have killed Hawkeye in Age of Ultron is because he's useless and doesn't do anything. So why is he still around?
To be Wanda's friend.
Okay, moving on.
Guardians 2.
Yeah, I didn't like this movie when I first watched it, and I still don't super like it. I know a lot of people are really into like the Peter stuff, but it does not work for me. Yondu and Rocket character arcs are well done. Peter and Gamora slide backward in their development. Undercuts every serious scene with a joke.
Yep.
Most of the jokes lingered on too long, so any humor is sucked out, and the pacing drags. The diegetic music excuses are a bit contrived. Yeah, they have like random boomboxes playing, and for whatever reason, Rocket's like obsessed with playing music during the fight scenes just so it can be diegetic. It's okay. We understand the concept. You don't have to make it diegetic every time.
Mm-hmm.
And my final note is make another Howard the Duck movie, you cowards.
Voiced by Seth Green.
Yep, there we go.
Howard the Duck does come back in Endgame.
Howard the Duck has appeared like 4 or 5 times throughout the MCU.
He just keeps popping up, man.
They like keep showing him, like, just make a Howard the Duck movie.
What
are you afraid of?
I think he's in 2 episodes of What If. Like, they just keep bringing him back.
Bring in like Whoopi Goldberg for just like one scene, just as a cameo. It'll be hilarious. Everybody will love it.
Was she in that movie?
I thought so.
Hold on.
Now that you've said that with such an inquisitive tone, now I feel like I don't know anymore.
I don't think she was. Hold on. Yeah, so I'm not a huge fan of this one either. I do have a lot of like the same gripes that you have with that. Let's see. Who is in this movie? Leah Thompson, Tim Robbins.
Yeah, it was not Whoopi Goldberg. I was completely wrong.
Whoopi Goldberg is not in it. She was in Theodore Rex, you're thinking of.
Oh, okay, in my defense.
In your defense, only me and you remember that movie.
Yes.
I looked that up like a couple weeks ago to see if I could watch that again, and it is nowhere to be found.
Theodore Rex or Howard the Duck?
Theodore Rex. You can buy Howard the Duck easily on Blu-ray.
Okay.
You can only get Theodore Rex on DVD for like $30. A masterpiece.
Yondu is like weirdly okay with murdering all of his crew members that are supposedly family members in this movie. Mm-hmm. He's like weirdly just all aboard of that shit.
Yeah, this is weird because this is set like I think like 6 months after Guardians 1, so it was like a weird spot in the timeline too, which was like something that the MCU kind of did in Phase 3 was like fuck up the timeline like really hard. Spider-Man Homecoming is the worst offender of that.
You'll have to get into that because I might have missed something then.
What, in Spider-Man?
Yeah, it's like the next one. We'll get into that more next because I'm not fully sure what you're talking about.
Okay, yeah, I'll get into that in the next movie. But Guardians does a good job at setting things up for Guardians 3 that still hasn't come out yet.
I was going to say, okay.
Yeah, it still hasn't come out yet, but they set up like Adam Warlock and stuff like that and like that stuff.
Well, how do you feel about them fucking up Ego, though?
I don't care about Ego.
Because this ain't Ego.
Yeah, this is not Ego, but I mean... I don't care about Ego as much. I like that he's always had like a dynamic with Galactus, but we haven't seen Galactus yet. So,
I've never thought about the idea of living planet into that eats planets.
Yeah, they have like a solid like a love-hate relationship with each other.
Ego is not a fan.
Ego's not a fan of him because he's like Galactus like I'm gonna eat you. He's like nah, bro, I'm a Celestial.
He's like a sky snack for him. Ego's like please leave me alone. It's like a literal cat and mouse relationship.
It is, yeah. So I mean, Ego could theoretically come back, I guess, but
I don't know who in the comics thought of that, but you're fucking brilliant.
Yeah, thank you. Another thing, they do set up like Celestials too, which is kind of cool, which is something that they do touch upon again in Eternals, but never really after that.
They actually set them up in Guardians 1.
That's true too, yeah. But they kind of explain more about them, like in this movie, yeah. They go into like the cosmic lore more into this movie, but everything around that is boring. And I don't care.
I don't know. As compared to the first one, I would disagree with that. I think the first one did an even better job and explored it better. And more, I would say.
Yeah, they had
I felt like I learned more about Cosmic Marvel in the first movie than this one.
Yeah, no, agreed. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But that's the only thing
but
this movie.
A major issue is the series. Like, even if I wanted to take the fact that they're just redoing the character arcs from the first one in this movie, like they're just doing them a second time, other than with Rocket and Yondu, even if I wanted to take that seriously, The fact that like every scene needs to be undercut with some joke just sucks the fun out of it, and they spend too much time on the joke. If it was like a quick like quip or like a quick poppy joke, and then they start like lingering, but they just keep it going. Like that scene where Mantis is like reading Peter's mind, and then they just laugh at him for like a solid 2 minutes. Yeah. It's like that could have been like a fucking 30-second gag.
And that was a huge problem with Thor: Love and Thunder too. Like they just focused on the humor way too much in that movie, and that really dragged that movie down. Like that is like my least favorite Phase 4 movie right now.
The easiest way to do humor, if you're gonna like mix it in with some serious scenes, is honestly, it's just the way to do humor anyway. You don't want to linger on your jokes. You want them to be punchy, because if they linger, then any of the fun will be sucked out of them. Yeah. Right? And if they weren't funny to begin with, then you're spending way too much time on everyone just sandbagging you. But if they are funny and you go through them quicker, then the people that found it funny are like, ha ha ha, that's great, I love that. And then if people didn't find it funny, it doesn't matter, because it took like 30 seconds to get through, and they're not bothered by the issue either. Like, very poor comedic pacing in this.
No, I agree.
Yeah, I am just not a fan of this movie. I'm just not a fan of this movie. I've never really liked this movie all that much.
Moving on. Spooderman.
Whom Kerman. Spooderman Whom Kerman. I did not like this movie when I watched it the first time. I thought it was kind of boring. Second time around, I actually appreciate it a lot more. I do like this movie more watching it twice now. Let's see. My notes are: good character arc for Peter. We get to see him actually mature, turning from less of a spider boy and more of a Spider Man. That was word for word what I wrote.
That is 100% accurate, though. Like, you nailed it.
Good use of humor that doesn't overpower the narrative. I feel like I watched Homecoming right after Guardians 2, and the only reason that none exists was a slug at Guardians 2. Villains are interesting in concept and for their greater implications on the MCU. In execution, they're kind of boring, though. Yeah, I'll stand by that. I think the idea of like technology in the MCU improving to such a degree where like even like random street criminals are getting like death lasers, I think that's real interesting. Like it shows that first, as we progress, Avenger level threats are going to become more common, and in a way kind of like justifies it, because they keep happening due to all this like Stark tech or alien tech or like not really PIM tech, but who knows in the future, right? I mean, people are trying, we know that. As this like technology like continuously develops, it's going to keep becoming more of a problem, and also justifies in a way Spider-Man being a street level hero, because if street level in MCU is going to be guy can cut building in half, yeah, that's a Spider-Man level threat right there. That justifies Spider-Man.
That does justify Spider-Man, yeah.
But I don't find... I called him Falcon. And that's wrong. It's Vulture. It was some other dumb bird. Can I say, though, that I would have... if I was Spider-Man in this film, I would never have gotten my suit back from Tony Stark. Because at the end of the film, Spider-Man sees... Like, as he's walking in to encounter Vulture for the final time, he sees Vulture's wingsuit just sitting there, not attached by Vulture. And the only reason Vulture manages to get away is because he, like, autopilots the wingsuit to, like, knock out the pillars. Mimic that famous line from one of the early Spider-Man comics where he, like, lifts the underground sea base, right? Mm-hmm. Underwater sea base, excuse me. Yeah... See, I never would have gotten my suit back from Iron Man, because when I saw the glider hanging there, my gut reaction was, I would, like, personally, I'd have just walked up and just grabbed one of the wing turbines and went, and busted it right there. So if Vulture tried that on me, it'd be like, check out my autopilot wings, and you would just hear it skid in the background and explode into a wall.
That's
Good. Oh, I'm sorry, I broke it immediately. What am I, stupid? So maybe that's me, but I would have defeated Vulture way earlier. But he needed to defeat Vulture the exact time to get back in Stark's good graces. So who knows? So his fuck up actually worked out better for him.
Yeah, the thing about the Spider-Man trilogy and the MCU is they progressively get better and better, in my opinion.
I'll agree. I think. Probably. I forget where I put Far From Home in this listing.
Yeah, I think, with Spider-Man, like, each of these movies, like, John Watts did a good job with the trilogy, like, showing him, like, learning something each movie, which is something that Spider-Man, like, naturally in the comics does. Like, he learns something every time he does something to better himself as the hero he is. And I think that's what's always been one of my favorite things about Spider-Man, is that he's consistently getting better at his job.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I will say, some of this might be emotionally influenced because Spider-Man is actually my second favorite superhero and my favorite Marvel character overall. So, yeah. The first one is Superman. I really like Superman. Not in the movies, though.
I like Superman, but I don't know. There's something about it.
I understand the love of Spider-Man. Do not get me wrong. But yeah, no, this movie's pretty good, pretty decent overall. I love that he's like not like infallible. He fucks up constantly in this movie, more than in any of the other movies. Not as bad as in the other movies, but more than in any of the other movies. He fucks up in this one, so it really shows him develop as a character and as a hero, and I think that's important.
That's one of the things that the old Spider-Man movies, like with the Amazing Spider-Man and the Raimi trilogy, don't do, is that they don't show him fucking up as like they do like in these movies. Like he kind of fucks up a little bit in like the Amazing Spider-Man 2 is just a fuck up in general. But I will never not shit talk that movie. They murdered my boy. You know, but like that's a thing. Like they show him fucking up, and they show him getting better and not making those same mistakes in the subsequent movies. But he still makes fuck ups, but in different types of fuck ups. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like in the Raimi trilogy, like they just show him being like untouchable and infallible, and except for his relationships and stuff like that. Which is a big part of Spider-Man, like him trying to juggle being Spider-Man and Peter Parker. But they don't show him fucking up as Spider-Man as often. Like that's like that's one of the biggest and best dynamics, I think. Like him juggling his like superhero life and his personal life is huge, and like keeping that secret identity is big, but we need to see both sides of that coin.
I think both films. I like how we're not even like Amazing Spider-Man's not even in the conversation.
It doesn't need to be either.
But I really like the Raimi trilogy. Do not get me wrong. Like all three of them, even Spider-Man 3. I think a major component is that like Raimi Spider-Man and like Marvel's like MCU Spider-Man, they're not the same character. They both like show off different aspects of the character that. And like tell the characters in their own way, and I think that's okay, and I'm totally fine with what they're doing. Mm-hmm. Like in the Raimi movies, a big issue is like Peter's not really like sure of himself. Like the problem is like internal, and you can make the same thing for like the MCU Spider-Man, but he's also like a lot younger, a lot less mature, just in general.
Yeah. Which is how Spider-Man starts.
Unlike in the Raimi trilogy, where he's like the main guy, and like this, he's just like a smaller, like part of a greater whole, and he has consistently been thrown comically in over his head time after time, and that's a lot of the reasons why he like flounders in some instances.
Agreed.
Like, when there's, like, a Thor in your universe, it makes more sense where you're like, am I really the guy for this?
Yeah, and that's, like, something, again, in the comics, like, he's brought up, too. He's like, well, like, how do I stack to like these other heroes? Like, where is my place in this actual universe?
Yeah.
And then he gets the cosmic
But
power.
there's like no Thor in the Raimi trilogy for Peter to be like, I'm not Thor.
May brings up a good
I
point,
can't
yeah.
call lightning out of the sky. People complain Tobey Maguire doesn't look like a high school student. Peter isn't even a high school student for an entire movie. He graduated like 40 minutes into the movie.
Yeah. But I mean, he was also like 28. But that was also a thing in like the 2000s. Like they would cast like teenagers as like basically like full grown ass adults. So it was a time. It was the times, you know.
Well, because there's a lot of rules about child actors.
Yeah,
is the problem.
I think the only one that's ever been appropriately cast in those older like Marvel movies was Rogue, because she was like the right age. And Anna Paquin still didn't play the character right. Give me the Southern accent.
You cowards.
Cowards.
Oh yeah, did you ever notice Wanda just seemingly loses her accent after she has an accent in Age of Ultron, and then in the next movie she has like Civil War. She has a little bit of an accent, and then from Civil War onward, I don't think it ever appears again.
Well, that's they don't bring it up, but like that's something like when you're around people that talk a certain way, you do start talking like that. Like,
not to that degree.
Like, because I know people that are from like straight up England that like over the years like just talk like Americans now. Yeah.
It takes a while though. Her accent fell off the planet.
That's true too. Yeah.
And even then, they still like bring up like British colloquialisms.
Yeah,
that does not happen for Wanda. Wanda just stops having an accent randomly.
I'm honestly fine with her not having the accent.
I'm fine too. It's just something I noticed where I was like in Civil War, I'm like, I feel like she used to have more of an accent. And then from that point onward, I'm like, oh, you've given up then.
Oh, we're just done now. And it does kind of come back in WandaVision and in Doctor Strange too.
Does it? I'm like, I only watched like 2.5 episodes of WandaVision.
I think the whole accent thing is like part of her, like, we'll say more evil side, I guess you would say. You know what I mean?
Oh, the more of an accent.
The more, because like if you I'll get into it later.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, movie's way better than I thought.
I realized I just started saying drip out to my friend because I kept saying drip. Yes, I'm ashamed as well. All right, yeah, Homecoming, good start to a good trilogy.
Good movie, yeah.
But boy, Morbius. Anyways, Thor Ragnarok.
It's Morbin time.
It's Morbin time, bitches.
When he said it's Morbin time, I literally morbed.
Yeah, the fucking theater stood up and clapped.
I have no idea why I find these Morbius jokes so fucking funny. I have never seen this movie, and I normally find memes like this so absolutely unhilarious, but for some reason, I can really get behind these Morbius memes.
The fact that the internet bullied Sony into releasing that movie again to fail is hilarious.
Then flopped it twice, yes.
I didn't review Morbius because there's nothing to say about that movie.
Well, it's a shame. It would have been qualified for the Cold Topic Awards.
It would have immediately won Worst Movie of the Year, so.
Thor Ragnarok was, when I watched it, I loved this movie. It was one of my favorite MCU movies. I put it in like the top 3 easily when I watched it the first time. This movie is not very good. And I have completely 180'd on it.
This movie hasn't sit well with me like after a while either.
Yeah, it does not. This movie is great for one viewing and one viewing only.
Yeah, that's like a Taika thing though. Like, cause I've liked every Taika movie like the first time I've watched it, but then when I go back and watch them again, like when I watched like What We Do in the Shadows like the second time, I was like, oh, okay, that's not great. Same with like Hunt for the Wilder People and like a couple of his other movies, Jojo Rabbit, same thing. Like, the second viewing is not as good.
Yes, for sure. Well, this was a dramatic fall off. This is probably, I think, the most dramatic fall off of any of the movies. A lot less funny the second time around. Interrupts every dramatic scene with a joke.
Yep, Love and Thunder.
Get used to hearing that. Heller, Surtur, and Game Master are underdeveloped. This movie has 3 villains. None of them are well explored. Good action scenes. I hate Valkyrie, portrayed by Tessa Thompson, who I heavily critiqued as a shitty actress in Creed. Immigrant song used wonderfully, although I don't know what that song is about, but I can only imagine has nothing to do with what's going on. But I love the music cue. I'd be damned if I don't get hype when it plays. And Doctor Strange has no reason to be in this movie. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Doctor Strange has no reason to be in this fucking film. But they just show up. Doctor Strange is like, "What's up? I'm Doctor Strange." And Thor is like, "I'm looking for my dad." And Doctor Strange is like, "Cool, here he is. Bye." And I'm like, "Why were you in this? You didn't do anything." This movie's basically a comedy, and it's not funny. I don't think I need to say anymore. Like, I thought it was really funny the first time, and now I'm like, wow, this isn't very funny. And whenever it tries to do anything dramatic, it undercuts it with not being funny.
Like Bruce breaking his neck on a bridge.
Huh?
Like Bruce from Panther breaking his neck on a bridge.
Okay, all right. You know what? That one's still decent. But I'm mixed on like the way Thor is portrayed in this movie, because one, it feels like we're going through a very similar plot arc as the first one, but I do appreciate the like flashback to the vision of like Odin, where it's like, well, are you the god of hammers?
Well, the guy, yeah.
Where it's like the power's in him the whole time, and I do think that's interesting. But then at the end, they just like they set up Surtur at the beginning of the movie with a scene that they undercut with jokes. A scene they undercut with multiple jokes at the same time, running concurrently. And then at the end, he just kind of like explodes Asgard. And it seems like it's like, yeah, Hela is set up as a villain that cannot possibly be defeated, but it's so quick and dramatic that it's like, well, I feel like we're not getting a great, like, even if they technically set up how to beat her, I don't feel like the development for any of the characters or the payoff for it was actually worth getting there.
Yeah. No,
like, they tried to do, what was that plotline? Planet Hulk and Ragnarok at the same time, and what a stupid idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Planet Hulk should have been its own type of thing.
Planet Hulk should be like the Hulk second movie.
But they technically can't do that because of Universal.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they can't do a
character.
They cannot do a solo Hulk film. Hulk has to be in a movie with someone else for them to use him.
Oh, wow.
Which is why you only see him in his own solo movie that's produced by Universal. Then after the whole Disney acquisition thing, he can only be in like Avengers films or team-up movies.
Well, then just don't do Planet Hulk then.
Yeah.
Then just don't do it.
Yeah, that's the huge like thing about Hulk, which sucks, is that I want to see something like that, or like a World War Hulk, which they can technically do World War Hulk because of all the extra characters in it. They can just market it as like an Avengers movie technically, but
I don't know how they would possibly do World War Hulk though.
They can't yet.
They would need to bend over ass backward to pull that one off, because the Illuminati's dead.
Well, in one
universe. Like, I know they introduced in like Multiverse of Madness, they introduced an alternate Illuminati, but that does not matter because it's not main universe Illuminati, and that's what you would need for a Hulk film.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could not do World War Hulk. You just could not.
Yeah.
They kill, everyone is dead.
Unfortunately.
Yes, rest in peace, everyone who died.
We miss you.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of my favorite Hulk portrayals, though. Portrayals in a film, though. I think he's like top tier Hulk in this movie.
Really?
Yeah, I'm still not a fan of Professor Hulk.
He's not a Hulk in this movie, though. He's just like big. He's like a big green child in this film. That's not really Hulk.
I like it. He's a big dumb animal. Because he's been Hulk for so long that he just finally got some personality.
But that doesn't make sense, because Hulk is either a survival instinct or an anger thing. If Bruce calms down, he drops out of Hulk form. So the implication is what? He's pissed the entire film, even when he's goofing off?
He's always angry.
It's dumb.
Fair enough.
Can I talk about one thing that happened in the comics, I think, relatively recently, which is actually kind of badass, though?
Him going to hell and beating the fuck out of Satan?
No.
Oh,
what?
okay.
I didn't even hear about that.
Oh, okay.
No. We all know that the worthy enchantment prevents Hulk from lifting the hammer, and there's no goddamn way Hulk is worthy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like the least worthy character in the entire Marvel Comics universe.
Yeah.
Moon Knight, maybe. But,
Moon Knight, maybe. Also
but yeah, so this happened recently in the comics, and I think it's we all know that Hulk has like high speed regeneration. I refuse to call it a healing factor. I think that's so fucking stupid. Factor of what? I don't. Shut up. Anyway, so recently in the comics, Thor pinned Hulk down and like put the hammer on Hulk's back, and Hulk stood up by doing like a push up, and he just rips the hammer directly through his torso.
Oof.
And I'm like, okay, that's a pretty badass. That's a good way to get away the worthy enchantment. He's just standing up anyway.
What a way.
And then he regrew his internals because
comic books.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't like this movie very much the second time.
Moving on.
Moving on.
To Black Panther.
I'm getting an ad for Xbox. Black Panther. Okay. All right, I'm just going to read this word for word, and hopefully I don't shove my foot in my mouth. Some of the acting is hammy. Desperately needs other takes. Oh, yeah, this is directed by my favorite, Ryan Coogler.
I was waiting for this one.
Killmonger's motivation isn't properly established. I understand he wants to end the oppression of black people, but the movie does nothing to establish how he is specifically oppressed. Yes, you can make an inference with outside knowledge, but that's not very good storytelling. We need to see how he, or at least someone, is affected in order to properly identify with the cause. All of Killmonger's problems in life have been wrapped around Wakanda, but he treats the Wakandan throne as nothing more than a means to an end, despite how you'd think it'd be his main goal. Very weak character work. We know nothing about these characters. I don't remember most of their names. I'd love a Black Panther movie directed by Jordan Peele. Shower thought.
Ooh, okay.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That actually would work very well. Maybe we are not getting to Black Widow because that is part of Phase 4. We're only doing the first
Yes, I have
three
not watched
phases
Black Widow.
and No Way Home. Jordan
those
Peele
are my
would
Black
actually,
Panther movies.
Yeah, Jordan Peele would actually be pretty good. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't think he.
This movie is this movie came out during like the height of the Black Lives Matter movement and boasted like a mostly black cast with a black director. And I think and I hate to say this, but this is a cold corporate marketer thinking right here. I largely assume it was a marketing gimmick that super worked. But the movie's not very good, and that's also why I was thinking about like where I'm like, well, I think Ryan Coogler is a shitty director, just in general. I think he's a shitty director. He should never been put in charge of an MCU film with his like 2 previous films, which was like Fruitvale Station and Creed. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking giving him this movie. So I was like, well, who would I replace him with? And then I was like, Jordan Peele, I bet would like really swing on this one. Because he knows how to keep it like light, but also talk about like serious political topics. I bet he could knock a Black Panther out of the park.
He probably could.
Apparently they're bringing Ryan Coogler back for Black Panther 2, though. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's coming out in November.
Yeah.
So expect that review in December.
Yes.
I don't know.
But yeah, I don't like that they talk about like modern social issues. No, I'm sorry, they don't talk about modern social issues. I don't like that they don't talk about modern social issues. This movie films passive aggressive. They bring up modern social issues and then they just leave them on the table. And then don't address them. It's like, if you're gonna bring it up, fucking talk about it, you goddamn cowards.
Cowards.
Don't fucking just be like it's like walking into a room and being like 9/11 and then leaving, and it's like, did you want to say something about that? No, okay, then what the fuck was the point?
I did not like
this movie.
I did not like this movie when it first came out. but I never voiced it because I don't want people to think I was like racist.
I didn't like this movie. Actually, I liked this movie better the second time. I don't like this movie very much, even on a second viewing, but I liked it more on the second viewing. But yeah, I like the characters don't make sense. They don't work. Let's also address the fact that this is a film where the main character is invulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Also, they wasted Claw.
The waste what?
They wasted Ulysses Claw, and I hate that.
Oh yeah, he's supposed to be some kind of character. I have no fucking. I don't know Black Panther very well.
Yeah, he actually becomes a pretty prominent Black Panther like villain, and they could have done so much more with him, and they wasted him. Like literally.
Well, that's okay because we have Killmonger, the greatest MCU villain. He super isn't, but yeah, we have Killmonger, and then he dies.
Yeah.
then we kill him. So that's delightful. I remember finding what's her name, like Siri or something.
Shuri.
Suri. I remember finding Suri really obnoxious the first viewing. She's fine the second viewing. She's fine. She's a little annoying, but she's not that bad. I don't want a Black Panther movie with her as the main character though. I would rather the like self-serious like main guard woman, like the head of the royal guard. I would rather she become Black Panther than Suri.
Well,
I understand why it's Suri. I would much rather the other like main female character in this movie.
Yeah, the speculation on who's becoming Black Panther is huge right now.
Oh, I thought it was like confirmed Suri. I thought we already knew we were getting Suri.
It's not confirmed yet, but it's who knows actually.
Yeah, I would almost prefer Suri to remain as the guy in the chair, as they put it in Far From Home.
That's fair, yeah. I have to watch this movie.
Nope, that's Homecoming. I would rather she remain the guy in the chair, as they call it in Homecoming.
I still have to give this. I've only seen this movie twice, and both times I wasn't a huge fan of it.
No, yeah, for sure. They also try and rip off the subway fight from Spider-Man 3, but they do it worse.
And that CGI is terrible.
Yeah, it's not great. I don't want to like shit on the animators too hard though.
Yeah.
They're mistreated by Disney and underpaid like most animators. I don't want to like get on them. It's not their fault. They also don't understand how Black Panther's suit works, but that's okay. There's so much confusing bullshit with Black Panther. Like with Vibranium. Vibranium is so weird as a material.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Black Panther.
I remember there was a scene in what was it, Civil War, where Black Panther like jumps onto a wall and like slides down with his claws. And in my brain, I'm like, just jump. You'll beat him down. Just jump. Because remember, Vibranium absorbs 100% of the kinetic energy. So like, just jump. What are you afraid of? You're not going to get injured.
Yeah, but
you don't need a parachute.
It's threatening when you slide down the wall, you know?
Yeah, I would be more threatened by a man that just jumped off like a fucking 5-story building and landed on his feet like a cat.
Okay, that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, anyway, I don't like this movie.
Moving on. Infinity War.
Avengers Infinity War, yes. The best MCU movie is what people say.
Wow.
I am not a fan.
Okay.
I remembered liking this movie the first time, and then watching it the second time, I'm like, nope. I'm still not big on this one. I never liked it as much as Endgame, but now I just kind of super don't like this movie. Like, I don't dislike it. I don't want to overhype how much I'm not liking it, but I did. It's definitely on like the lower scale of the Marvel movies for me. And I know exactly where my issue lies, but let me read my notes here. Good balancing of its characters and plots, many memorable moments. How do the Infinity Stones work? Like, why can Thanos wield so many of them? Peter can almost handle one because he's half god. Loki can handle one because he's full god. Ronan can barely handle one, and he's just some alien. Vision is a robot. Doctor Strange is full human, and he can handle one. How do these things work?
Thanos is an Eternal.
Huh?
Thanos is.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he is an Eternal. Yeah.
Okay, is that like some level above half celestial?
Yes.
Okay, all right. But what about why can Ronan and why can Ronan and Doctor Strange use them then?
Because they have something housing them. That's
okay.
yeah. So if you have a conduit like the Aether, like that's like their justification.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll let it slide. Maybe I'll let it. But this isn't explained in any of the movies I've seen.
Yeah.
So that's still not great. They should have probably said that then, right?
I want to say Wong mentions something about it in Doctor Strange.
No.
I don't know.
Because we don't even know he has the Time Stone in Doctor Strange.
No, he mentions it at the end.
Oh, yeah, at the very end.
Yeah, at the very end, yeah.
No, he says it houses the Time Stone, but he doesn't explain why he can use it without it exploding in him.
That's true, too, yeah.
Here's the kicker about this. They didn't have to introduce the fact that the stones kill you when you touch them. Like, that's a Guardians of the Galaxy problem. You didn't need to introduce that, and then I wouldn't have been making these questions throughout the entire franchise.
Fair.
Because it's a consistent problem where I'm like, how the fuck do these things work? This movie has decent action scenes. Thanos' plan is really stupid. Do I need to explain that? Because no part of it makes sense.
Perfectly balanced.
It's like the dumbest plan any of the villains have in any of the movies. Here is why I think my number one issue with this problem with this film is actually, and I think this is my number one issue. I don't like Thanos as a character in this film. It's not a technical flaw, but it impacts my enjoyment. I think that's my number one problem. I don't like Thanos.
Okay.
I just don't like him. I don't like his I don't like him as a character. I don't find him very interesting. I find him kind of obnoxious and self-righteous and hypocritical. His plan is fucking dumb. Like every time he's on screen, I'm like, here's fucking Thanos again. He's not consistently written. I fucking do not like Thanos, and I think that's my number one issue with this movie. Doctor Strange, oh god, Doctor Strange claiming they only win in one of the timelines he checked means there's 14,604 timelines where Thor didn't aim for the head. Loki never would have attacked his real body in any of the previous movies. I talked about that on a previous one. I won't get into that too much, but you can't tell me I'm wrong. Although you mentioned they retconned that later on, so...
Yeah, in the Loki TV show, there is a Loki that he meets later in the series. He's like, I'm the one that faked his death and ran away from Thanos.
Which, you know what, if they retcon it, that's fine.
Yeah.
Because that scene is so stupid. It's just for, like, a reason for Thor to be pissed off. But Loki would never have charged him with his real body. Opening the barrier on Wakanda made no sense, and their justification doesn't change that. So basically, Thanos' army couldn't penetrate the barrier on Wakanda, right? Mm-hmm. But their justification is, if we don't open the barrier, we're gonna be surrounded by a group of people that can't enter your fucking city anyway. Oh, the humanity? Oh no! Iron Man could have activated his fucking space kill droids because he didn't really have a time to develop them since for the later Spider-Man. So we already know he has them. So he could have like brought in his kill droids and went bam, 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 while the Wakanda barrier was open. It made no fucking sense. They did it just so Thanos could get in and get the stone. That's all that was there for. And my final note is this movie is really dumb.
On one of my late night YouTube browsings where I went to that weird side of YouTube, I saw a weird ASMR video where a guy in a suit is trying to sell you Infinity War hero ashes. 10 out of 10.
I think the ashes disintegrate, but that's hilarious. Anyway, I understand why people would like this movie, but it doesn't work for me, really. It just straight up does not work for me. I think the fights are cool, but that's about all I can really, like, deep down appreciate about this.
That's fair.
I know this is probably what, like, your favorite one outside of Spider-Man?
No, Endgame's better than this one. I like Endgame more.
What? This is the exact opposite of what you said literally last podcast. You said you liked this better than Endgame.
Yeah, but I've watched them both back to back again because I do I do that frequently. Okay. I have no chill. But again, watching it like Endgame and yeah.
Okay. Well, we agree on that. Spoilers for my Endgame review. We definitely agree on that.
But yeah, Infinity War does a lot of things. I don't like the fact that Hulk's barely in it.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like this is.
I feel like it makes sense from where we're coming off of Ragnarok, though.
It does make sense, but again, like if he would have busted out a Hulkbuster and had like some usefulness towards the end of the movie, and then we would have got Professor Hulk, that would have made more sense.
Realistically, the Hulkbuster armor did semi-beat Hulk, so he would have been more useful in the Hulkbuster armor.
I don't know. I just like they need to stop.
Oh no!
Boy.
The movie forgot that. Don't worry. You were right. The movie forgot that. The movie forgot the Hulkbuster armor worked for basically the first time ever.
It busted a Hulk. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
I'll be damned though if Thor arriving in Wakanda isn't a cool scene. Like when I think about Infinity War, and I think this is why this one is the most well-regarded one. When I think about Infinity War, I think about moments of the movie that stand out to me, like them trying to get the gauntlet off of Thanos and it being magnetically adhered to his hand for no reason. I think of like Wanda killing Vision, that amazing scene, easily the best scene in the whole movie, where Peter like gets up the courage to shoot Gamora and then the fucking bubbles come out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, heartbreaking. Love it. Thor like arriving in Wakanda. I agree with everyone, by the way. There's a clip where they replace the Avengers theme with the immigrant song, and that would have been way better. They should have done that. I know they didn't want to pay for the licensing, but tell me that one. But you literally, you go look up that clip right now, and you'll see it's better with the immigrant song. There's a lot of good scenes in the movie. I just don't like how it comes together. Is my problem.
That's fair. That's fair.
Spider-Man's death, obviously.
Yeah, don't even get me started on that.
Yes, heartbreaking. I've heard I've heard a theory, which is probably very inaccurate, but Spider-Man is the only character to have a reaction to the snap, and I am aware it was because Tom Holland was improvising the scene. But Spider-Man is the only character to have a reaction to snap. And the theory I've heard, which is almost certainly not true, but I kind of like it, is that the spider sense went off and was like, "You're fucking dead already."
Yeah.
And that's why he had such a visceral reaction of, "I don't feel so good."
Yeah, that's that. I still can't watch that scene.
It's very good. Great acting from Tom Holland and Robert Downey Jr. in that scene too. Absolutely heartbreaking.
It is. Yeah, it was too much for me in theaters. Like the first time I saw that, it was too much.
I did hear an argument about Doctor Strange. The Doctor Strange, I checked 14,605 timelines, or 604 timelines. 5 timelines. Line is so goddamn stupid, but it is not implied that he checked every possible timeline. Oh, we're going to ignore the fact that there are no alternate timelines because of Loki, from what I understand. But shut up. Don't think about it. We didn't plan up ahead far enough to make... Anyway. I did like riff on it about how there's like 14 million timelines where Thor didn't hit Thanos in the head. But to be fair, we're not sure how exactly the time stone search engine works. It's entirely possible that a good like 300 of them is everyone just decides to randomly kill themselves, and that's why Thanos wins. So who knows, like, and he also didn't say, I checked every timeline. So he may have only checked one timeline and then just gave up.
Yeah, he's like, okay, this one worked.
It was like, found one. All we needed was that one time. Let's do that one. So if he kept searching, and also he got like snapped out of it. So he by who, Iron Man or Peter or something. One of the three important characters snapped him out of that one. So it's possible that he found, for the record, it could have been like the third one he found, and then he was like, okay, I don't like that everyone temporarily dies, comes back for 5 years, and then we lose Tony. This seems like a bad timeline. Can I find a better one? And then they poke him, and he's like, well, nope, I guess not.
Not today.
I guess we're not finding a better timeline. So he might have been able to keep searching and like pulled one where Thor aimed for the head. But...
Should have gone for it.
Or they instead just told Wanda, hey, Wanda, just fucking murder him. Actually, that would have been a totally thing oh my god, they could have just done that. Doctor Strange could have just portaled to Wanda, grabbed Wanda, then portaled back to Thanos and had her rip him apart by atom. Anyway, what the hell was I talking about? Oh, yeah. But my number one issue is I don't like Thanos.
Fair enough.
And his plan is really, really comically stupid.
Perfectly balanced.
Yeah, okay, I'm good to move.
Ant-Man and the Wasp.
When I watched this movie the first time, I really liked it, and I was surprised that nobody else liked this movie other than me.
I liked it.
And rewatching it the second time, I really like this movie. I'm surprised no one else likes this movie other than me.
I saw this movie
still
in
good.
Florida when everyone went to Disney, and my buddy and I didn't. And we're like, what are we going to do? Let's go see Ant-Man and the Wasp and go play mini golf. So this is like a fun memory.
Yes. No, this is a good movie. I know everyone, I think a lot of people's issues with Ant-Man and the Wasp is that it came off of Infinity War, yep. Which is like this big spectacle, and then they're like, let's go rob a briefcase.
Yeah, it was the high, you know, because this came out 2 months after it. And like, I was still on that high too. Yeah. So like, seeing this, I'm like, oh my god, we gotta wait another year for fucking Endgame.
Yeah, because it comes off of Infinity War where everyone dies, and then this movie is about acquiring acquiring luggage. So,
which was topical because I had just traveled to I got a fucking giant ass beetle in my house. Like I just had traveled, so you know.
Terrified of that information. My note on this is movie has a lot of heart. This is the only other MCU movie I have written this about other than the original Guardians of the Galaxy, so take that as high praise. Nice to see Scott rekindle his relationship with the Pyms. Nice to see him bond with his daughter and have a healthy relationship with his ex and her husband. Likeable villains with understandable motivations. They actually play around with the shrinking and growing in this movie. Yeah, I felt like they didn't really do that in the first movie. It was just like a thing that they could also do. They more focused on the ant thing, which is way less interesting. They have a lot of fun with things going boop, 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 in this one.
Yeah.
Good humor. Characters don't have much of an arc. That's a bit of a negative. Everyone's basically the same character the whole way through. Pym particles still make no sense, but at least they're more consistent in this movie. The explanation of Ghost's powers are stupid, which is disappointing because a better explanation is right in front of them. It makes me wonder if they changed them for general audiences. I remember this is not the first time I complained about this. When I first saw Ghost, when I saw this movie the first time, I always assumed that Ghost's powers worked on the general concept of sort of quantum tunneling and like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, where the idea is that for subatomic particles, they don't necessarily exist in specific spaces, but in fields around. They exist in general vicinities, and they can basically appear in anywhere in those vicinities. So I thought Ghost was a scaled up version of that, where the reason we saw her phasing in and out is because Ghost isn't necessarily in a location until she decides to be in that location until observed, one might say. And I thought that was how her powers worked, because that's how it looked like it worked. It looks like she was quantum tunneling all over the shit. I thought it was really cool. But the explanation she gets is she's moves her body through alternate realities or some shit, and I'm like, that's really fucking stupid. But then I like thought about it while like writing down why I thought Ghost's like explanation was so stupid, and I'm like, I wonder if, because they do a really good job of explaining what I just said, of like portraying what I just said. So I wonder if they thought that the actual explanation was too smart for a general audience, and they're like, we need to dumb this up and like movie it up because no one's gonna have any idea what the fuck we're talking about.
Yeah, that's a huge problem throughout the first 3 phases.
Techno mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, just trying to explain powers.
Yeah, stop doing it.
Yeah, they stopped doing that.
Thank you.
They're just like everyone, and people are gonna accept shit after seeing a big alien blow shit up.
Yeah, they were very reluctant. They wanted to ground it because, like, in the original Thor movie, Thor says like science and technology are one and the same to his people. So it seemed like they were trying to keep the movies grounded at beginning, and then once the Guardians of the Galaxy was the kicker, where they realized, oh, we can just do whatever the hell we want then.
Yeah.
People will watch it. Awesome. Excuse me. So I'm glad to hear that you're saying like Phase 4 is giving up entirely on that because do they need to?
They do not give a flying fuck anymore.
And my last note is haunting end credit scene. This is probably like top 2, I would even say, ending credit scenes in all of the MCU films. Very good. I remember when I watched this the first time, I like shouted out loud at it because the whole movie is like this light, humorous, like lighthearted, like sort of heist movie with a lot of character moments, a lot of like bonding between the characters. Like I said, a lot of heart. Like only when I would say that about other than like Guardians of the Galaxy 1. And then at the end of the film, it's like, let's go help out Ghost, who's super dead for the record. Because they're like, Ghost is gonna like die in 5 days if we don't get these particles, and it's like, okay then. 5 years later.
Yeah, it definitely rocked me when I saw it. I was like, oh my goodness.
But yeah, just like out of nowhere, and it's like, guys, and then the movie changes on a dime. Just on a straight up dime, and as the ashes come down, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Yeah, it's fucking terrifying.
Holy shit. I've also heard good credits for the ant at the end as like the klaxons blare. That one's a little too comical for me. I think it undercuts the scene a little bit.
I didn't stay for that one, so I didn't see that one until like way later.
I watched the credits of every movie I watched, period. Fun fact about me. No, this movie's great. Like this movie's just great. This is one of my favorite MCU films, even now.
Hell yeah.
Very underrated. It probably because it followed Infinity War.
Oh yeah, 100%. It was definitely like, yeah, it was definitely shadowed by the grandiose scale of Infinity War. But boy, if they would have came out with that end credit scene would have been different and it wouldn't have hit as hard.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on?
Yep. Captain Mirror.
Okay, not many left. When we're done with these MCU films, I gotta take another piss, by the way.
We can probably honestly take a break after this movie because Endgame's gonna be a long boy, probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Captain Marvel. I thought this movie was like, I hate to use this because it's turning into like a colloquialism, but why not? I'll say it. I thought this movie was mid the first time I watched it. Still mid.
Yeah, it's still pretty mid, yeah.
It's overhated, and a lot of it is, I want to say Brie Larson kind of like put her foot in her mouth and went like whole woke culture, I think. And that's never good. You don't want to do that. Nobody likes when that happens. And people are also like, if they assured you needed to watch this coming off of Infinity War, and people are like, okay, what the hell did that have to do with anything? So it was also a victim of the Infinity War hype train. And yeah, like but the number one issue about this movie is like it's overhated, but boy, is it still not, like, even for a movie that's overhated, still not that good. So,
but there's a blockbuster in it.
There's a what?
There's a blockbuster in it, so that's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, yeah. They're a little on the nose within Radio Shack. They're a little on the nose with the '90s references, but whatever, it's
Also,
fine.
my favorite Stan Lee cameo is in this movie because he's reading the fucking script for Mallrats.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, which is fucking great.
What's the one where he's talking to Uwadu the Watcher?
That's Guardians 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, which is also pretty top tier.
Where it was revealed that the whole time he's been working for the Watchers in all of the films.
Yeah.
Including, which I guess acts as an explanation for why when he drank the Incredible Hulk's blood in the Incredible Hulk film, he didn't turn into the Hulk, was because he's clearly not human. Because that's a plot line you definitely forgot about.
We don't talk about Bruno.
My notes were good banter between Fury and Carol. I liked the buddy cop thing they had going on. I don't remember that from the first time I watched it, but I definitely think it works in this movie. They actually have a good dynamic in this film.
They do.
Ending music cues are too loud. This was only an issue at the very end where she powers up, but dear God, the entire movie's mixing is fine until it just goes, and you're like, oh my God, was that necessary? Ending action sequence is way too long. That's a problem with all of them.
Fair.
There's too much action in this movie. Brie Larson can be a bit wooden in her acting. It has charm, it does, but it's pretty mediocre.
Fair.
It's way overhated. There are a lot of worse MCU movies that are worse. Like a lot of MCU movies are worse than this, but a lot of MCU movies are better than this. Also, it's like one of the most middle of the row of all of the films.
Yeah, it's a very mid movie.
Yeah. You got anything to add?
Love the '90s references. The Mallrats thing and Stanley is like a top tier meta reference that I love.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like it was. I don't know why, but it was like the perfect thing to have him do in that movie. Just randomly on a bus reading a script from Mallrats, a movie that he's only in for like 2 seconds, and he's way
I was
younger.
not aware he was in Mallrats.
He's in that. He talks to Jason Lee's character in that movie, like in the mall. It's like,
I haven't seen it.
Mallrats is pretty solid. Kevin Smith. I actually like most of Kevin Smith's movies, but Mallrats is definitely like up there in the top 3.
We actually talked about Kevin Smith movies last time.
Yeah, but yeah, there's really not much to say about these movies. Like the Skrulls, like
that is the problem with it.
Yeah, Skrulls is a big problem, but it looks like they're set to change that with Secret Invasion, then actually make them like the actual threat they are. So I think Brie Larson has been a bit wooden. I think she's a better singer than actor. Okay.
She's a pretty good singer if you've seen Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, she is.
She actually did that song.
She did.
In Scott Pilgrim.
But yeah, this movie is it's a origin story for another superhero.
Yeah.
Also, a waste
for
of
the
Jude
record.
Law.
What?
A waste of Jude Law. I'll say that.
I was gonna say a waste of the Nick Fury betrayal scene. That could have been its own dedicated film. Because of the cat thing.
Yeah, I do like the cat.
Because I like the cat, but if you remember in like Winter Soldier, like Nick Fury having trust issues was part of that movie, and he was like, "Last time I trusted someone, I lost this eye." He didn't take the thing off. He didn't take his eye off until the last moment, but he was like, "I lost an eye." And then in this movie, he trusted a cat, and that's how he lost his eye. It is a bit of a waste.
Yeah, could have been Wolverine.
It could have been an actual, like, we could have had a whole like Nick Fury backstory going into because they're going into like Secret Wars, right? So they could have went into that.
They are going to Secret Wars.
Like they're clearly setting up like with Gore the God Butcher. I mean, I can see where they're going with it. I think everyone else can too. So
it was made a little bit more clear at San Diego Comic-Con.
Oh, am I wrong or am I right?
No, it's Secret Wars, 100%.
Okay, yeah.
They're doing 2 Avengers films in 1 year.
Yeah, aren't they also doing Kang?
Oh yeah, they're doing King.
Yeah. I think I don't have an opinion on Kang because I don't think I've ever actually read or seen anything with Kang in it. I think Kang is an interesting character concept, I will say. The only thing I know about Kang the Conqueror, aside from like his basic like character, because I don't know any major Kang storylines either, honestly, is I know Comic Drake does not like him because of how inconsistently his backstory is written.
Well, see, that's the thing with the not to get sidetracked, but the thing with King is like he doesn't have a consistent backstory because he's so many different people. Like he's been like a pharaoh, he's been Iron Lad, he's been King the Conqueror, He Who Remains, like a whole bunch of different characters. So like he doesn't have a consistent backstory because he's not a consistent person. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like
I no, I don't want to talk to him, but I know Comic Drake got like he got into like all of like the timeline shenanigans and who he is throughout history, and like got into the minutia of why specifically it is. It's a pretty good video to explain why one character doesn't like Kang, or why one person doesn't like a Kang.
Yeah, I think as a new threat, he's perfectly fine for a new threat for a new generation.
Well, she didn't make the song; it was a cover, but yeah, she sang the cover, I should say.
Fair.
In Scott Pilgrim.
All right. Anything else to add about Captain Marvel before we take a break?
No, not really.
Yeah, Captain Marvel. It's fucking more Infinity Stone shenanigans.
Oh yeah, the Tesseract. Yeah. Oh yeah, they explain where that came from.
Yeah.
I was like, really? Oh right.
I'm not. Yeah.
See,
yeah.
Another problem with the movie where I was like, did they
Shazam.
do? They did. I love that DC and Marvel both own the title Captain Marvel, but DC can't use it for their cover pages.
Mm-hmm.
Despite the fact that Captain Marvel in DC is an older character than Captain Marvel in Marvel.
Well, it was like a rights thing back in like the 50s or something like that. And like
yeah, there
Marvel
were multiple
wanted,
lawsuits about it. Yeah.
It was a whole thing.
DC did a Zanga where there was like a rights debate and they were really pissed off, so they just bought Captain Marvel from the original creators. Or I should say Shazam from the original creators, but then they stopped using the character for a while, so then they, like, Marvel created a Marvel, and was like, we have Captain Marvel, and then DC is like, we're gonna come back with our Captain Marvel, and it's like, hey, our character's way older, piss off, Marvel. And Marvel's like, yeah, but we're literally Marvel, and then there was a whole lawsuit, and it was decided that both people can keep Captain Marvel, but DC they can't name something Captain Marvel.
Yeah.
To avoid confusion, so it has to be Shazam. It's, I mean, it doesn't have to be Shazam. Technically, it could be literally anything. It could be, they could call it like Billy Batson or some shit, and it could still be
Billy
Captain
Batson,
Marvel.
Boy Wonder.
Yeah, technically they could call it fucking anything, but
Shazam works.
Shazam, where it gets you to the point. The only thing where I'm awkward where is they start calling the character Shazam, which you cannot call Captain Marvel Shazam. Yes, one, because it's the name of the wizard, thank you. And two, because if Billy Batson were to attempt to introduce himself as Shazam, he would depower himself.
Oops.
So yeah. Anyway, yeah, Captain Marvel, it's a movie.
All right.
The claim I think Brie Larson makes is that she's the strongest Avenger. She is not. Wanda is.
Yep.
Is she stronger than Thor? Because Thor is the only other one in this weight class. Maybe. But she is not probably. I would almost go so far as to say probably. But she is not stronger than Wanda. No one is stronger than Wanda. No one, to my knowledge, in the entire MCU is stronger than Wanda.
All right, Zach's gonna take a quick pre-break. I'm actually gonna chill here while he does that.
I'm actually gonna need to get some more to drink. I'm almost out of drinkables.
Yeah, so drinkables.
I'm gonna have to get water.
Water, not the YouTube sensation.
Which is what?
Your show.
Oh, okay. I I heard that. I'm like, my show? My show? I'm actually working on a new episode of Water, by the way.
There you go. Plugs.
Yeah. All right. Bathroom and water break.
Yes, he's gonna do that, and I'm gonna sit here and talk about Mega Man.
Oh, okay.
I'm not gonna talk about Mega Man.
Oh, okay. I mean, it's a thing you could do. It is an option. In fact, do it.
So here we have Mega Man X3 right here. This is Mega Man X3, this is Mega Man X2, and that's Mega Man X. That's all I'm going to talk about, though. But what I do want to talk about is Captain Marvel and how much I was disappointed by this movie. Because I kind of do like Carol Danvers as a character, but they kind of just like really let me down. But you know, it is what it is. You know, it could be worse. Still need to watch Shazam. So eventually I will do that. And I guess Aquaman, even though I don't like Aquaman at all. It's kind of a... It's like, why? Kind of hungry. Just didn't want to throw the Be Right Back screen and pop it. We'll pop an ad real quick. We'll do that. So we don't get another ad. Sorry for the ads. Let's do that. Disable 46, cool. Going to an ad break, baby. Oh, yeah. Empty chairs, nice ad. I ran the ad. I decided to run P real quick, just in case. We don't know how long the Endgame stuff is going to be, so, you know, you got to be prepared for everything. I was going to grab a snack, but, you know, I really shouldn't have a snack. It's way too late. I also have to wake up early for my first day at work tomorrow. I'm not looking forward to that. Just set my alarm now. Waka Waka. I guess it's kind of good that I didn't actually add anything extra to this one. This is a long boy. Already at like 4 hours. I don't really know what to talk about, honestly. I guess I could just do this. Spooderman. It's a big old beetle. That's it's sucking my light now. Yeah, well, what a night. We're having fun. 2 years we've been doing this. 2 years. It's just crazy to think that. We still got to finish Dark Souls 2. Zach's back.
Hello, I miss anything?
They're just talking about Dark Souls 2.
Oh, okay. What about it?
I say we still got to finish it.
Oh yeah, we do. We do.
It's coming.
We should do that at some point.
It's coming.
You're gonna have to bite the bullet. There's gonna be a dedicated murdering everyone stream. there's gonna have to be a dedicated stream where you either like clear out the way to the boss, or there's gonna be a dedicated stream where you actually try and kill a boss. If you're incapable of actually beating the boss as it stands, we can just go to a different DLC area.
We'll see.
Because there are multiple DLCs.
Yeah.
Because I remember the issue is you like were getting slammed by Elena.
Oh god, she was kicking my ass.
Well, we went to Elena because someone else was kicking your ass.
Oh no, we beat Ancient Dragon.
We did beat Ancient Dragon. Yeah, that's right.
Well, yeah, the fucking Gank Fest. That's what happened.
Oh yeah, Gang Squad. Gang Squad's super easy, by the way. I've never understood. I think I first tried it. I'm not sure if I ever died to Gang Squad.
Yeah, fuck Gank Squad. All right.
But yeah, if we need to level up in a different DLC, that's fine. Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Okay, Avengers Endgame. When I watched this movie, I often cited this movie as like one of my favorite Avengers movies. And that has not changed.
That's fair. It's really hard to beat.
Yeah, that has not changed. Let's see. Now, I apparently found quite a few issues with this game's plotline.
Yes.
This is the most notes I have on any of these movies, so I apologize for that.
It's a lot of movie.
The movie violates its own time travel rules by bringing in Thanos as the final villain, because if Thanos dies in the future, he won't be alive to die in the past. I remember when I was watching this movie the first time, I was going to actually explain how this movie doesn't violate its own time travel rules, and then as I was typing out the sentence on how the timeline does stay consistent, I realized, mid-typing, nope, I'm wrong, actually, hold up. I'm the wrong one. This one does break its own rules. Let's see. Oh, yeah, here's one. Thanos destroyed Cap's shield, so he shouldn't have a shield to give Sam unless he got one special made in Wakanda. That one I gave an out for that plot hole. But yeah, because there's only one shield across all timelines, so if the shield breaks in the fight with Thanos, right? Like, where did the Endgame shield come from? Like the final shield come from that he gives to Sam?
Comes from the past.
No, it isn't.
Yeah.
Okay, if it's from the past, John, then how did he break the shield?
Who knows, man?
In the fight with Thanos.
Just enjoy the movie.
If it's the one in the past, it wouldn't exist in the future. And the big thing is, like, the movie sets off, there's different ways to do time travel. There's like world lines, there's like many worlds interpretations. There's new timelines overwriting old timelines, the sort of Back to the Future style. And then there's like Nivikovian time travel, which is what this movie claims it is, but really isn't, where you can't actually alter the past because anything that occurred in the past had already occurred by the time you get to the future. And this movie says that's what they're doing, but it isn't. Cap living in the past means Peggy had to have lied about her husband dying because he's alive at the end of the movie to give Sam the shield. Right?
Well, I think she can't state who he is because then it would.
Sure, but she said he died.
Yeah, I mean, dead to her.
So
maybe they got divorced.
They had a very messy divorce.
She was kind of fucked by the end of her life, so.
They didn't use the stones to put the stones. Oh yeah, this is the thing. Their explanation for how they were going to fix the time holes, where they were going to use the stones to put the stones back. But they didn't do that. So the timeline where the stones were from collapsed, as explained by the Ancient One, because the Ancient One explains that if you remove the stones, because they're fundamental components of the universe, from the universe they're in, specifically the time stone, that timeline will collapse because the stone won't be there to support the universe. They were like, okay, but if we use the stones to put the stones back, the timeline won't collapse because the stones will have never been gone in the first place. And she accepted that answer. Well, sort of. She sort of accepted that answer. Once she found out that Strange signed off on it, then she accepted that answer. But they didn't do that. They didn't use the stones to put the stones back. They had Steve put the stones back, which means that the stones were removed from the original timelines, which means the timeline that the stones came from collapsed in on themselves. The movie had a really on-the-nose, unironic girls get it done moment. But the same movie killed its two best developed female characters in original timeline Gamora and Black Widow. The scene itself is a little awkwardly paced in how it just stops to draw attention to its female cast, but there's nothing wrong with it in principle. It's clearly made for little girls to cheer at. So I'm fine with the existence of the scene. I know some people aren't. I'm fine with the existence of the scene. It's just too in your face about it.
A lot of people, people still complain about that.
Yeah. I know some people are upset about the existence of the scene. I'm okay with it. It just feels too haphazard, you know?
I was fine with
it is exactly what the boys make fun of. It is exactly girls get it done.
Girls, the MCU.
Mm-hmm.
I thought the scene was fun.
Yeah. This movie is 3 hours, but doesn't feel like it.
They 100% agreed with that statement. Yep.
It does a great job of sending off major characters and wrapping up multiple character arcs that have developed over the course of 22 movies. Black Widow versus Hawkeye, round 3. Hawkeye loses for the 3rd time in a row, and Black Widow dies as a result, meaning Hawkeye has still not done anything remotely helpful for the Avengers.
The arc continues.
Thor. Sorry?
So the arc continues.
His only job was to die, so I'm an objectively more useful character to lift, and he fucked it up.
What a legend.
Thor hands the Asgardian throne over to a former slaver. Did you forget about that? Did you forget Valkyrie was a literal slaver? Who has canonically sold people to Game Master? Including Thor? And Thor's like, you're king of Asgard now? Yeah, that was a real good decision.
It does work.
Every character has something to do, which is very impressive with such a large cast. I'm not sure if it's CG or makeup, but Tony, as he's dying, looks perfect. It's so raw and brutal. That's true. If you go look up the last scene of Tony at the end, I don't know how they did it, but if you look at the side of his face, he's going paler, and the side of his face is all fucked up and burned. It is amazingly well done. I don't know how.
Prosthetics and CGI.
Thank you for knowing that. Yeah, it looks great.
I was very curious as to how they pulled it off too.
Yeah. Every time I see it, I'm just like, shit, that looks so good.
Yeah, it's like it's a combo.
The movie heavily utilizes allusions to prior movies to an almost obsessive degree, turning what used to be one-off gags into full-off payoffs for narrative arcs. Perhaps the best example of which is I Am Iron Man.
Yep.
I'm doubtful as to how well this movie would function as a standalone film, but it doesn't have to, nor should it. This is the climax of a 22 film series, and like all great works, the ending is best enjoyed if the previous parts of the story are fresh in your mind and you've actually seen them all. Endgame is just about the best way the MCU could have ended, near perfectly wrapping up all of the characters and arc setups of the prior films in a satisfying way. There is no narrative justification to make a single film after this. Black Widow deserved to film in Phase 2 and not after her death.
Couldn't agree more. Her film should have been right after Civil War, because it's literally set after Civil War.
Yeah. Yeah, that is all my notes for Avengers Endgame. This movie's great. This movie's just great.
It is. It's like, honestly, like, it was worth the 10-year wait.
Mm-hmm.
It was the perfect end cap.
Mm-hmm.
However, I don't agree that it should have ended there, because I actually do like a lot of the movies after this. Because there's still a lot of stuff that a lot of the other characters can do. But the emotional payoffs for a lot of these characters and the things that happen in this movie are perfect. I recently read an article where Jon Favreau cursed out the Russo brothers for killing off Iron Man, but they're like, it makes sense.
It does.
Kevin Feige also pushed for Cap and Thor to die in this movie, which they were like, no. We're going to give Cap his happy ending, and Thor is going to go and do something other than what he did.
Everyone else's contract had expired, but Chris Hemsworth resigned because he's like, no, I'm having fun. Let's keep going.
Yeah. He's like, I'm going to keep doing these. And Chris Evans and Robert Downey Jr. like, maybe we should, you know.
Apparently, Robert Downey Jr., from what I've read in interviews, absolutely loves playing Iron Man and would have loved to come back, but he thought everyone would be sick of him. Which he's wrong about.
I would 100% not be surprised if he comes back for Secret Wars.
I would almost like him to come back with like a twist, because I feel like our Tony is dead now, but I would be interested in a sort of like a superior Iron Man.
Yeah.
Like from the multiverse, where it's like, what's up, bitches?
That's the main theory right now, is that he's going to come back as superior Iron Man, and if they don't get Robert Downey, they're going to get someone else.
They shouldn't do it if they don't get Robert Downey. You cannot replace him.
I also agree.
He's not like the fucking War Machine actor. You can't do it.
Yeah, there was in Multiverse of Madness, there was supposed to be a Tony Stark as one of the Illuminati, but they didn't do it.
Yeah. Robert Downey Jr. would be stupid to not enjoy being Iron Man, because his career was not in a good place pre-Iron Man. That is very true. It did very much revive him.
Yeah, if he didn't do Iron Man, he would have probably not done any of the movies that he did, like Chef.
I have no idea what that is.
Chef's great.
One thing that always bugged me is I don't like that Thanos successfully broke Captain America's shield. It still doesn't, because it's vibranium. If it absorbs 100% of the kinetic energy, it shouldn't be capable of damaging the shield in the first place.
That's fair. But they needed to show off what happened in the nightmare scene from Age of Ultron.
Oh, yeah, with the shield broken.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. What the fuck did Wanda do? Send his brain into the future?
See, that's what, like, so Cap's, like, Tony sees all these things happen, and that's why he makes Ultron, and then they all happen anyways.
Well, because the idea is, like, Wanda was intentionally just showing them their, like, fears, and that makes sense as his fear, especially as a post-Avengers. But, like, this movie took it as, like, gospel, which is weird. Yeah, because it was supposed to just be a hallucination.
Yeah, like, Cap's all fucked up. Hulk's
but
down.
With Wanda, you don't know. She might have sent his brain into the future.
That's true.
That's the problem with Wanda.
Wanda.
I wouldn't put it past
actually,
her
all
being a thing she
all
can
the things
do.
that Wanda shows all the Avengers come true.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like...
Oh, I hadn't noticed that.
Like Ragnarok...
They only really focus on Tony's.
Yeah,
so.
Ragnarok happens. Cap goes back and gets his final dance with Peggy. And,
oh, yeah.
Black Widow dies. Cap's shield breaks. Like... Hulk's technically dead in the MCU because Professor Hulk's a thing now. So everything happens.
Huh.
And Hawkeye's there.
Well, shout out to Wanda for shoving... Well, then Thor didn't need to go dunk himself in a lake, did he? He could have just had Wanda do it.
Wanda, do you have a lake present?
See, if they didn't make her evil, they would have a real problem, because theoretically Wanda is the solution to every problem.
Yeah. Taking Wanda off the table... for right now is a good idea.
Yeah. Theoretically, every time anything comes up, you could be like, why don't we just have Wanda do it? She's become the Superman of this universe.
Yeah, she is like stupid OP in Multiverse Madness. Like, there is... like, to be able to take out like 4 superheroes with no problem. Like, oh my god.
Well, she does that in Age of Ultron too. She like wipes the team without any effort.
Yeah, but just the brutality of that.
Oh yeah, well she fights lethal in that one.
Yeah, she does.
Everyone has seen that scene. I have an issue with that scene, but which is Black Bolt shouldn't be able to blow his own brain out.
Okay.
I can explain it. Black Bolt's voice comes from his vocal cords, which is projected outward. She removes his mouth. This makes sense. What would happen, theoretically, is if Black Bolt is capable of harming himself with his own scream, if he is capable of harming himself with his own scream, it would possibly blow his jaw apart, or like it would blow a hole through his mouth. There's no functional reason the blast would go upward at all.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, he shouldn't be able to... Now, granted, that would fuck him up, but it should not be capable of killing him.
I feel like that would
because
be
it
the
shouldn't
more
go upward
rated
at all.
R version of that, honestly. I think him just kind of blowing his brain out and, like, the little bit of blood they showed is perfect.
Super fucking brutal. It just doesn't make sense. Everyone else, I'm fine with how... everyone else, because that scene is, like, super memed on. Because
smartest man in the world, my ass.
The smartest man alive. They get fucking mulched because they're idiots.
That's one of my favorite memes that come out of that movie. Smartest man alive, my ass.
Black Bolt's the only one I have issues with, because it's like, that don't make sense. I mean, he would like he might even rip half his fucking face off, but it shouldn't go upward at all. So he shouldn't be able to kill himself with it.
That's fair. Endgame, though.
Endgame, yeah, great movie, absolutely.
All right, favorite moments.
In Endgame?
Yes.
Okay, favorite movements in Endgame. Number one, the ending, Tony doing the snap.
Okay, yeah.
I really appreciate Cap using Mjolnir.
Yeah.
That's a really good one. You know what's actually a good one that I'm coming around to, honestly, that didn't stick in my head the first time?
What?
Ant-Man coming back from the quantum realm and then checking the, like, mass gravestones.
Mm-hmm.
Like, looking for his daughter and then seeing himself and then reuniting with his daughter. That's a really good moment, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are the three that stand out right off the top of my head.
Yeah. I would also throw in the Avengers Assemble moment, because that moment still gets me to this day.
On your left.
Yeah. Like, that whole, like, sequence is just so good. Spider-Man and Tony reuniting.
Mm-hmm.
That was very good.
Spider-Man activating instant kill mode.
Yeah. Tony going and meeting his dad back in time.
That's nice. That's a good moment.
That was a really good moment. America's ass.
Oh, you know what's another good moment is when they're going back to get the stones, and Cap is in the elevator, and he just leans in, and because they at the same time they were doing the like convergence plot line, like the second Secret Wars thing, where everyone was like memeing on the like Captain America like Hail Hydra thing, so they like meme on it in this movie with the Hail Hydra. Oh, good, that's good too.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hail Hydra.
And they're like, oh, and then he just walks out. They don't even have a second question. They're like, yeah, okay, yeah.
He said the thing. All right, yeah.
That's our code word for giving you the ancient artifact.
Hulk complaining about stairs is hilarious to me.
I don't remember that one.
When they're all getting in Avenger Tower, when he's like, yeah, let's go, everyone get in the elevator, and they're like, not you, Hulk. You have to go down the stairs. And he's like, I hate stairs. I feel that.
I do not like what they do with Nebula in this, or Gamora, or Black Widow. Those are things I am not fans of.
Yeah.
It's like a girls get it done moment. I actually think this movie treats its female cast very poorly.
Yeah, I don't think Black Widow should have died.
I think Hawkeye should have done something for once and died instead. And also, wouldn't it have been a much greater ending to Hawkeye's arc as a whole if he dies at the end of the movie, thus winning the final of the 3 rounds against Black Widow?
I think
the problem with Hawkeye, another problem with Hawkeye, other than he's completely useless in all of these films and never does anything at any point that is remotely useful, is that he keeps being in a situation where it would be a great end to his character, and then they instead kill someone else.
Also, the last 7 minutes of the movie, when it's like
the last 7 minutes where they're like signing off, I'm good with that. Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, like the funeral scene, like bringing up the cheeseburger thing was a nice little callback too.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, your dad liked cheeseburgers. It's like, who doesn't? Who doesn't like cheeseburgers?
I like cheeseburger. I keep getting ads for fucking pizza and playing while we're doing the stream, and I am like, I would eat the shit out of this. I'm so hungry.
Bringing back,
I did not eat at all today.
The kid from Iron Man 3. I was the only person who realized who that was. At Tony Stark's funeral. He was there.
Oh, that's who that was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a kid from Iron Man 3.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, there's so much like moments like this. Here's a really minor like moment. Like I said, this movie's like filled with so many allusions to like an obsessive degree, an obsession with illusions. Remember during Civil War, Clint's like, "Hey, I'm Clint." To Black Panther's like, "I don't care." And then in this movie, Black Panther's like, "Hey, Clint."
He's like, "I care now,"
because he knows who he does now. It's like a minor little moment, but yeah, it's nice.
Also, shout out to Chadwick Boseman too.
Yes, rest in peace.
Yeah, this movie's just filled with great moments, and it's hard not to like this movie. Even with
they did Thanos on the farm, which no one ever expected they would do.
I loved it. I love Thanos on the farm. Also, beheading Thanos too. Like
he aimed for the head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And showing Thor coming back from Infinity War as like with all the confidence in the world, and then showing him broken too is a really good part of this movie. Like the scene with him and Frigga is really good. Like I really really like
it's a good scene. Yeah. You know what I also appreciate, which the movie undermines in a later point, is the Avengers show up on the planet, and I love that. I didn't really mention this as a note, but they're called the Avengers, which means that they take vengeance for things that have already happened. So the fact that like that's what this movie is kind of like is it's like, okay, we already fucked up. They're not the preventers.
Yeah.
And they act as literal Avengers because like as Iron Man says, if we can't protect the world, we're sure as hell going to avenge it.
Yeah, and they do that.
And they do that. And I also appreciate because they were consistent with Thanos up until the very end of the film, where the thing is like Thanos is strong, but he's not literally invincible. And I like the idea that like at the end of the movie when he's like farm Thanos, everyone just shows up. He doesn't have the gauntlets to back him up like he did in some of the other fights, so he just gets bodied.
He does.
But then they kind of mess it up at the end of Endgame, where he's just like, I'm somehow 1,000 times stronger all of a sudden than I was earlier in the movie. I don't think about it, I guess.
Well, so like that, like the he's fucked up because he used the stones to get rid of the stones. Like he has like beef jerky arm, so like that's kind of like the reason they did that is like he's like basically he's like, I've already done my job, like there's no reason to fight you guys. So like that's
he still tries to fight them though.
A little
so
bit.
It's not like he's not trying, and like he can be injured as much as he wants, but there's no, he got outclassed in that fight. He just straight up did. They had like Hulkbuster suit, which was effective on Hulk earlier. They had like Captain Marvel. They had they had Thor pissed off with Stormbreaker, which is stronger than Mjolnir. Like there was no way he was going to make it out of that. But then later on, he like goes like toe to toe with like Iron Man and Thor and Captain America with Mjolnir later on in the film. It's not very consistent in that fight.
No, that's fair, yeah.
And it's also worth noting they beat like Spider-Man, Doctor Strange, Iron Man, and the Guardians of the Galaxy did beat Thanos even in Infinity War.
That's true.
The only like mess up was Peter woke him up. Otherwise, they had beaten him in that fight. Like they did win. So
fair.
So Thanos is a little inconsistent, which means my least favorite part of Endgame is still Thanos.
True. My least favorite part is Hulk not smashing anything. And we never got the rematch
of
Hulk versus Thanos. That's my biggest complaint about this movie.
Oh, I don't think we needed a rematch. He would have been bodied.
That's what I wanted to see.
Again, he would have been bodied twice.
Yeah. Like the fact that like Hulk, Thor, Iron Man, and Cap didn't fight Thanos all at once like really pissed me off.
Oh, they would have killed him though.
Yeah, that would have been fine.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't have gotten the ending scene where they get the gauntlet off.
Yeah,
I think it works out better than everyone just dogpiling and murking. Like, your idea is like everyone just fucking ganks him.
Yeah, Ant-Man should have called up his butt.
Effective, but it also would make for a much less satisfying conclusion.
Ant-Man should have called up his butt and just expanded right in him.
Who is it? It was Science Thor. It was Kyle from Beyond Science who did a entire video dedicated on would that work or not, and the conclusion was nope. It's a great way to kill Ant-Man though. Because intestinal like lining is super thick and super stretchy and super strong, and we can assume that you said Thanos is an Eternal, right? Being an Eternal, logically speaking, probably even stronger intestines, one would assume. So the expansion force of Ant-Man wouldn't be enough to surpass the like durability of Thanos's like colon. So he would expand and then kill himself inside of Thanos's ass, which would be very unpleasant for Thanos when he needed to take a shit later, but not very effective for beating him.
That's fair. Yeah, Endgame.
Endgame, yes.
What a movie. What a way to cap off the Infinity Saga. And
Indeed.
Move on to the Multiverse Saga.
Yes, I do stand by that. I have to say, after watching this movie, I do feel like my interest in Phase 4 has waned. This is the same issue I had before. I become significantly less interested because this is such the perfect ending to the franchise that, like, from this point on, I'm like, I don't really care or need anything after this. I'm not saying they can't make good movies, but it feels superfluous.
Yeah, but every ending has a beginning.
Yeah, it was called Iron Man.
That's fair.
That was the point I was making, I think.
Multiverse shenanigans.
Yeah.
John Krasinski as Reed Richards. We wouldn't have gotten that. Come on.
I don't... Nobody cares about Reed Richards.
I care about Reed.
You're like one of 3 people.
His son is one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. Come on.
Yeah, but that sucks and is super lame.
All right, next movie.
Yes.
Okay.
I like how you said not the most,
Why
because it
did they
is
go
established that there
goddamn?
are stronger mutants.
They're all in there. What the fuck? All right, just talk about Far From Home, and I'll try to get the image up.
Yeah, Spider-Man Far From Home. This movie's actually worse than I remembered it being. Let's see. My notes are fun, entertaining movie. Has some good, funny moments. Peter goes through the same arc as the last movie. Mysterio is kind of a lame villain. He goes from sympathetic Stark hater to completely evil at the drop of a dime. Him being more reluctant to kill civilians would have went a long way. It's a bit long in the middle. Execute them all is such an awkward, contrived way to frame Spider-Man. And when did Mysterio record that anyway? Yeah, that actually I think has always kind of been an issue I've had with that move. It's good they got J.K. Simmons back. the best depiction of spider sense of all time.
Okay.
Hey, Headshot, welcome.
You know what?
I like this movie, don't get me wrong, but I've noticed a lot more flaws in it the second time around.
We're just gonna do this.
We just can't get it up, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, they're in the slideshow, so I don't know why they didn't come up. Maybe there's like a cap on the slideshow, and it happens to be 22.
Huh. What an arbitrary number.
The spelling went to shit. Yeah, it did. It did. Spider-Man Far From Home is like one of those weird movies that, like, again, after the high of Endgame, Far From Home came out, and I was just like, oh man, if this would have came out maybe like another like 6 months later, I would have cared more about this movie. But I mean, it does kind of like deal with like the fallout from Endgame and like how like the blip happened and like people coming back and like how like they're still technically like not like in high school, but people that were before them are like now in the same grade, and like that stuff's cool and all that, and like it's hard to really like. It was hard to enjoy this movie after Endgame.
I liked it a lot the first time I watched it. I just kind of like it less the second viewing around. Yeah. It has nothing to do with like the hype coming off of Endgame. Obviously, everything is going to feel less impactful after the ending of the series.
Yeah,
because that's what Endgame really is. This is like the Lord of the Rings having like 800 epilogues. Like they're done. Then they were like, yeah. But money, like
but money.
That's really what every movie feels like after Endgame is. Yeah, but money, right? But like if we're gonna do it as a film, it's pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean it was a good way to like cap off the Infinity Saga. I mean, it was like, hey, this is a lot of people had questions like, well, what happened when people came back, and like that answers that, and a couple other things after this does too, But it was really hard to like follow up.
I know that this is canonically the final phase 3, but this feels more like this should be a phase 4.
Yeah,
I know that means that they did 2 Spider-Man back to back, but they did that anyway, so who cares?
Yeah, it's a hot debate that this technically is start of phase 4, because they do start talking about multiverse stuff, even though it really amounts to nothing. Because you realize Mysterio is a fucking liar. So I would honestly consider this a start of phase 4.
I am okay with Mysterio being a liar. I just don't like him very much in this film. I liked him the first time, but like rewatching it like knowing the like plot twist they're going for, it comes off a lot lamer than the first time.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like it's like it feels honestly it feels I don't want to say contrived, but it feels a little contrived at that point.
Yeah, I do like
just to set up for the finale, and let's be honest, all of this movie is just set up for the next movie. So
yeah, I do. Yeah, it really it is. Yeah, which is a lot of problems with like middle of the trilogy. It has every trilogy has like some trilogies, I should say. They have like that second movie that's like really just trying to set up the third movie. And what's a good example of that recently? The newest Halloween movie. Like a lot of people complained about like it just being like the movie to set up the third movie. I was like, well, a lot of this like middle trilogy does that, and Spider-Man is unfortunately in that as well. Like
I was thinking like Lord of the Rings was the first thing my brain came to, but
yeah, that's true. And like Hobbit is another one. Like the Hobbit trilogy does that. Like the second movie,
Mass Effect 2, if we want to get to games.
Yeah, but like that's kind of like a lot of the like Guardians 2 also does that. Like they kind of set up the third movie, which still hasn't come out yet, and there you go.
I wouldn't be able to tell you. I don't know what the third movie is.
We'll
Adam Warlock and the Who Gives a Shit cult, I'm assuming, is where they're headed with it.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
But the problem with Guardians 2 setting them up is that they do not make them feel like credible threats at all at any point in that movie. Like they're literally jokes the whole film. So it's like, okay, cool. I'm really looking forward to what you're doing with them. Like,
But I mean, like, yeah, it's more of like, okay, we just want to see the end cap now.
You know what I'd fucking love? They don't have the balls to do this. They're going Adam Warlock. We all know it. But you know what? Because they even say, I think they even say at the end of the movie, they're going to call him Adam, right?
Yep.
But if they had the balls to pull Prodigy out,
I've wanted Michael Korvac.
Just devastate the entire franchise. Just let Prodigy out of the fucking battle.
Yeah, honestly, I would have much preferred like a Michael Korvac type thing. Because he's always been,
I don't know what that is.
Michael Korvac's like a fucking cosmic powerhouse.
Oh, I was gonna say I barely know who Adam Warlock is.
Yeah, yeah, he's like one of the lesser known like cosmic villains, but he's always been a huge powerhouse. Like when it comes to like fighting the Avengers and the Guardians and like other cosmic teams. So that would have been way like a cooler thing to have. But I mean, we're getting High Evolutionary and Adam Warlock for the third movie. So
yeah,
but I mean, we'll see. We'll see when that movie comes out. We can't judge a book until we actually read it. So
no, it might be very good. Yeah, that's true.
But let's move on to the next.
He's Dumb Computer Man. Oh, I know Dumb Computer Man.
Dumb Computer Man. But we can
Michael Korvac.
Let's move on to No Way Home.
Yeah. Yes, Spider-Man No Way Home. By the way, I had to watch these Spider-Man movies on Stars.
I own all three of them on Amazon, so that's how I.
That's it. That's it. Yeah. Spider-Man No Way Home. I have this is my second biggest notes.
Makes sense.
Surprisingly good character work for just about every character. Good action scenes, especially the team attacks. It was good they gave Garfield some of the funnier lines in this movie. He needs redemption for his duology. I appreciate how he saved MJ to make up for Gwen. I didn't know I needed Spider-Man versus Doctor Strange, but I did.
Yeah, that scene is fucking pretty damn good.
All three, and then I misspelled the word Spider-Man. Spider-Man did very well. It was fun seeing them bounce off of each other as Peter Parker at three very different points in their life. Redemption for Doc Ock was well-deserved. This feels like the Endgame, but for the previous Spider-Man movies, wrapping up the stories across all 8 movies. Doctor Strange's understated but important role in this movie ends on a sour note that nicely ties the previous movies, sets up Spider-Man... wait, no, that was me reading from a later note. That nicely ties the Holland Spider-Man back to the Maguire Spider-Man. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the apartment that he ends on at the end of this movie is the same apartment that Maguire is in Spider-Man 2.
It really does look like it, yeah.
It looks like the exact same room.
Yeah, bring back Dikovich. Mr. Dikovich is one of the best characters in the Spider-Man trilogy. Rand.
And then I made a note that I had in the shower afterward where I kind of changed my opinion on this end of this movie. Upon further reflection, however, the previous movie set Spider-Man up to be a successor to Tony, and now all of that character work and setup has been discarded. You could say that puts him closer to his comic counterpart, but these movies aren't made in a vacuum, and they've never cared much for the comics anyway. Every previous MCU Spider-Man movie is now pointless. And then said, wouldn't be shocked if they wrote Spider-Man out of the MCU so they don't have to deal with Sony. Then I made a note after that, finding out that that was wrong, found out they confirmed 3 more films. If they use this, forget Peter Parker, period, as a temporary thing and restore everyone's memories in a later movie, it'll be fine.
They probably will.
If they do that, it's fine. If this is like the dark period of Spider-Man, and then, because apparently they're doing 3 more trilogies, if they do it in like the next movie, let's be clear, Spider-Man 4 is the wrong film to do it in.
No, they would not do it in Spider-Man 4.
If they do it in, like, towards the end of 5, or they do it in 6, that is okay. Do not bring him back in 4.
No, they've Kevin Feige already said that like Spider-Man's gonna be like a street level hero in 4. Like when they do that. Like he compared him to like Daredevil and stuff like that. Like he's gonna be the more grounded hero. Just because that's where we need him right now, because we've seen him do like a lot of crazy shit in the first 3 movies. Like obviously in Civil War he fought the Avengers, like, and then he was in Infinity War and Endgame, you know. And Obviously in No Way Home, he did some multiverse shenanigans and teamed up with his counterparts. So like having him like kind of be
He
like
fought a wizard.
He did fight a wizard, with geometry,
Yeah.
right? Sure.
Yes, geometry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So like having a more of a grounded hero in 4 and have maybe him team up with someone like Daredevil would they have like a huge Daredevil push, which is super awesome right now. So it wouldn't honestly surprise me if he teamed up with Daredevil, and like
I'm not rewatching those TV shows.
Oh,
You don't. I'm not rewatching them.
No.
I don't. I didn't like them very much.
He'll be in She-Hulk and he'll be in his own series. So
I liked Daredevil season 2. I did not like season 1 controversially. I liked Daredevil season 2, and I liked Jessica Jones season 1, and I did not like a single one of the others.
That's fair. Luke Cage was the best part of Luke Cage is the first half with Cottonmouth. After that,
I didn't like any of Luke Cage. I thought Luke Cage was boring too.
Iron Fist as a whole is just terrible. Jessica Jones season 1 is good.
I actually liked Iron Fist more than I liked most of the others, but with the addendum that the Iron Fist show is terrible, but to such a degree that I found it enjoyable at parts.
That's fair. Defenders was garbage.
I was so disappointed in Defenders.
Yeah, me too, because Sigourney Weaver is in it. I fucking love Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah.
What a waste of Sigourney Weaver.
Yeah. What do I say with concept? But also compared to like the Disney shows where it's like half hour to I think sometimes an hour, unfortunately. WandaVision's a little shorter. Per like episode for like 6 episodes compared to like an hour for 10 episodes. That's like 4 extra hours of shit that I would have to watch across like 7 shows. That's like what? Fucking I don't want to do the math here. Like 30 extra hours of TV show. I just don't want to. I don't want to.
WandaVision has some of the shortest episodes. There's also 9 of them.
Yeah.
So if you take that into account, WandaVision might be a little bit longer, but WandaVision does set up a lot of different things between Vision.
WandaVision, I believe, is a half hour longer. I like crunched the numbers on all of them.
Yeah. Falcon and the Winter Soldier sets up a couple things. And it also obviously has to do with Sam in becoming Captain America himself. Loki sets up Kang and
everything, yeah.
What the multiverse actually is, which is incredibly helpful. What's the next show after that?
I'll actually just cut in because I actually have this written down. After I decided to start taking notes after all of them, I actually made an ordered list of what the release order is, and then I left little spots for me to put notes in. So after Far From Home, we skipped over WandaVision, then Falcon and the Winter Soldier, then Loki, then Black Widow, then Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings, then Eternals, then Hawkeye.
Yeah.
And then it went No Way Home.
There was also like a year gap with nothing too, which was the worst, honestly, after Far From Home. Like waiting an entire fucking year for anything, which made Black Widow worse than it was. Because if we would have had Black Widow when it was supposed to come out, like that movie probably would have hit a little bit harder. But since we have like a year of chill and nothing
when she was alive,
like
she also would have been the first female MCU character with their own movie, which that would have undercut Captain Marvel, and that's a good thing because it should have been Black Widow instead of Captain Marvel anyway.
That movie was supposed to like get off the ground like a while before even Captain Marvel, but there was like a whole bunch of shit going on. Like Scarlett Johansson was busy. They couldn't find a director they liked. Like there was a whole bunch of stuff going on with that. So like it makes sense like it came out when it did, but like if COVID didn't happen, like Black Widow probably would have slapped a little bit harder than it did. And it was like also like obviously the stuff with like it being released on Disney Plus too, like didn't really help it. There's a lot of things, but like
the lawsuit.
Yeah, the lawsuit happened too, the lawsuit happening is actually good because it showed like Disney like, hey, like we can't fuck around with like any of these actors and like stuff like this and like I mean, but like again, they're also like a business and a company and they have to like do things which they think is right, but I mean they should have cut people.
Their stock is in free fall right now, by the way.
Yeah, but I mean,
So if you have any faith that Disney is going to get out of freefall and manage to pull themselves up again, now is a great time to buy Disney.
Yeah. Well, they're also dealing with shit with the government when it comes to like their parks and shit like that. Like it's a whole like Disney's got a whole bunch of shit going on right now, plus the VFX artist shit. Like there's a lot of shit going on right now with Disney. But yeah, like all the Disney Plus shows, the only one that doesn't really have anything to do with the wider MCU right now is Moon Knight. That's the only one. That's the only one that's a true like standalone adventure. It's really good. Like Oscar Isaac is fucking phenomenal in that show.
I've heard good things.
Yeah, it's a solid watch, and it kind of introduced more like the God stuff, which kind of goes in tandem with Thor: Love and Thunder. But it's the only true standalone one. I mean, you can kind of consider a Hawkeye like a standalone, too, because like obviously it introduces Kate Bishop, Kingpin is obviously in it too. It reintroduces his character, but other than like a broad like MCU thing, it doesn't really do anything. It also introduced Hawkeye's wife as fucking what's her name? Not Canary, Mockingbird. So, which I think is a cool little callback, I guess, But I mean,
I like that you said Canary because Green Arrow and Black Canary in DC.
Yeah, that's why I had to think about it for a second. But yeah, everything and like the big problem with Phase 4 is like Kevin Feige obviously knew where it was going because they've had this these 3 phases like mapped up for a good while, but it was like the fact that it was like such a slow roll and it took like a full year to get going. It was hard for it really like it was hard for like everyone to kind of like come to terms with like what's going on. But obviously like when Loki came out, it was like kind of like, okay, this is obviously going like a multiversal route. And then obviously with Spider-Man coming out and obviously Doctor Strange too. Because I mean, they announced Multiverse of Madness in 2019, so they obviously knew exactly what they were doing. It was more like getting to that point that was like the big thing. So like that year off really kind of like soured like a lot of things, and like there was obviously a lot of high expectations for a lot of things, especially after Endgame. But like they have to like the whole thing like this is that they need to tell like another story. They can't just be like, oh well, here's this big villain we're gonna fight at the end of the thing. And like that's like one of the things Kevin Feige said, like Avengers movies aren't just gonna be like phase cappers anymore. They're gonna be like saga cappers, and that makes way more sense. That's why he's like, we're doing 2 Avengers films at the end of Phase 6 because we're doing like a 3-phase thing, but we can do phases a lot quicker now because we have things like 3 movies a year now, and we have Disney Plus where we can ramp up these characters and stuff like that. So like I get where people like are kind of pissy about it, but they have to also tell a story and get to point A to point B, because they can't just be like, okay, Avengers like movie every 2 years, you know what I mean? Because they would be less big in that regard, you know what I mean?
I actually I think that's a terrible idea, because if there is no like Avengers movie to add as a capstone to the phases, then there's no distinguishing between the phases.
So
and also you're also not sure there won't be enough time to set up the dynamic of the group. Like if you look back over the Infinity Saga, they set up the group dynamic with Avengers, then moved into Age of Ultron, then by that point you had already established the group dynamic. If they end the Avengers as a thing as the end of an entire like saga, like over the 3 phases at the end of the 3 years, you have 1 movie to make these characters work, and you are not going to do that. The only reason Infinity War and Endgame worked is because they had so much time to set them up. You can't pull that off at the last minute. And there's also no point in phases if the phases don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Like right now, like the movies that like the only one I really haven't enjoyed thoroughly is Eternals.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like I didn't like Thor: Love and Thunder as much either. But the implications of what happens in that movie are pretty big. So, I mean, there's something to be said there. I will have to see like what happens, obviously, with the new Black Panther movie, and then we got Quantumanium too, where they're really gonna introduce Kang and like show like what he's all about. So I mean, it really by the time
to help summarize what I'm getting at, and also I think touch on what you're getting at. The idea that apparently Kevin Feige said does not sound very good on paper. That's what I'm getting at. Is on paper this sounds like a terrible idea. However, what I think you're getting at is we'll have to wait and see how it's executed.
yes.
Because you can like armchair judge the idea, but if they pull it off, which maybe they will, then it doesn't really matter if it sounded stupid.
Yeah, especially announcing like something like Secret Wars, like that they have to nail that. Like the two next Avengers films are Kang Dynasty and Secret Wars. Like obviously, like Kang Dynasty is obviously about Kang, but like what are they going to do in Secret Wars? Like they're introducing Fantastic Four before those two movies, so like. Are we gonna have like a Doom thing? Is it gonna be like I think they're gonna be like more towards like Jonathan Hickman's like Secret Wars than obviously the.
I was thinking original Secret Wars rather than second Secret Wars.
The fun fact about original Secret Wars that was only done to sell toys.
They could do both.
Yeah, I mean I think it's gonna be a mixture of both stories honestly, because Doom was in both stories. Like on Battle World and like.
I'm not sure how they're gonna do Convergence without Miracle Man.
Who knows? Maybe it'll be in a movie.
Molecule Man.
Yeah.
Well, Miracle Man.
So, like the thing about Multiverse Madness is that Reed talks about incursions and how they appear. Like when one person from another universe is in another universe for an extended period of time. So like that they've already kind of set that up. And like the thing with Kane is he can't really cause an incursion because he's in every universe. If that makes sense.
That might actually be set up in No Way Home. It
is, yeah. Well, so they talk about it in No Way Home, and then it's further explained upon in Multiverse of Madness. So
gotcha.
Like that's the whole like people are looking at Phase like 4 like as like a continuation, but it's like more of like a fresh reboot. Like we have to like set up what's going to happen.
You have to treat it at that. They already ended the MCU.
Yeah. So like you have like that's the whole thing. Like Phase 4 is basically like Phase 1 all over again. Like you have to start setting up that story and that big payoff at the end. The big payoff at the end is going to be 2 Avengers films, one with Kang and obviously Secret Wars, either again with Kang or like Doctor Doom or something like that. So like that. Like, no, go ahead.
No. Your thought is mine's just reiteration.
Yeah. So like as long as they as long as they nail it, like it's. Like it'll be fine. Like the biggest thing, honestly, right now is getting Fantastic Four right. Like that's the biggest thing that they need to do is get Fantastic Four right because it hasn't been done yet. And they've already introduced mutants by establishing Kamala Khan as a mutant, which is totally fine in my book. I'm like she was originally supposed to be one, but with the whole like Fox shit and like Paul Mutter like getting his fucking dick into everything. Thank God he's gone. Because we got that awesome Inhuman show because of him, but like that's like we're gonna be fine. Like the people that enjoy the MCU, they're gonna be fine. Like you just need to look at it. Phase 4 as Phase 1, Phase 5 is Phase 2, and Phase 6 is Phase 3. Like with the payoff, and like that's the way I'm looking at it. Like now that I know, like seen like the roadmap of like where everything's going. It makes sense to me, and I'm excited for it, and I'm looking forward to it. Like, there's some shows on there, like, I'm like, whatever. I'm excited they're bringing Daredevil back in a big way. I'm excited to see how they do Thunderbolts. Like, that looks interesting to me, because they've already kind of been setting stuff up.
Do not know who the Thunderbolts are. I don't know if anyone does. I think you have to be real in that Marvel train to have any clue who that is.
That's fair. So there's a lot of stuff that's as long as they can pull it off, it's going to be a big payoff. And they've already mapped out the next 10 years of this shit.
Most of these people are dead. I just looked up Thunderbolts on Earth 616. Most of these people are dead.
Well, they've got John Walker as U.S. agent. They've already been setting it up. Yelena's going to be in there.
I'll take your word for it. I was just like looking at like Thunderbolts, and I'm like, these people are fucking dead.
Yeah.
They killed them already. They could pull it off. I'm not saying they can't. I'm just saying these people are dead.
Zemo's been in the group too. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ghost, honestly, unless she's actually dead.
Ghost cannot logically be alive.
But there's also stuff like they haven't announced too that'll be at D23, so they could theoretically announce like a new X-Men movie. They can announce like something with the Young Avengers. Like who knows? Like it's gonna, and like that's the thing. It's only gonna get nuttier too because they have to introduce crazier threats, and like they've already stopped explaining like what powers are, and like they kind of just fucking accept it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Moon Knight, they were just like, this guy is fucking possessed by like a fucking moon god. Okay, deal with it.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Like I've seen the roadmap, and I am very skeptical about it. But I have never been the biggest MCU fan anyway, so.
It'll be fun to see where it goes. That's
yeah. I'll wait and see. I do not have a lot of faith in the current direction.
Fair enough.
But anyway, yeah, No Way Home, a really great movie.
Yeah, Peter Parker.
It's like the Endgame of Spider-Man, and I really appreciate the interactions between the three Spider-Man and how they kind of wrap up the character arcs of all of the Spider-Man characters across all of the movies. So
closure.
Yeah. So are you ready for the definitive sacrabalic MCU tier list?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we starting from the bottom? Are we starting bottom?
We're starting at the bottom.
Okay.
Starting at the bottom. Now we're here.
Yep.
All right. Number 24. Thor: Dark World, 4.2 out of 10.
Makes sense, yeah.
Now, it's worth noting I used decimal places for the first time ever. These decimal places aren't the most accurate. If I wanted them to be more accurate, I would need 2 decimal places, but that felt excessive. Sometimes I moved things just because one thing was marginally better than the other, and if I had used 2 points of decimal places, the numbers would be more accurate. So take the numbers themselves with grains of salt, okay?
Okay.
Anyway, yeah, 24, Thor: Dark World, 4.2 out of 10. Worse than I remembered. Number 23, Captain America, the First Avenger, 4.5 out of 10.
Nailed that.
As bad as I remembered. Number 22, The Incredible Hulk, 4.6 out of 10. It was the first time I saw it. Number 21, Captain America Civil War, 4.7 out of 10. Better than I remembered it. Number 20, Ant-Man, 5.5 out of 10. Better than I remembered. Number 19, Guardians of the Galaxy, Volume 2, 5.6 out of 10. Better than I remembered. Number 18, Captain Marvel, 5.7 out of 10. As good as I remembered. Number 17, Black Panther, 5.8 out of 10. Better than I remembered. Number 16, Thor Ragnarok, 5.9 out of 10. Way, way, way worse than I remembered. Number 15, Avengers Infinity War, 6.4 out of 10. Worse than I remember. Number 14, Doctor Strange, 6.6 out of 10. As good as I remembered. Number 13, Iron Man 3, 6.7 out of 10. Better than I remembered. Number 12, Thor, 6.8 out of 10. Better than I remembered. Number 11, Iron Man 2, 7.2 out of 10. Better than I remembered. Are you ready for the top 10?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Number 10, Captain America, the Winter Soldier, 7.3 out of 10. Much better than I remembered. Number 9, Spider-Man Homecoming, 7.5 out of 10. Much better than I remembered. Number 8, Iron Man, 7.6 out of 10. Much worse than I remembered. Number 7, Spider-Man Far From Home, 7.7 out of 10. Also much worse than I remembered. Number 6, The Avengers, 7.8 out of 10. As good as I remembered. Now here's where the controversy comes. We're going to get into the top 5. Are you ready?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for this.
All right, number 5, Avengers Age of Ultron, 7.9 out of 10. Much, much, much better than I remembered. Number 4, Guardians of the Galaxy, 8.0 out of 10. Much, much, much worse than I remembered. Number 3, Ant-Man and the Wasp, 8.5 out of 10. And it was, believe it or not, even better than I remembered. Number 2, Spider-Man No Way Home, 8.6 out of 10. First time I saw it. And number 1, Avengers Endgame, 8.7 out of 10. As good as I remember.
Yeah. That's a pretty good
That is
That is a pretty good list. There's a lot of things I can't agree with, but it's your list.
Probably, namely, Age of Ultron, Iron Man 3, and Ant-Man, I'm guessing, are the main points of contention.
And Winter Soldier being not in top 5.
It's top 10.
Yeah, it's top
It's a
10.
good movie.
And Far From Home should be a little bit lower.
Then 7.
Yeah.
Keep in mind the decimal places. It's like Homecoming 7.5, Iron Man 7.6, Far From Home 7.7. So they're all like we're talking like a decimal point away from each other at this point.
I'm honestly surprised you liked No Way Home as much as you did.
It's like Endgame for Spider-Man.
Yeah. I'm honestly
It's
surprised.
Endgame for Spider-Man.
Yeah. I'm glad we agree on that. All right, let's power through this shit. We're at 5 hours.
Yeah.
All right, next topic. Venom.
Next topic. Don't worry. A lot less to say about a lot of them. Okay. Venom. This movie is significantly worse than the first one, but in a way is better than the first one because it's worse than the first one.
Okay, that's a statement.
The acting in this film is terrible on all levels from everyone. I do not get the feeling that anyone is at any point actually attempting to do anything. It drags a little towards the middle and end.
It does.
But it's kind of just a dumb, fun action movie, and I can't be upset about it. Like, I did enjoy it, actually.
It's a stupid movie. That's fine.
It's a stupid movie, but, like, in a fun way. What I find interesting is we didn't really talk about this during the Marvel, they brought, like, Vulture in to this universe. So it looks like they're going to be using MCU Vulture for Sinister Six.
Yeah,
I'm okay with. I think that's kind of interesting.
Time, yeah, they brought him in Morbin time.
Was that? No, they did it in this movie.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. End credit scene. You probably didn't stay for it, but it happened.
No, this one at the end, like Eddie goes to the MCU. Yeah. Yeah,
you might be right. I'm completely. Never mind. Shut up.
Yeah, because I was gonna say Morbin time, because like the last credit scene of Morbius.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. You're right. You're right. Yep. You're right.
So stupid.
Yeah. They sorry. They do it in Morbius.
It's Morbin time.
It's Morbin time indeed. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he shows up in Spider-Man for no particular reason, but it's fine. It's no big deal. Yeah, this it's just a dumb action movie. It's kind of fun, I guess. You can't take it seriously. It's impossible to take this seriously.
Yeah. It really is.
I'm good to move on.
It's Morbin time.
Yeah. I liked it better than the first one.
Me too. Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter is a movie that you kept talking about how bad it was supposed to be and then refused to watch it, so I decided to bite the bullet and watch it myself. And I would love to come in here and be like, this movie is an underrated gem. Everyone is wrong about it. This movie is a treasure, and you should go watch it right now. I'd like to be able to do that, but I can't.
Which is why I've skipped it for so long.
Would also love to come in here and trash it for an hour and a half, talking about every single minutia of everything this movie does wrong. But unfortunately, this movie doesn't do a whole lot wrong either. This movie's just kind of boring. Is the problem with it. There's not a lot of dialogue. The main character is from Earth and falls into another world and then meets some guy and they kill some monsters and they make some weapons and armor out of the monsters and then they fight other monsters and then she gets kidnapped and like no one really talks the whole movie and there's no plot and what explanation exists is very brief and not really dwelled on and then they fight more monsters and then at the end it ends on a cliffhanger where they go to fight a different monster. It's just monsters and making body parts out of monsters. It's like the game, but they made it into a movie and didn't bother to put in any effort into it.
It is, yeah.
Oh, I was thinking Resident Evil, but sure. Yeah,
which is, same director as the first 3 Resident Evil movies, yeah.
I have heard that the basic concept of the Resident Evil films is it's the director buying movies for his wife to star in.
Yep. And this is the same concept.
I would love to tell you that this is either a brilliant shining gem or complete garbage, but no, it's just boring.
Yeah, I had the option to watch this on the flight home from California. I instead watched Ghostbusters instead.
Yeah.
And then Trading Places.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, yeah. And I watched The Beach That Makes You Old.
Yeah.
Which was...
This is probably better than the beach that makes you old, which probably makes it worse than The Beach That Makes you old.
God, that movie's terrible. I'll eventually watch it. When it's on a free streaming service, I'll watch
it. Monster Hunter?
Yeah.
Don't.
I paid $7 to watch Morbius.
It's not worth it. It's literally, there's nothing. You'll watch it and you'll be like, I watched Monster Hunter. I have nothing to say about it. And I'm like, yup. I believe that. I believe you. I believe you watched Monster Hunter.
It'll be one of those topics that's not a topic because there's nothing to say about it.
Yeah, no, there is nothing. This is not. It's a movie that I physically watched.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Mad Max Beyond Thunderdome, which is my favorite Mad Max movie.
And you're correct. It's the best one. It's the one that's the most. Well, okay, Fury Road is kind of a movie. It's the one that's the most a movie. There's not a whole lot to say about it. They don't even necessarily like explore Mad Max, but basically he like goes to a town called Bartertown, and then he has to find like Master Blaster, and there's the town is powered by pig shit, and then he encounters a bunch of children when he gets like ostracized because I do not understand why he refuses to kill the guy in Thunderdome. It makes no sense, and it's just like they like imply that the guy's like mentally retarded or something, and I'm like, okay, sure, I guess, whatever, like just shoot him and get it over with. It doesn't make any sense. And then he like gets involved with a bunch of children in a plane, and then at the end they do fly in a plane. Like, it's a decent movie. This movie is super overhated. People like, I don't understand the love of like Road Warrior. This movie is definitely different than Road Warrior, and I would argue that in that it is a movie and that there are characters in it, it is superior to Road Warrior. It's a decent watch. There's a lot of fun, dumb bullshit that happens into it. It's a good time as its own movie. I would not recommend watching the other Mad Max movies before this one. I would just say, just start at Thunderdome. You'll probably have a decent time with it.
Gunther.
Anything bad?
No.
Cool, Leo.
Whitney Houston gets to sing in this movie. That's about it.
Nice. Moving on?
Yeah.
Mad Max Fury Road is a movie. It's like one of those like like adrenaline thrill ride kind of movies. It doesn't make any sense. They changed the gas crisis to a water crisis, which is stupid. Just leave it as a gas crisis. I guess it's as an explanation for like the flamethrower guitar, where it's like, now we don't have any water. It also ruined a consistent joke I had going throughout all of the other movies, where they never specifically state that the apocalypse happened to the entire world. They only mention that Australia's fucked up, so I always joked whenever I was watching the movies with my watch party that in reality, the rest of the world is completely fine and totally normal and possibly even slightly futuristic, and it's just Australia that's screwed up.
Yeah, that's fair.
But this movie completely ruins it, and so I'm not a fan of that. But yeah, I understand why people would like it, but this is just a dumb action movie. It's a dumb action movie. That is
my favorite fun fact, by the way, made.
The movie Happy Feet was made to fund Mad Max Fury Road.
That is my favorite fun fact about those two movies and the director.
Yeah, like the characters are barely characters. I don't care that this is a Furiosa movie. I've heard that like Mad Max wasn't the main focus of any of the previous movies, and that is wrong. He was,
yeah.
But I don't. It's fine. We have Furiosa, sure. I don't think she's particularly interesting, but Max was never particularly interesting. This is a big, long action movie with action set pieces, and we have cars flipping over, and we have characters that you're supposed to care about, but they kind of fall flat, and it shows like the degradation of society in the weirdest, stupidest way possible. It's a movie. I don't give a shit about it.
Yep.
The same.
All right, now to the topic 2 years in a row that we've been doing. Everyone's favorite. Fucking where we go.
Fast and the Furious?
What?
The Fast and the Furious.
Oh, I did not add that.
Oh, I'll talk about it real quick. The Fast and the Furious is actually a decent movie. Get used to it because it's the new series I'm watching. The Fast and the Furious, it's a decent movie. The number one issue is it overuses musical cues. It's really weird about that. Every scene has to be broken up with some awkward musical cue. Whether it's like a transition, you can't do a transition without a musical cue, or they do musical cues in the middle of an action scene, or they do musical cues in the middle of a scene for no reason. It's the most awkward, distracting thing ever. But other than that, the story of like a cop trying to infiltrate like a robbery ring involving cars, this one's actually just kind of like a fun action movie with some mixed character work. There's not a whole lot to say about it. It's actually decent. All these years later, this movie is still decent.
Everyone agrees with that.
What? That all this years later it's still decent?
Oh, if only I had time to put that up. All right, moving on.
Moving on.
All right, again, this is fucking. You do the intro. I already fucked it.
No. It's your intro.
Oh yeah, this is fucking. It's the grandiose, this is the quintessential piece of the Cold Topic podcast. This is Anime Dartboard, where we randomly select an anime that has to be dubbed, 13 episodes or less, or maybe an OVA or a movie, depending on, what the graces of the anime gods present to us. This month we have DNA², which I think I said that right?
Correct.
Yes. Initial thoughts on this?
So as for DNA², I do want to ask you how much of this you watched. Where'd you watch this on? Crunchyroll?
I watched this on Crunchyroll, yeah.
Did you watch everything on Crunchyroll? All 15 episodes?
I watched up to 12 or 13.
And then you stopped?
Yes.
Okay, because I wanted to know if you watched the OVA or not.
I did not know because
yeah.
I made sure because I went back and I was like, do I watch all these? Because it's normally 13. So I went back to the initial posting. I was like, do you not watch anything past 13? I was like, cool.
Well, so the main reason I was asking is because I haven't made like a popcorn or anything on the OVA. I did watch the OVA, so I was wondering, had you watched it so we could talk about that? I'll do a little blurb on that. Okay, not talking about the 3-episode OVA. I really liked this show.
I did too, from what I remember, because I watched it a while ago. But I remember this was fine.
Yes.
I remember I wasn't offended
really enjoyed
with the last 2 darts.
I really enjoyed this show. The OVA is not very good. But the TV show, which was the dart itself, I thought was great. It is one of my favorite darts. I thought the comedy was very funny. I liked that it kind of swerved. Every time I thought it was going to zig, it zagged. It like kind of kept me on the edge of my seat on where it was going with the characters. Pretty consistently. It never went in the exact direction. The opening theme, Blurry Eyes, ooh.
It's a banger.
Ooh, it is a banger.
Too bad it wasn't
this
on
was
our anime intro.
It could have made it, yeah. I think I posted it in like music or something at one point. Yeah, no, this is just a good, and also like every character has an arc in this. Very good. The whole way through for the actual TV show. The OVA, but the show itself, absolutely great.
Good shit. And I actually like thoroughly enjoyed it. This is like the first dart in a while that I've actually like thoroughly enjoyed. So it was a nice change of pace for once. I can't wait till we get for next month because it's probably gonna be something trash. It's gonna be trash. We always get that one gem and then just fucking dookie after that for like 3 darts. So I'm not expecting something good until at least December.
Fair enough. Hey, this is what it's like to be on the forefront of anime, John. This is what it's like when you're in the vanguard. This is why most people aren't in the vanguard.
This is why most people aren't watching Anime Dartboard.
But no, yeah, the show was great. The OVA, I'll give you a quick rundown on the OVA because I'll substitute this for a popcorn. The quick rundown on the OVA is that basically, like, the reason the girl from the future, I cannot remember everyone's name off the top of my head. It's been a while since I saw this.
Yeah, me either.
Karin. The reason like Karin kept getting the wrong bullet, it was just all set up from this like senator from the future who is specifically trying to create a like mind control bullet that basically affects the Ultra Playboy so that he can control the Ultra Playboy and all of their descendants. And so he comes back from the past because Karin basically eliminates the Ultra Playboy as a threat and starts mind controlling the like Ultra Playboy and their descendants, and they have to defeat him with basically the power of love. It's not very good. It acts as a very shitty capstone to the end of it, and if I recall, it kind of undermines the ending. So the OVA is not very good, but the show itself is pretty great.
The OVA is an energy drink ad, apparently.
Yeah, that's DNA².
Yeah, I mean, I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. So, not all of them are stinkers. Some of them do bang.
You have a higher rating for these than I do.
Yeah, so I'm putting this at an 8. It was pretty good.
DNA² OVA, which is the 3 episodes at the end of Crunchyroll, I give a 5 out of 10. DNA², the original TV show, for the first time in dartboard history, is also getting an 8, making the first time John and I have given an 8 to the same show.
We did it. We finally did it. It took 2 years, but we finally did it.
We finally synced up on an 8 out of 10.
Yeah,
and it is a romance comedy.
Yeah. So that is officially 8 Guardians of the Galaxies out of 1 Guardians of the Galaxy.
Absolutely. It is 0.8 of a Guardians of the Galaxy.
Which is the first time I made that joke tonight because I tried so hard not to do that. And you're welcome that I only did it once.
I very much appreciate it.
Welcome to the award
yes.
ceremony next week. It's going to be...
We can basically make this joke up until the award ceremony, I feel like.
No.
I feel like then we have to retire this joke.
We're never going to...
And then, like, maybe, like, several months later, we'll do a callback, and everyone will be like, oh, they said the thing!
They said the Guardians of the Galaxy thing. It's so funny. So, you're welcome for that. I only did it once.
This is also the third time I have ever given an 8 to a dartboard show. The others being Love Live Season 1, and Black Bullet.
Mm-hmm.
So, very good.
This is my
right.
second?
This, technically, it's like your third or fourth, but some of those are the results of you retconning your scores retroactively.
Fair enough.
So it's hard to tell.
If it's rated as an 8 on my mallet, it's set in stone.
I spun this on complete. Then yeah, this is like your fourth one. I spun this on accident, and whatever this is doesn't count.
Respin?
Because I didn't shuffle.
It was probably good. It was probably something good too.
I'll tell you what it is if you wanted to look it up, but it's not canon.
No, we can't have spoilers. Come on.
Okay. Okay, here we go.
Shuffle.
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 Shuffle. And I'll let you do the last one.
Shuffle.
Dunzo. Spin that bitch.
Spin it.
Okay. I know what this is.
What is it?
Jubi Ninpucho Ryu Hyogakuhen.
Okay, English, please.
No!
So I can type it in on Mal.
Ninja Scroll the series.
Okay, this sounds interesting. Ninja Scroll. Okay, so it's... Is it
the
a movie?
series, not the original movie.
Came out in
TV.
2003?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Average
so.
score is
Yes.
6.68.
Okay. 14 years after defeating the immortal warrior Himuro Genma and thwarting the shogun of the Dark's evil plans, Kaibagami Jubei continues to roam all over Japan as a masterless swordsman. During his journey, he meets Shigure, a priestess who has never seen the world outside her village. But when a group of demons destroys the village and kills everyone, Jubei becomes a prime target after acquiring the Dragon Jewel, a stone with an unknown origin. Meanwhile, Shigure, along with the monk Dakuan, and a young thief named Subate, travel to the village of Yagyu. And with two demon clans now hunting down Shigure, Dakuan must once again acquire the service of Jubei to protect the priestess of light. This is apparently the sequel to the original Ninja Scroll movie, which I probably should have removed from Dartboard, actually, because this expects you to have watched the original Ninja Scroll movie. So this should not have been eligible unless you have already seen the Ninja Scroll movie, John.
So, you know what we're going to do for the first time ever? As long as it's easy to watch, I'm going to watch both. So I know...
I was actually going to say, this might not be eligible if you haven't seen the original Ninja Scroll movie.
You know, we already pulled it up. We already got it set in stone. So I'll do a little extra research, and I'll watch both if I can find it.
Okay. I would be shocked if you can't find Ninja Scroll. It's one of the most famous, like, 80s, 90s anime of all time.
It's probably, honestly, on Crunchyroll, because both of them are.
Yeah, okay. Are you sure? Because I am willing to call a re-roll on this one. Yeah, it says Crunchyroll and High Dive.
Yeah, I got both.
Okay, if you're sure.
Yeah. That's only an extra, like, what, hour?
The original Ninja Scroll is hour 31.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah. We're good.
Okay. All right, well, if you're sure, because I'm willing to call a re-roll on this one.
This is a double feature. This is a double creature feature. We have Ninja Scroll the movie and Ninja Scroll the series. This is a 2-year anniversary special. On the special, for the special, it's going to be fucking nuts. It's going to be bananas.
Please do not expect me to remember what happened in that movie. Anyway, animated by Madhouse. Average score 6.68. This is a coin flip. Made is not a fan of this one. This is directed by Tetsuo Sato, who, excuse me,
Good rip.
did
Rated R. Okay.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh, Ninja Scroll movie, absolutely.
Yeah,
And if you mean this show, wouldn't be shocked. He did Martian successor Nadeshko. He did Adam the Beginning. He did Tokyo Tribe 2, which is famous for having one of the most brutal anime deaths of all time.
More brutal than Pain and Jiraiya? Come on.
A man is raped to death.
Show me.
That's what happens. By a guy like twice his size.
Is this Berserk?
Huh?
Is that Berserk? Sounds like something would happen in Berserk world.
No, Tokyo Tribe 2.
Is this the first like R-rated thing we've had on here? Like,
do you really want me to go through it? Probably not.
I feel
Possibly.
Like maybe. I feel like it has to be.
Okay. Well, luckily, it's very easy to pull up the dartboard list because I have it tagged on my Mal.
There you go.
I just need to find an actual dartboard anime, and I can click into place. Anime dartboard. Black Bullet.
Oh,
Gakugarashi.
Oh.
Maria the Virgin Witch.
I don't consider any of those like rated R.
My Little Sister is Among Them. Paranoia Agent, Rompokatan Game of Lapis, and Taboo Tattoo were all rated R, so no, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Like, not even close. Anyway, thoughts about this?
This seems pretty interesting to me, so that's why I'm pretty invested in watching both.
The general Ninja Scroll is one of those anime that's like the old school 90s otaku know about it. It's one of those, like a Trigun, Dragon Ball Z, Sailor Moon kind of
And those are like right up my alley.
Yeah, it's that era. It's like these are for the 90s otaku.
And I did enjoy Wicked
things.
City, so maybe I'll enjoy this too.
It's as you expect from one of those like old school starter pack 90s otaku anime movies. It is a totally okay movie. It is decent. It is not great. It will not blow your mind. It is a dumb action movie, but it is a good watch. From what I understand, the general consensus of the Ninja Scroll series is it is not as good as the movie. I was under, and I know why this appeared on the list, I was under the misconception that this was an alternative to the film, and that is why I put it on the dartboard list. I was not aware this was a sequel to the film, and that is where I made my mistake.
Well, hey, look, now we got a double creature feature from me, so...
Yes, please do not. I'm not going to rewatch Ninja Scroll. So we're gonna have a reverse situation where you're talking about shit, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about right now. I do remember that there is a anime with a very similar plot called Basilisk, which just rips it the fuck off, but is way worse.
That's fair. So it looks like next month we're gonna have a pretty solid lineup there. So.
Mm-hmm.
And the podcast next month will be on the 3rd, it looks like.
I'm going to make the argument that for a majority of 90s otaku starter anime, a good amount of them aren't particularly popular in Japan either.
Except Dragon Ball Z.
Except for Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon, and to a lesser extent Trigun, most starter 90s anime aren't exactly like the biggest, because in the 90s we basically got whatever they gave us. So
we're running in the 90s.
Like realistically that was what happened. We got what we got. Ghost in the Shell, Okay, Ghost in the Shell is also an exception. You got me on Ghost in the Shell.
Initial D.
You know, believe it or not, I've never seen it.
I still need to watch it again. It's been a very long time. So yeah, September 4th looks like the next one. No one
gives a good goddamn about Bebop. Yeah, exactly.
Still haven't seen Bebop.
It's okay. It's very overrated, but it's a decent show. It's exactly like Ninja Scroll. It's a starter anime. It's like it's your Yu-Gi-Oh starter deck. It's like, here you go. This will get you. It'll get you a basic combo. You'll understand what you're looking at. And when you're actually ready, then you can buy some actual like packs and some boxes, and you can get yourself a structure deck and make a more complete anime picture. But here's your starter deck.
Fair enough.
That's what Ninja Scroll and Bebop are. Here's your starter deck. Have fun.
Get out there, kid, and go be someone.
I mean, you could say the same thing about like Dragon Ball Z and Sailor Moon. Honestly, realistically, it's like, here's your starter deck.
You leave DBZ out of this. Okay?
I'm not wrong. It's not very
really
well put together.
Like anytime somebody's like, I want to start watching anime, I always say DBZ, Yu Yu Hakusho, and something else.
Those are good starts. Naruto is a good start.
Yeah, Naruto is probably another one. Yeah,
just a good starter pack.
Yeah. Then if I'm really like feeling frisky, I'd be like, yeah, watch Berserk.
If I were okay, all right, hold on. Let me try the definitive start anime here. I remember Digi made a comment a long time ago that she thought that the best way to start anime is to really just like sink your nuts into it, like straight up get fucking weird with it right out the gate. And I'm not sure I fully agree with that sentence.
Depends on the person.
Yeah, that is the thing. Like it really depends on like who you are talking about is where you would start with. But if I were to say, where do I start with anime? I would want something digestible, but weird enough that you can understand the concept. Like a good way to open into it, which is why I don't think that something like as westernized as Bebop might be a great start to it. I would also want something, like I said, digestible. I don't think like Sailor Moon, Yu Yu Hakusho, and Dragon Ball are the place to start. I think they're too long. Same thing for like Naruto. I would want like over 100 episodes. Like every one of them is over 100 episodes. They're way too long. It's not digestible at all. So I would want, I'm just going through my list here, something to, I don't think Hiroak is a good start. Actually,
maybe Hunter.
Demon Slayer.
Yeah, Demon Slayer is a good start.
Demon Slayer, it's very distinctly Japanese, uses the Japanese aesthetic. It's just a dumb, digestible action show. It's relatively short. Honestly, I don't even like Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer might be the perfect starter pack anime, which is probably why it's so popular. It's because where I'm like, where would I start Demon Slayer?
I mean,
and
that's
well animated.
Anime, so, yeah. She loves her Demon Slayer, man.
Yeah. What you're telling me, Zach, is I should show my boyfriend Urotsuki Doji as his first anime. No. I disagree with that. I didn't think Demon Slayer is the way to go with it. I don't even need to. Or I could see. I think Jujutsu Kaisen also a good starter point. Again, not something I necessarily think is great. But I definitely think it should be distinctly Japanese. I think it should be weird, but not too weird, and I think it should be short and digestible.
Jujutsu is kind of weird though. He eats fingers.
It's weird, but it's not the most weird. Code Geass is a good jumping off point also.
I would say Hunter x Hunter is a pretty good jump point. It's pretty
Hunter x Hunter, I think, is almost too westernized is the problem. Have you watched Hunter x Hunter all the way through?
No.
Okay.
I got bored.
You should at some point, because we have a Fight Club request for Guts versus Gon.
Guts versus Gon?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We can just give Guts the title
now. Do you want a spoiler? Guts is going to get fucking cremated, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. It'll be fun to talk about anyway.
Fair enough.
Gon is will basically one punch him, but it's fine. It doesn't matter.
One punch. Actually, One Punch Man. That's another good one.
One
That's
Punch Man, I think, is almost too westernized. Also,
really,
like I said, I think the weirdness is important, which is why I would say probably something distinctly Japanese is a good way to jump off. That's why I wouldn't recommend like Unlimited Blade Works or something. Like I would want it to be Japanese enough that you know what you're dealing with.
Fair enough.
So I would try to avoid anything too westernized. I'm satisfied. I've made it all the way to the H in my lists now, and now I'm just scrolling through my own anime. But yeah, it very much depends on like who are you showing this to, because not everyone is going to be a Jujutsu Kaisen or not everyone's going to be a Jujutsu Kaisen or Demon Slayer fan. So
I would also say Digimon would be a good starter. It's pretty digestible.
I think it's too long. I think it's the same problem. And it's also
like
literally
episodes.
a kid's show, so that's why I would avoid something like Pokemon also.
No,
Or like a Card Captor. These all have very, very similar issues.
okay, fair.
Um,
So,
Inuyasha could work, but it's way too long. Same thing with Naruto. I think Naruto is too long for a good
Naruto
starter
is way
anime.
too fucking long.
JoJo is too Western to be functional. Depending on who you're showing, if you're showing it to someone who's more okay with something more grounded, K-On! I think is a good starter anime.
Well, that's our starters, you know. It's a little appetizer into the world of anime.
Yeah. I'm down to K now, and this will go on forever because I'm at like 400.
Yeah.
Uh,
We're almost at 6.
is Kill la Kill too westernized?
I saw that.
Kill la Kill could be a good starter also, actually. Monogatari. Start him right off with Monogatari. No. Don't do that. Don't do that. Monogatari is too far for you right now, John. You're not even ready for that one.
And I'm seasoned. I'm like a piece of chicken. I'm seasoned, bro.
Yeah, you're not down for that. That is a plunge. that is a plunge off a sharp cliff into cold water right there.
All right,
That's a good way to never get someone to watch anime again. Hey, at this point I'm at 500. I might as well finish my list.
Oh god.
This is all too Western. This is a very good. These are good, like 10th animes that I'm looking at right now. Mirai Nikki isn't terrible, depending on if you're dealing with a teenager or edgy adult.
I'm both wrapped into one human.
You might actually enjoy Mirai Nikki, although they botched the ending in the anime. Because they needed to sell an OVA, but you might enjoy Future Diary, actually. Ava! Akira's a good suggestion, too. Neon Genesis Evangelion isn't a terrible starting point, actually. Or, you know what? That might be because I've been watching Ava. That might be too much. Maybe don't start with Ava. Ava might be a 10th anime. Noragami's a good first anime, even though it sucks. Write this down, people who are trying to get into anime. Write this shit down. This is your list. All right? From a resident semi-expert. Perfect Blue is too weird. Yeah, Pupa. That's where you start. Start with Pupa. Do not. Samurai Clampu is a great starter, actually. Samurai Clampu is a great starter. Try Samurai Clampu out. Don't worry, we're already to the 700s. Attack on Titan's too German. Is Soul Eater too Western? Soul Eater might be okay.
Yeah, Soul Eater's fun.
But it's like 50 episodes, so it might also be too long. I'm not sure. Don't start with any of this. This is too much for you. Tokyo Ghoul again, same like audience as Future Diary could work for you. And that I think is just about everything. I'm sure this isn't interesting to anyone, but I'm sure someone at some point in time may get value out of this. The SAC anime starter pack.
Miro Tights is an excellent starter.
And nope, that's it. That's your sacrabalic anime starter pack.
And we're gonna add Miro Tights to it.
Don't really though. Here's the anime I hooked a friend with, K. I think K is too Western. I think K. I would want something. I think you should have a distinct Japanese flavor to it. K is an appropriate length, though. Anyway, that's it. I'm done. Any final thoughts about this? I think it's a coin flip. It could be okay. It could be super boring. Hopefully, it's not boring. That's my thing.
Hey, we'll see. Because either we get a banger, then a couple stinkers, and then you never know.
It's fire from this point out. Just all nonstop fire.
Nothing but fire.
Oh, you may be happy to find out that I've recently expanded Dartboard, and it's now 124 strong. So we will never run out.
Perfect.
Okay, ready for the outro?
Yeah.
Okay, how long have we been going? This is like the
Almost
longest
6
episode of the podcast in history just because of the MCU thing.
No, Anime OP.
That wasn't an episode, that was a special.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes, we're going to have to do a much shorter one next time. I demand it.
Yeah, I'm going to limit the things I'm going to talk about next time. Definitely Star Wars
I won't, but I probably won't have too much to talk about anyway.
Yeah. So yeah, what do you got going on?
Should be going into Walking Dead Season 3, which we probably will finish by the next time. And if we have time, Walking Dead Season 4, and then if we have time for that, Mega Man Battle Network. And we won't get past that, I guarantee you. We're looking at, I need to run some capture card tests to see if I can record off of console, because we had the issues where I said no more console games, and I'm sticking to that. No more console games. We're done with that. But if I add it, I'm okay with that. So I'm going to test the capture card, and if so, I'm going to redo the queue a little bit. If you have made a viewer request, your viewer request's position will not change, but the games around it may.
Fair enough.
I've seen you two go for 6 hours. We have gone for 6 hours.
Yeah.
What do you got going on? Oh, and obviously we have more episodes of Popcorn and stuff coming up on the anime channel. That at that point, I don't even feel like I need to advertise that because it's been so damn consistent for the past several months that at this point, you know what you're getting, baby. You know you're getting anime uploads 3 times a week.
Right now, we might continue Pokemon on the stream. I just need to figure out some stuff right now. Yeah, streaming it was supposed to come back, and then a lot of stuff's happened in the last couple of weeks, like it always does. So I might go back to the one man show podcast, which I've been doing. I just been waiting for some news to kind of hit. We've had a lot of news this week, so maybe I'll record one either tomorrow or the next night. I found out that recording a podcast by myself has been a pain in the ass because I have to take out a lot of ums and a lot of breathing. So that's a thing. So I'm going to try to...
Welcome to my life.
Also, Retro Report is still in progress and has been worked on. I did record all the audio for that. I need to record the video for that and then edit the entire video. So that'll come out eventually. And I've been saying that for probably a year now almost. So we're almost to a year point of Retro Report being worked on. So eventually we'll actually get done. But we have 2 things coming up as little special bonuses.
3.
Yeah, 3. 3. So we will be doing our award ceremony for the first 2 years of the podcast. We'll also be doing Pokemon Smash or Pass, and what is the other one?
Dark Souls 2.
Oh yeah, Dark Souls 2.
It has been 2 years, over 2 years. I watched the first episode of the podcast.
Yes.
Parts of it in order for this, and we talked about how we need to get back to Dark Souls 2, which means that we have not played this game in over 2 years.
So, yes, Dark Souls 2 will be coming. And then after Dark Souls 2, it'll probably...
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. And then after Dark Souls 2, it'll probably be around Halloween time when Zach and I will have to do Resident Evil 6.
Yes. Oh, I was going to say I signed on for Dark Souls 3 a long time ago, actually.
Oh, and Dark Souls 3.
Yes.
And then Bloodborne.
Do you need me to watch? Sure. Okay,
No,
I'll do Bloodborne.
I've already beat Bloodborne. It's fine.
I was going to say, do you need me to walk you through Bloodborne?
No, yeah, Dark Souls 2 and 3. We will get back to that. I will partner with Zach, and we will try to we'll do that on like a Saturday or something like we used to.
I would also agree to it. Demon Souls, you are not getting me for Elden Ring. That game is too long. That's the issue with that one. It's
we've already beat some Demon Souls on stream.
Okay, great. Excellent. Now, I'm good for the Dark Souls party.
Yeah, Dark Souls 2 and 3, and then that'll cap off the FromSoft trilogy for good. I feel like 3 is going to go a lot quicker because I've played a little bit of it already, so that'll be a lot easier. Dark Souls 2, we might just quit and just go straight to 3.
You gotta finish it. You haven't even beaten it.
Yeah, I know. It's such a pain in the ass. So that's things that are coming up.
If you manage to like pull up your big boy pants and you get through it and you play it a second time, like years down the line, you'll have a lot more fun with it. It does grow on you as a game.
I do own
as it has grown on everyone.
The Facebook group would disagree.
Everyone. The Facebook group that you are in is wrong. I know so many people who have played that game later down the line, post 3, and they're like, you know what? I was too hard on this game.
It'll be fun. We'll have fun. That's what we got.
I also know several people who have played Dark Souls 3 years down the line and are like, you know what? This is fucking trash. It's the inevitable conclusion. Dark Souls 2 will go up in your rank, and Dark Souls 3 will drop down once you are experienced enough with your FromSoft games. Now, that said, I will not make the claim that 2 will become your favorite. It probably won't. But
right now, it's definitely not.
Its ranking will change at some point if you experience it at the correct point in time.
Yeah, nothing can beat pling plong pling, you know?
Also in 3.
Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, nostalgia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so when are we doing this?
What, Dark Souls or what?
Any of it. When are we doing any of this? What's our schedule on this?
So, if we can do a double feature next week, and we can bump out the Smasher Pass and Fight Club on either Sunday or Saturday, and we can do awards ceremony on either night.
Okay, all right. Okay, so we'll try and make that happen. And then it looks like next podcast episode is the 4th.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay, all right.
So that's what we got, and then we will determine when Dark Souls 2 will be.
Eventually.
Yeah, that probably won't happen until at least the end of the month.
Yeah.
So, because we are pretty book solid for the rest of the month right now.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's what's coming up. So, I hope everyone enjoyed this super long episode. An MCU recap. It finally happened.
It happened. And you know what? We never have to do it again. We're never talking about any of these movies. I will ban them from the podcast. And unless they come up offhandedly. And all of these movies will be eligible, because there was a topic dedicated to them, for the first anniversary of the Cold Topic Awards next year.
Already doing it.
Already confirmed. Maybe not. If it happens, these are all technically on topic. So I guess look forward to that. Look forward to a MCU-dominated movie list.
Teehee. Anyways, it's been fun. It's been real. But it is time for me to go to bed because I do have my first day of work tomorrow.
It's time for me to eat breakfast.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Thank you for hanging out, listening, and doing the thing. We'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
Teehee.